Good morning, Mary. Do you want to test your microphone? Trying to promote you if you can accept the promotion.
What about me?
I don't know how to turn your little Google on.
These guys? They're on.
Okay. So then Lindsay will show. Yeah, you're on video. Let's just say.
Yeah. Oh, so it's not, they're not communicating.
I know, but that's what so Trent here.
Oh, it's the camera thing. Remember we had the camera
Oh,
thing
we
going
fixed it,
on?
I thought. Hang on, Trent's here. Hey, Trent.
Matt, do you want to test your microphone?
Not working yet. Can you hear me?
Can't hear you.
Yeah. So the end of
Here's-
the room is working. My headphones aren't working. So we're going to
We can't hear you.
Trent will be right here.
You're unmuted, but we can't hear you.
I can hear. Wait, I hear Matt.
Might be
I
your
will to
headphones.
speak louder, Lindsay.
No,
Can you hear me, Lindsay?
I hear Matt. Can you hear me? Matt, can you hear me? Matt,
What are his little
hello, Matt?
Yeah.
Can anybody hear me? Can you check and see if Lindsay can hear me? I don't know what's going on.
I can hear you, Chair. It's
Oh,
my.
okay.
It was
Okay.
my end.
Okay.
Come on, Matt, get with the program.
Mary, how's your microphone? Can we hear you?
Can you hear me now?
We can. You're good.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Here it is.
Trent's there. He's looking at
I
you.
found it. It was on my desk.
I said I was gonna disperse.
Yeah.
Need them.
Just so everybody knows, we are live streaming.
I think we have about 4 more minutes.
That's correct. Yep.
Lindsay, this is Sue. Can we do a sound check?
I'll do it.
I can hear you, Sue.
Thank you.
Hey Lindsay, this is Steve. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Steve.
Yes. Okay, good.
Lindsay, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
We're having good lunch.
Lindsay, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes.
You couldn't hear me outside?
I couldn't.
Now, you didn't ask the most pertinent question, and that is, do you want to hear?
I already anticipated that comment. No respect, I'll tell you. I love it. All right.
Looks like, Lindsay, we have Matt, myself, and Judy, and do we have Geronimo and Lena?
We do not have the.
So don't spill.
Madam Chair, this is Sue.
Yeah,
Um,
Put it over here for you.
Super.
Can you,
Jen and Matt, you might want to mute.
yeah, you're live, Matt. You're live.
okay,
Thank you. Madam Chair, I'm sending you a text on Supervisor Fowler. That'll be to you in just a second.
Okay. And Geronimo is our vice chair with us?
Okay, we do have Vice Chair Vasquez is
Oh,
here.
good. All right, good. Hi, Geronimo. Glad you're with us.
Good morning, everyone.
can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
You can't hear? Oh, okay, I thought I just lost you.
No, I hear you loud and clear, Matt.
Okay,
And is Lena with us yet? Is Supervisor Brigade with us, or Supervisor Brigade is with us? Vice Chair is with us, Matt's with us. Is Supervisor Fowler with us?
No, she's not.
Okay,
She has not joined yet, Chair, but I think.
got your pick.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, well, it is 10 o'clock. Do we have all the staff with us? I think we do. I see Mary and
cool.
others. So I'm gonna go ahead and call this meeting regular meeting of the Board of Supervisors for March 7th, 2023 to order. Thank you all for being with us, staff and members of the public, and of course, my colleagues. Always great to see you all. Our first order of business is the call to order. And I'm Patrice Horstman, and I'm the chair of the Board of Supervisors, and I am the supervisor for District 1, District 2.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Geronimo Vasquez. I'm supervisor for District 2 and current vice chair.
District 3.
Well, good morning, everybody. Oh, there I am. I have to adjust my camera. I'm Matt Ryan, District 3 supervisor. Great to see everybody.
Good morning, Matt. And do we have District 4?
Yes, good morning, everyone. I'm looking forward to a great meeting today. Thank you.
And District 5, I do not see Supervisor Fowler on yet, but she did contact us. She'll be joining us here as soon as she can. So let's move on. Our next order of business is the Pledge of Allegiance to honor our country. And with that, for those that can, please stand, and our clerk, Lindsay Daly, will put the flag and the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the
To the
flag
flag
of
of the United States of America
and
and to the republic for which it stands,
one nation,
God,
under
under
God,
God,
indivisible,
indivisible,
with
with
liberty.
liberty
and
and justice for all.
Right. Our next order of business is the call to the public, and members of the public. This is the time where you can address the governing board if you have questions or comments on items that are not on the agenda. Now is your time to join the meeting and to be heard by the Board of Supervisors. And we ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes. And given the fact that this is a public hearing, we ask that you, of course, remain civil and professional in the way you address your comments. So with that, I'm going to ask our clerk, Lindsay Daly, to let the public know how you can join our meeting this morning. Lindsay.
Thank you, Chair Horseman. At this time, if anyone would like to provide a public comment, you can hit the raise hand icon that looks like a hand if you hover towards the bottom of your screen. And if you click on that, that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. If you've joined us by telephone, you can hit *9, and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. Chair Horseman, I do have Rose Tohi with her hand up.
Very good. Great. Well, please put her on as a panelist so Rose can join us this morning.
All right, Rose, if you just want to unmute.
Rose, we see your name up there. Just unmute. We look forward to hearing from you, and thank you for joining us this morning.
Okay, you all are jumping to different screens, so I had to kind of follow you.
Good morning, and we see you and we hear you. So
jumping back and forth. Thank you.
okay.
I really appreciate the time that you're giving me right now. I know this is on the agenda, but I can't stay that long, so I wanted to come in and just give you a little bit of my heart for us today in this space and time. So that's good morning. Today I want to greet you in kinship, and Shada, Patrice, and my relatives on the Board of Supervisors. That's how I want to greet you this morning. Shay Tachini not the Anschlido can let Chitney Bashashin Ashkanzo Dashinal the Oshin Dashiche. Rose Tohi Rose Tohi is my name. And on the agenda, there's a proclamation for Women's History Month. But I just wanted to share a little bit of this space with you with a few words that I've known through the years from our elders. And this is just, I'm going to read it to you because it's written out. The elders say the women will lead the healing among the people. We need to especially pray for our women and ask Creator to bless them and give them strength. Inside them are the powers of love and strength given by the moon and earth. When everyone else gives up, it is the women who sings the songs of strength and healing. She is the backbone of the people. So to our women, we say, sing your songs, pray for your special powers. Keep your people strong, keep our people strong. Be respectful, gentle, modest, yet the inner form of Imam Bear. Great one and Creator, bless our women, make them strong today and always. So I wanted just to share that with you on today, and I'm decked out in my, coming from a matrilineal society, I wanted to just honor my mom and my grandmothers and all the women in our lives, to honor them and dress traditionally today. So yeah, for that.
Thank you very much for the blessing, Rose, and we really appreciate you joining us this morning. So thank you. Any other call to the public?
Again, if you want to make a comment, you can just hit the raise hand icon at the bottom of the screen. Or if you've joined by telephone, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand. And there are no hands raised, Chair Horseman.
Very good. Thank you, members of the public. Thank you, Rose, for joining us this morning. And we are going to move on to a proclamation, which we heard the blessing on this. This is an important proclamation near and dear to many of us. It's consideration and possible action to approve a proclamation designating March 2023 as Women's History Month here in Coconino County. And I know Erica Philpott is going to introduce this item. And after the ordinance, I know you have a number of really important events that are going to be done this month in honor of Women's History Month. So Erica, I'm going to turn this to you.
Thank you so much, Chair Horseman, members of the board. Good morning. Excited to be with you today to bring forward this proclamation on behalf of the Diversity Committee celebrating March as Women's History Month. And with us today is Mary Cedillo of the County Attorney's Office. She is one of the most dedicated and long-term members of the Diversity Committee, and many, many events would not have moved forward without her hard work and dedication. And so it's only fitting that she be the person to read the Women's History Month proclamation today.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you for joining us, Mary, and please unmute, and we look forward to your reading of the proclamation. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you. Coconino County Proclamation designating March 2023 as Women's History Month. Whereas women of every age, race, status, ethnicity, and economic background have made historic and significant contributions to the growth and strength of our state and county in countless noted and unnoted ways. And whereas Coconino County seeks to commend the distinguished accomplishments of women in our state and country, both past and present, who have worked with vision and determination toward the progress of our citizens and communities. And whereas Coconino County is proud to join the nation's celebration of Women's History Month in the 2023 theme, Celebrating Women Who Tell Our Stories, which is a tribute and recognition of women past and present who have been active on all forms of media, telling stories that have significantly impacted our communities in areas of social justice, labor rights, gender, human, and political rights. And whereas Coconino County is committed to creating an inclusive community that celebrates diversity and ensures all residents have equitable opportunities to lead healthy, peaceful, safe, and sustainable lives. And whereas, whether serving in elected positions, leading groundbreaking civil rights movements, venturing into unknown frontiers, or programming revolutionary technologies, generations of women that knew their gender was no obstacle to what they could accomplish have long stirred new ideas and opened new doors, having a profound and positive impact on our community. And whereas women have played and continue to play critical economic, cultural, and social roles in every sphere of life by representing a significant portion of the labor force, working inside and outside of the home. Whereas women have served our nation daringly in the military. And whereas women have been leaders, not only in securing their own rights of suffrage and equal opportunity, but also in the abolitionist, emancipation, labor, civil rights, justice, and other movements. And whereas women are matriarchs, centers of family, keepers of traditions, founts of wisdom, sources of resilience, teachers of culture, conservators of ancestral teachings, compassionate caregivers, grounding forces, powerful advocates, and heads of clans. And whereas we pause to pay tribute to the women who strengthen our community through their dedication, innovation, and expertise. Now, therefore, be it resolved that on this 7th day of March, 2023, the Coconino County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim March 2023 as Women's History Month in a special recognition of the contribution of women from all walks of life to the advancement of and development of our county, state, and nation. Signed and sealed the 7th day of March, 2023, Coconino County Board of Supervisors.
Thank you, Mary, for that wonderful reading. Really appreciate that. And what I'm going to do at this time is to hear from, I'm going to take, because I forget this, I'm going to have a motion and a second. And then before we vote on it, go ahead and get comments from members of the board. And then we'll wrap it up by hearing from Erica Philpott and others from the county that may want to be heard on this, and to hear about the great events that will be coming up, if that works. So at this time, I'm going to entertain a motion for the consideration of the proclamation that is designating March 2023 as Women's History Month here in Coconino County. And I'm going to turn to my sister Supervisor Begay. Will you make that motion?
I'll make a motion, yes.
I have a motion by Supervisor Begay. Do I have a second?
Madam Chair, yeah, I was waiting for Supervisor Fowler. I know she might.
Is she, I don't know if she's on yet.
Okay.
What?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Fowler has joined us. I'm not sure if she's able to verbally join us right now.
Yeah, I think she's.
With that, no, I'll go ahead and second the motion, Madam Chair.
Very good. Now we are going to call for the vote after we have comments on this. And so remind me, County Manager, that we've got a motion and a second going. And so with that, members of the board, would there like to be any comments made by members of the board? Supervisor Gay?
Yes. Thank you for this opportunity. I think every month should be a proclamation for the women. I feel strongly because we are the people, or the women that take care of our homes, our kids, our environment around, and just everything, teachings, all traditional, cultural, whether it may be, just anything that has to make sure that, the family is on a good start, and that, the kids are in line, and, all these things. And then, of course, we talk about the livestock on the traditional side, and sheep, cattle, horses. And, we're pretty much there, to ensure that, that's there within our families. And being the oldest of 10 children, I'm the go-to person right now as far as, advice and making sure that, we're all bases are covered, and that have been well respected by my siblings, and they listen to me. And so I know that, we have to be role models. And then now, on the other side of that, we were always told, how to be there for anything that arises within the family, and speak for the family. And so I just want to say, I'm very honored, to say something to this proclamation. And I know that right now, women are going outside the home. Traditionally, you stay inside the home, and you kind of, plan the meals, and, get the kids to where they're at, even if it has to be school, or, really supporting them. And then, of course, taking care of your husband, all the stuff within the home. And the men was always, doing things outside. And that's the way the Navajo tradition is. So, but now women have gone over and beyond, to like like my sister Lena and I, we're in the county, and there are others that are at the Senate level, and, there's some at the Washington, D.C. offices, so we're really, taking over, I guess. But I just want to say, we're jack of all trades, and I just feel, I'm pretty sure other denominations are, have their stories, and there's a lot to tell. We could talk about this all day long, and that how we present ourselves and being role models, and just being helpful. And we have the heart, to really, really help, and people that are in need, just like wherever the needs are, we're always there, whether it be people for, within the county or outside the state, and then all, nationally, when you hear something about women, when they're abused by their husbands, or also their, the fatality of some type happen, it really hurts, because, it's something that's greatly lost, if a woman is no longer in the home or whatever. So it kind of hurts, that, we're not, we should be able to really support each other as women, and then also, out there in communities, in the communities that are within the nation. So I'm so proud of women, other women, some of them are my role models, and, that's how we should be, we should be role models. So I just want to say thank you. I could have more to say, but I'll go ahead and stop it here. Thank you.
Thank you. Amen, Sister Begay. So, and others who would like to be heard. Vice Chair
Sure.
Vasquez.
Sure. Thank you, Chair Horseman. Well, it's a great honor to be able to recognize March as Women's Rights Month, and that's really exciting. It's unfortunate that it takes a proclamation to celebrate women because women are so fundamentally important to our society. We all come from women, you know, and my mother is one of the most important people in my life. It taught me so many great things in my life. I have 2 daughters and 2 granddaughters, and so, you know, in that honor, I'm really excited to see that we are recognizing the contributions of women, recognizing the history that has been built by women, and how, you know, in traditional societies or matriarchal societies, and unfortunately, society has lost its way a little bit and changed more to patriarchy. But as we're going and finding balance and recognizing the contributions of women in our society, it's so important. And so I look forward to seeing the different events that will be happening this month and recognizing women and learning more about the contributions of women, both on a global scale, but also on a local scale, because we have some great women here in Flagstaff and Coconino County that have done some great contributions. And I look forward to seeing more about that as we progress. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Other comments? Supervisor Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And one of the wonderful things that working at Coconino County is we have all kinds of women leaders in Coconino County. It's an area of pride. Wonderful. With 3 board members currently, we have past board members, many directors, elected women through different generations in different offices. So we have pay equity, which is a key piece, and that's been there. You know, I compliment women leaders, Erica and her team, and all the great work to make sure that we did it a long time ago, and have been working on that. I wish we didn't have to say we did it a long time ago. Instead, it should have been. But by the same token, it is, and it has been for a while here. Definitely. So, Judy, you as the eldest of 10 children, and me being 5th of 10 children, I know you are the eldest, so women should rule because you said so. You are one of our leaders, and so I say that in humor, but I also respect what you said. Actually, I really appreciate everything that you said. Rose Towie, thank you so much for introducing women in the Navajo way. And then the other piece that I never should forget is I had a wonderful mother, wonderful sisters. Teresa, my wife, who keeps me, I wouldn't be able to do what I do, and we work together. There's nobody that dominates, or if anything, it's a shared opportunity that we have. We have beautiful children and granddaughters as well. So it is great to be honoring women today, and we should be thinking that way every day. I agree. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. And I know that Supervisor Fowler is having some dental work, and so really is not can't really join us, but I know she also is in celebration with the comments that are being made here.
Madam Chair.
And yes, I'm sorry.
I just wanted to offer some comments also.
Okay, and let me finish mine and then I'll do that. So, and because thank you, I really appreciate that, County Manager. So, you know, I also really appreciate the blessing and the words provided by Rose and the comments that were made by Judy Begay. And, you know, really the theme of this is celebrating women to tell our stories. And that is exactly what we've been hearing. And I know we're going to be hearing more about that as we go forward. You know, women in history was not something that was around during the 1970s. Many of us were around in the 1970s and certainly knew that. I remember celebrating the very first International Women's Day, which is coming up. In fact, I believe it's March 8th. And so International Women's Day is actually tomorrow. And believe it or not, that was a time where people had to announce publicly that women's rights were human rights. Now think about that. We're talking about the 70s. That's not that long ago. At least for some of us, it doesn't seem that long ago. So I think it is important for all of us to tell our stories, because this is for young women who come in our footsteps. And as Supervisor Begay indicated, to continue to be the role models. And we see so many women who are on this board meeting today, so many men who are also the supporters and the encouragers of the women, to allow us to continue to tell our stories. And quite frankly, to teach the younger women who are going to be in our footsteps, who are going to lead this country forward, about the need for courage and for wisdom and for their willpower as they move us forward. So I know we're going to hear a lot about that today. And when we hear about women's stories that the county will present. So I really appreciate the comments that have been made by my colleagues. And I'm going to turn this over to the county manager, who I know has comments, and maybe others will as well. And we will wrap it up with Erica so she can tell us about the great events that we'll be going for this whole month. So thank you, County Manager.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also want to acknowledge in the Office of the County Manager, actually an individual that gave me my first start in management at the county office was Kathy Eden. And Kathy Eden was the county manager in the mid 1980s. And so Kathy Eden was the county manager here, became the state legislator, also ended up leading Department of Administration at the state level under Governor Mofford, also Department of Health Services. And then now she's teaching at ASU. So again, trailblazers and others and individuals in this office, Dora Harrison, also the trailblazers on the board. Louise Yellerman was a trailblazer, and so many others. Our county has a tradition of looking at leadership throughout the organization. We've always said that leadership is not positional; it's inherent in all of us here at the county, and so we do want to, at this time, not only this time, but always recognize the impact and the importance of leaders who have led in those areas. And so, in particular, our row officers, our constitutional officers, in some cases have been traditionally led by women for decades. And so again, our history is deep and rich. And I think, of course, we support and we follow everyone else in recognizing the extraordinary impact of many individuals in our lives and in our professional lives here at the county. So thank you, Madam Chair. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Any other comments from members of the staff? I know we have very strong women who sit as deputy county managers. We have a deputy county attorney who's also advising our board, who's a woman. So we really acknowledge and appreciate your leadership. Deputy County Manager Sue Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did want to acknowledge my fellow Deputy County Manager, Lucinda Andriani, and her years of service. I think she would agree with me that, as Steve said, we have an amazing tradition of female leadership throughout Coconino County for years and years. Steve mentioned Kathy Eden. There was Jane Juarez, who was another county manager, and then of course Dora Harrison. And in our leadership teams, I think we have had a number of women from the earliest days who were part of the leadership team of the county. A name that you see on many of the buildings around the county is Ethel Ulibarri. And many other folks. Our clerks, our clerk today is the finest clerk, I think, in local government that there is, Lindsay Daly. I want to acknowledge also Erica Philpott, her work, Mary Cedillo, her work. There's not enough time to name everyone, but female women-led leadership is alive and very well in Coconino County, and very proud of that. It's a tradition that I got to grow up in this county, and it's one that continues day after day. So thank you.
Thank you very much. So just a comment to make, because we don't want to forget the fight that went on for women's rights. This was not something that was, quite frankly, just given. It was something that was fought for and continues to be fought for. And I think that women, as well as unfortunately other marginalized individuals and minorities, continue to need to fight for those rights. We are the path forward for those that will follow behind us. And I think that's very important. And that's why it's so important to have recognition of Women's History Month, and really appreciate all of the comments that are being made by my colleagues and by the strong leaders we have here in Coconino County. Any other comments to be made? Or I will entertain, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor of proclaiming March 2023 as Women's History Month here in Coconino County, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right, it is unanimous. What a surprise. And with that, Erica, I know you've got some great programs and events, so please let us know what's happening here in Coconino County.
Thank you, Chair Horseman, and thank you for all of the comments today. So proud to work in an organization that has so many women leaders and such a tradition and a history of women's leadership as well. So we are excited to bring forward some great training opportunities this month, and really on the tail of Black History Month, which was last month, and we recognized many women leaders during Black History Month, including Sojourner Truth, and also Dr. Jessica Watkins, an astronaut at NASA, who might end up being the first woman of color to walk on the moon, and heard her story on a video as well. So we have a combination of videos and live lunch and learns this month, and also a movie night. So the first lunch and learn is today. It's the story of Eleanor Roosevelt, the former First Lady with a Restless Spirit, it's called. And that's a video that we'll be watching today from Biography. Tomorrow, Motherhood in the Military from the Library of Congress videos. And then Thursday this week, Women Who Changed the World in the Footsteps of Marie Curie. Next week, we'll hear from a video on Jane Goodall. And then the following week, we'll see videos on Madeleine Albright, Maya Angelou, and also have a live presentation that week from Dr. Felicia Frizzell, who is the dental director of Mescalero Service Unit of IHS on the Mescalero Apache Reservation. Dr. Frizzell was the first Mescalero Apache dentist, and she also served 7 years working on the Navajo Nation in Fort Defiance after graduating from dental school. So she'll be with us on the 23rd, Thursday the 23rd in the evening. We're going to have a movie night at King Street at 6 p.m. and hope people will be able to join us. We'll be watching the Ruth Bader Ginsburg movie RBG, which is a great movie. Some of us have seen it before, but it's nice to gather together to watch that in the King Street building on that Thursday night. And then we'll finish out the final week of Women's History Month with a video on Venus Williams, but then also 2 lunch and learns from some of our very own leadership. On the 29th, Rashida Saminsky, our public fiduciary, is going to do a lunch and learn. And then on the 30th, Sarah Benatar, our treasurer, will be presenting. So a good combination of videos and live lunch and learns. Hope that people all over the county will be able to join us and spend a little bit of their lunchtime on a Zoom with us to hear these great stories of women who have shaped our culture.
Very good. Thank you, Erica, very much. It does sound like a great month. So appreciate all of your efforts in organizing this, and for your staff as well. And for those that are coming forward to speak, that's wonderful. So thank you, Erica. All right. Any other closing remarks before we move on? Well, that was an important proclamation, so we'll move forward. We have members of the community and members of the board. We have the consent agenda. And the consent agenda contains items that are more administrative in nature. They are items that are handled through one motion and one vote. They are not individually discussed by the board. However, the board does have the opportunity and the option to remove items from the consent agenda for individual discussion and individual action. So I'm going to ask at this time to my colleagues if they would like to remove any items from the consent agenda, and those are items 2 through 8. Do I have any requests to separate items from the consent agenda? Yes, Supervisor Ryan.
Just quickly for item 7, Madam Chair.
Very good. Item 7, any other removing items? I'm going to ask to remove item 8 also for just a quick explanation so people understand what we're doing. Any other items to remove? Seeing none, I at this time would ask the board to provide a motion to accept the consent agenda items 2 through 8 with the removal of items 7 and 8 for separate review and action. Do I have a motion?
So move.
I have a motion by Supervisor Begay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Vasquez. All those in favor of accepting the consent agenda 2 through 6, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, it is unanimous. Thank you. Item number 7, consideration of possible action to approve resolution 2023-04, approving an IGA between Coconino County and FUSD number 1 over maintenance responsibilities for a pull-through facility off Tovar Trail near the entrance of Kachina Village for 5 years with the option to renew for up to 3 additional 5-year periods. I know you asked for this, Supervisor Ryan, and this is in your district, so I'm going to turn this to you.
There you go. Thank you, Madam Chair. And just a quick note, this is, it's a wonderful relationship that we have with Flag Unified School District. As many people are aware, both Kachina Village and Mountain Air, the kids are, they have hills that have a lot of cinder, and in the winter it's dark, and yet when it gets icy out there, it's difficult for buses to drive around the neighborhoods. And we were actually very fortunate. We had a contribution of this land by, as I remember, Republic Realty, Jay Stuckey and his partners contribute this would have been commercial piece, which the area plan asked to reduce down the commercial area. But more importantly, we brought it in through Parks and Recreation, and then through that worked together with Flag Unified School District to get an area where it would be safe for our school children and the parents to drop their school children during snow days. Outlining the maintenance makes perfect sense on it, but compliments go to our staff at Parks and Rec, as well as Flag Unified School District, and Bob Coombs in particular, who worked this through. And so the IGA is just outlining the maintenance component that the school district has, and then ours for some of the hardscape associated with this. So really good situation, Madam Chair. Unless somebody wants to comment, I'd be ready to make the motion as well.
All right, I think you can go ahead and make that motion.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve item 7 as we have proposed.
Very good. We have a motion approving the IGA between Coconino County and FUSD number 1 over maintenance responsibilities of a bus pull-through facility off Tovar Trail. Do I have a second on that?
Second.
Second. Nope.
Good by Supervisor Begay. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 It is unanimous. Thank you very much. We're moving to 8. This is consideration of possible action to approve the First Amendment of an agreement with Kinney Construction Services for a CMAR construction services contract for the period of February 6, 2023 through September 27, 2023 for the remodel of B3, the heavy equipment shop over at Public Works, with the 100% design guaranteed maximum price of $364,086. Sorry. And this is Public Works. The reason I'm asking to separate this is I think it's important. This has been a long time project in the making and a part of the overall facilities maintenance for Public Works. And I think it's a good opportunity to explain to the public and to my colleagues the project that is going to be undertaken and what it means for Public Works. So with that, I see Christopher Tressler, our Public Works Director, is here. So Christopher, would you mind letting us know about this?
Sure, Chair Horseman, and thanks for the opportunity to do this. Our Sheep Hill facility, our main facility here, is an old state highway building, and it houses our road maintenance division, our public works administrative services group, and it also houses our fleet services group, which actually is growing. And this, I think we all experienced this winter, how important it is that we have heavy equipment that can operate and we can get fixed and get it turned around. And frankly, we've outgrown the facility with respect to a lot of life safety things. We don't have sprinkler suppression in this building. And we have a lot of chemicals. We have a lot of flammables that we work with. We do welding and cutting here. And so that's an example of an important life safety feature that we need to upgrade. We also need to realize upgrades in the way we manage our fluids, hydraulic fluid, our oils, our antifreeze, and things like that, so that we're doing our part to protect the environment and to recycle and to dispose of things properly. The facility needs these life safety upgrades for us to continue to operate in a safe and a responsible way to protect our people, our mechanics that are operating here, and our admin staff and our road maintenance team. So there's also some access things that are going to be upgraded as well. Things like, handicapped access or disability type accesses are going to be upgraded. We need to look at the drainage around our buildings. We need pavement and drainage upgrades so that we can sustain our infrastructure. So the improvements are related to those things. A significant portion of it this year relates to life safety and managing the way we deal with a lot of our materials here.
Thank you, Christopher. Really appreciate the update. And of course, I know every member of the board feels the same way. Probably every person who lives in Coconino County feels the same way. Thank you so much for you and the staff there at Public Works for the extraordinary effort that you all made to get us through this past storm and for all of our winter storms. But this last one was a doozy. So thank you and your staff for that.
Thank you.
So members of the board, we have the information provided at number 8. Do I have a motion to approve the First Amendment of an agreement with Kinney Construction Services for a CMAR construction services contract for a period from February 6th, 2023 through September 27th, 2023 for the remodel of the B3 shop with 100% design guaranteed maximum price of $5,364,086. Do I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'd love to make that motion.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Vasquez. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. Thank you so much. Thank you, Christopher, and look forward to seeing the new building. Members of the board, we are going to proceed now. We have discussion and possible action items. Number 9 has been a long time in the making, and it was on our, we tabled this from our last board meeting. This is consideration and possible action to approve the revisions to the purchasing, capital assets, and revenue policy. And I know, Sarah, you've been working on this for a long time with other members of the executive staff. So I'm going to turn this over to you to present on this item. So thanks, Siri.
Great, thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. So you do have a few policies today, and I'd like to just go over some of the significant changes, starting with the policy updates for the revenue policy and the capital asset policy. You have the background in your staff report. These are pretty standard changes, but what they are is updating our capital asset and revenue policies to adopt some new GASB requirements that we are required to fold into our audit. GASB has changed requirements for what the definition of certain capital assets are, and when certain capital assets need to be recognized as an asset versus an operating expense like they historically had been. One of those is leases that are non-capital leases. So we have some language to set a lease receivable threshold. So for when we are basically the lessor of the property, so $100,000 lease receivable threshold for that type of recognition. There's also been some additions for a new GASB for some aggregate purchases of equipment that in and of themselves, when purchased individually, do not meet our capitalization threshold. But if we were to purchase collectively, say a large amount of computers at once, laptops that don't meet our capitalization threshold, we can set an aggregate, basically asset threshold for those types of purchases, which we're recommending at $150,000. And then there's also some capitalization of software. So software as a subscription service now needs to be capitalized if it meets a certain threshold. So again, we're recommending $100,000 for that. These limits were identified after looking at some of the earlier adopters of the new GASB standards. And so we looked at other policies from other organizations and tried to align with their policies and practices and really what's going to work most effectively for us as an organization, because every time you capitalize an asset or a collection of assets, it comes with a whole bunch of other requirements for tracking and tagging and disposal and things like that. So we are recommending some thresholds and adding those into our policies just to be compliant with the new accounting rules. The more significant change, though, of course, is on the purchasing policy. So about, maybe 6 to 8 months ago, the finance department had a team which included Scott Richardson, Melanie Askew, Megan Coons, Abby Velasquez, Kristen Curtis, and we all went through every line of the policy. The purchasing policy is pretty meaty. We went through line by line with a goal of simplifying our policy, doing some correction and cleanup, and then also just reviewing the approval levels to meet business needs in our most effective manner. We want to balance the need for approvals at certain thresholds while encouraging competition. I really especially want to thank Melanie Askew for her work in helping guide this discussion and getting us to where we are. And then once we came up with a recommendation, we also worked with, of course, the county manager's team and Monique as well from the county attorney's office to vet these changes. So the changes that we're proposing, I'd like to go ahead and screen share. You should have in your packet a one-page document that looks like this. So this document is really some key information on the changes that we're recommending. The first one, so currently the aggregate amount of a purchase for a department director to approve is up to $2,999. So departments can effectively make purchases of up to $3,000 in aggregate without a purchase order, without any kind of additional approvals or documentation. Although, of course, with any purchase, the requirement is to have competition, best value, avoid conflict of interest. All of those still apply. We are recommending that we increase that aggregate amount for department director discretion up to just under $10,000. So increasing the limits there for what departments can proceed with. So with that, we are not recommending, though, a change to purchasing card limits. So our cardholder limits would still remain at $3,000 unless a cardholder were to reach out and ask for limited authority to, make a certain type of payment. But it would not change our individual cardholder delegated authority, just the department authority, and really simplify things for departments. The next threshold really is a set. So the next aggregate amounts that you're looking at right now are from $3,000 to just under $50,000, require someone in finance's approval. What we're recommending is that we increase that threshold to $9,999. So just under $100,000 for an aggregate agreement or an aggregate purchase, to have that to be delegated to finance for approval. Again, it still requires conflict of interest rules to be applied and emphasis on competition and best value. And in those cases, we do require departments to document how they're getting to that best value by either getting 3 bids or 3 official quotes or bids that they're documenting in the system to show that they did, in fact, do their due diligence to get competition, or they can always use some sort of cooperative agreement, even if it doesn't meet the threshold for that. So documenting, again, how they came to that decision, but increasing that limit. And then having the approval threshold as well as the competitive bid or RFP threshold be increased to an aggregate $100,000 or more with board approval. So increasing that limit for board approval from the $50,000 currently to $100,000. And before I pause for a comment on that, I do want to make a couple of comments on this. So this is an aggregate. So what we've gone through with the county attorneys has helped us understand that sometimes we have contracts that might be a one-year contract with the option for multiple year renewals. And that really state statute requires us to look at those renewals, even if it's only an option to renew, as an aggregate value. So this doesn't mean that the board will stop seeing maybe an annual contract value of 50,000 if there's an option for 2 additional renewals, because in effect, that's a 3-year contract for 150,000 of aggregate value. What it means is anything that is then below that threshold would follow the table again, but considering any sort of multi-year options for renewal that are included in that contract. The other thing I want to point out is that this is in alignment with other Arizona County purchasing policies, and many other local governments have gone up to the 100,000. And also the federal requirement for competition at this level is at 250,000. So we are still below that federal level that's allowable for bids or RFPs or things like that. And of course, whenever we're purchasing, whether it's with county money or county pass-through of federal dollars, whatever the more strict policy that is on file applies. So our policy would apply, even though federal funding may allow for the 250, departments, regardless of the funding source, would be required to follow our policy level at that 100,000 of aggregate. So with that, I just want to pause and see if there's any questions or comments on that part of the recommended policy change.
Thanks, Siri. It's pretty straightforward, but any questions from members of the board on this?
Yes, I have a question.
Yes, Vice Chair.
How does the current policy and the proposed policy compare to other counties in the state?
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair and members of the board. That's a great question. So, I mean, we have found that they can vary greatly by different counties, but many have gone to a similar threshold that you see in front of you. We were one of the fewer who were still at that $50,000 limit, at least for the sealed bids or RFP level, and so many are at least that $100,000 limit.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I just asked because, you know, going from 50,000 to 100,000, that is double the amount, and so just want to make sure that we're on par with other counties and not like exceeding what other counties are doing. Thank you.
And I would like to note the current limits that we have. I confirmed with Scott Richardson, who has been with the county for a very long time, and he said it's been more than 20 years since we have changed these thresholds.
Any other questions, members of the board?
Just a comment, Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Ryan.
I remember doing it. So I don't think it was more than 20 years. I'll question Scott on that. I'll say 18. But you know, this is really important, especially to get these standards and what it means to our audits understandable. And also it's an effective way of doing business. You get to a certain point that it builds upon additional contracts coming before us when it might be more appropriate that as going by auditing standards that we do raise the thresholds. We may not necessarily have to see that type of contract. So understand what you have, very important information so that we can assure our transparency and accountability by maintaining these standards. So it's not my field of expertise, but Siri, I'm glad you guys are there to help us and take care of us with this stuff.
All right. Any other comments, questions, or we're going to ask Siri to continue? Please, Siri, continue.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. So 2 other sections I just want to note for the record. So one is an increase in the job order contract threshold. We had a $2 million threshold. As I'm sure you're all aware, the cost of construction and the inflation impacts of some of those contracts has really been significant. And the recommendation is to increase that to $3 million, which is allowable in statute. And then the other section that we spent a lot of time on, well, we spent a lot of time on both documentation and then emergency procurement. So really cleaning up our emergency procurement processes. We had something in our policy that we found wasn't very practicable to follow. So we were out of compliance with what was required in emergency procurement. So we tried to simplify it. And then we also helped come up with a documentation, basically template for departments to help guide them with the requirements of what they need to document in the case of an emergency, and really better defining the scope of what an emergency really means. Because an emergency may not be, when we think of emergency, we may think of a big emergency of wildfire or something like that. But for some cases, an emergency, maybe it's a weekend and we have a pipe leaking, and that could be an emergency. And so again, just limiting the scope to what is necessary, but also trying to be flexible in that definition of emergency, and then documentation. So whether it's a sole source or whether it's those bids, really trying to make sure that we're clear on the documentation that's required, and understanding that it is required in our ERP system of record, so that it can have the proper audit trail. It really does no good to have somebody have, just something in their email of how they came to making a purchasing decision. It really needs to be in our system of record and documented. And so that was really the cleanup efforts that we went through in the policy. Everything else was a little bit more minor or cosmetic, or maybe some wordsmithing, but those were the sections that have the most significant changes that you'll see before you. You do have the full new sort of cleaned up version of the policy for your review in your packet, as well as a really heavy marked up version with all of the edits as well. And so with that, I'll take any other questions the board might have.
Thank you, Sarah. Yes, I did take a look at it. It's very excellent job, quite frankly, in going through this. And this isn't my area of expertise either. And so I'm really glad you and your staff took this on, and really appreciate it. So, and any other comments, questions from the board? If not, great job, Siri and staff. And I would at this time entertain a motion for consideration to approve the revisions to the purchasing, capital asset, and revenue policies as presented by our finance director. Do I have a motion?
I'll go ahead and make the motion, Madam Chair, to approve as noted purchasing, capital asset, and revenue policies.
Thank you. A motion made by Supervisor Ryan. Do I have a second?
I'd like to make a motion, but I'm gonna make a comment first.
Very good. Are you going to make a second? And
I'm gonna make a motion, and then I'll make a
I'll
comment.
pull my motion back. I'll pull my motion back.
okay, very good. Supervisor Begay, please proceed.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure, with all these increases and as far as giving authority out and stuff like that, I just want to tell the staff that it's very important that we really, really make sure that, we have everything on files, as far as documentation, dot your I's and cross your T's. And, I just want to say that, because this is upping the amount in some area that, we have to be very, very careful. So I just want to reiterate that.
Very good. Thank you for those comments, Supervisor Begay. Would you like to make the motion then?
So move, yes.
To approve the revisions to the purchasing, capital, and the revenue policies. Do I have a second by Supervisor Ryan?
I'll second the motion, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We have a motion and second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Very good. So it has passed. Great job, Sarah. Really appreciate this. We are moving on, but before we do, we need to resolve as the Flood Control District Board of Directors. Do I have such a motion?
I'll move that we form as the Flood Control District Board of Directors, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Do I have a second?
Second.
Vice Chair seconds the motion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
We are now the Flood Control District Board of Directors. And number 10 is consideration of possible action to approve RFQ 2023-106 Construction Manager at Risk CMAR agreement with vendors to be determined for the construction of watershed restoration measures on the Coconino National Forest in the pipeline fire burn areas. And I see that we do have our Deputy County Manager and Flood Control District Director, Lucinda Andriani, with us. So County Manager, I assume I'm going to turn this over to our Flood Control District Director.
That is
So
correct.
joining us, Lucinda.
All right, good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Today, we're actually not bringing forward an agreement. As you may have seen on your calendars, we're actually going to be meeting Friday at 9 to consider the agreement for the construction manager at risk contract for the on-forest measures and watershed restoration measures. But the evaluation team conducted its evaluation and interviews, and we have selected Tiffany Construction as the contractor. We're very excited about that. As you all well know, Tiffany has extensive experience and with performing this work, and in the conditions that we do, a lot of this work is what we called field fit, because the actual ground and what's underneath the surface of the ground matters a lot. And so we need a contractor, and we're very fortunate to have Tiffany with their experience and knowledge and ability to work with us. There's a tremendous amount of trust, and not only with the district and the district engineers, natural channel design for this type of work, but also the trust with the Forest Service. They have worked through many years with fire restrictions, and the Forest Service, in fact, last year allowed them to continue to work within the fire restrictions because how they manage themselves during those times. They go always above and beyond what's necessary to ensure that there's no risks are created in the forest, and they adhere to the owl restrictions and other things that we have to do as we work in the forest, and they're respectful of that. They work extremely well with the Forest Service. So these were some of the reasons they were selected as the contractor, and we're very excited to move this forward. And I think with we're seeing a fair amount of snow melt out there, and they will be starting very soon after we sign this agreement. So, or if you'll consider it and decide if you want to approve it, but I'm obviously going to be recommending that. So I, just wanted to share with you the selection, and then we will be back together briefly on Friday. So, and I appreciate your time on Friday. It's, I hate to have to set up a special meeting, but you all know how important it is that they're able to begin to work with us as quickly as possible. So thank you. Appreciate that. And if there's any questions in the interim, certainly reach out to me.
So as I understand it, this would be brought forward as a special board meeting on Friday to vote on.
Correct.
We'll be making a recommendation for the CMAR contract to Tiffany Construction at that time. Is that correct?
Correct.
So really what you're looking for here is if there's any questions from members of the board, because we'll be taking action on this on Friday.
Correct.
Any questions, members of the board, or comments you'd like to make on this? The only one I'm going to make is time is going to be of the essence. So we do need to move.
Very much so.
We hope that we're happy with our snow and the moisture, but we do need to move forward on this quickly. So
well, you'll be interested to know, I just had a conversation with Brian Klimowski from the Weather Service, and they are expecting not hugely warmer, but warmer than normal over the next 3 months. Warmer, drier. And I said, thank you very much, Brian. I need drier. And not a lot warmer, but drier would be really great. So.
All right, very good. Members of the board, any comments? Otherwise, this is informational only, and we'll be voting on this on Friday. Seeing none, we're going to move forward. We now need to
thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the update, Lucinda. We now need to resolve back as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Motion by Supervisor Brigade. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair. All those in favor of resolving back as the Board of Supervisors, please signify by saying aye.
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 It's unanimous. So we are now the Board of Supervisors. And our next item is discussion and update regarding state and our federal legislative and or administrative matters. And I know that County Manager, I see that both public affairs, government affairs, Gregory Nelson, and I see Keith Breckus. Oh, and I see Anna Ma from Nexus Consulting. You're pulling the big guns out on this, County Manager. So I'm going to turn this over to you to do the introductions.
Yeah, Madam Chair, members of the board, one of the important topics that we'll be talking today with you as well as staff is the congressionally designated funding opportunities. And so I'm going to quickly, in the interest of time, turn this over to Gregory Nelson and Keith Breckus, and they will be facilitating. Also, important input from Anama and our advocacy team at Nexus Consulting. So again, Gregory, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, County Manager Peru and Chair Horstman, board members. Pleasure to be with you this morning. We've prepared a brief PowerPoint presentation. Anna is here with us from Nexus in case questions come up, but we'll go through just a brief PowerPoint presentation on the work that we've done and that we're bringing to you today for direction in terms of submission for congressionally directed spending requests that are due on March 15th to our Senator's office, which is quite soon. So I'm going to share my screen. Can you see that?
We can.
Excellent. So just to kick off here, we wanted to give a brief overview of these requests. This year, we're looking at changes in the House. Obviously, it's under Republican control. They are moving to cap earmarks at 0.5% of total discretionary spending in the House's FY24 spending bills, which is a substantial decrease from FY23 by about just over half. Also, in the guidance that we received is that the House is unlikely to consider buckets of funding in HHS, labor, or defense, and that they're going to make all members in the House sign a letter that the project, if put forward, has a strong federal nexus, and that nexus has to be justified. So in working with Bob and Anna, we've pretty much matching funds and collaboration and partnership would enhance the project's chances of success. So I won't belabor this, but we have some tips for successful applications that we're keeping in mind. We're going to be looking at some projects here and we'll just move forward. So projects to consider. In reaching out to our departments, we've identified public safety and emergency management as really being some of the key areas that this year we'll be able to have some chance of success given the dynamics and the landscape of the House. And so working with our flood control district and the forest restoration initiative, Jay Smith and Lucinda and their team have come up with a project for the west side of the peaks. I know this was talked about during yesterday's meeting with the joint city council meeting. And so basically they're looking at a potential request of $2.56 million from Congress with an $8.24 million flood control district match. We did reach out to Senator Kelly's office. We would have 5 years to implement the project, so there would be plenty of time. But given the public safety and economic forecast for if the west side of the peaks burns, the flood control district is putting this forward because this is areas outside of the 4-Fry footprint, and it would treat areas up to 600 acres. I'll turn the next project over to Keith.
So another project that's under consideration is emergency management. There's some readiness and enhancements to that for 2 programs that combine for about $850,000 would be the request. The bucket of money there is the Emergency Operations Center grant program. And there's 2 components to this project. There's a digital switching system that would improve communication within the county during emergencies between different entities. And then a second mobile command post, which is also necessary, especially in a county so large. This would give us enhanced regional emergency response capacity And it built on a previous award from fiscal year 23 where we had the first mobile command post, and it's building on an already existing project. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So Keith, on this one, and Chair and board members, we reached out to the sheriff's office. The sheriff is going to put forward a request for a search and rescue vehicle that can operate in all 4 seasons of the county and all sorts of different types of terrain. This project, in reaching out to Senator Kelly's office, has a high likelihood of success, but the sheriff is taking the lead on it. We wanted to make sure you were aware of it in terms of that it was going to be put forward from Sheriff Driscoll's office. And that's basically to create get a new vehicle to assist in search and rescue, where 90% of our rescues originate on federal land.
And then finally, in addition to those projects, all of which were identified as having a strong federal nexus and meeting sort of the basic requirements for consideration, there is also potential funding available in the programmatic request portion, which is slightly different than the congressionally directed funding. We can make those requests to the Senate offices as well. And there's a few areas that we've looked at there where there might be some programmatic requests that could be made, and with the help of Bob and Anna in identifying what spending buckets might be available there. So the first one is for the abandoned BIA buildings in Tuba City and places like that. There might be a bucket within the EPA state and tribal assistance grants program that could apply to that. So that's of interest in District 5. There's also a programmatic request for increasing law enforcement on federal lands, which I know has been a big need in this area. Under the burn grants, under Commerce Justice and the DOJ program, there's a possible bucket of funding there for that request. And then finally, for workforce housing, there's the land management, the LM Con bucket that could be used potentially for workforce housing for park employees on federal land, but also just for general workforce housing. There might be opportunities there.
And so with that kind of brings us to our discussion, and I'll just give a brief overview. We did reach out to both community development, economic development manager Pasteurs to discuss possible opportunities around enhancement or funding for the joint land use study and military installation sustainability. We also reached out to IT. We've also reached out to Parks and Rec. And so at this point, given the landscape that we're operating in, these would be the recommended projects that we've put forward in terms of buckets. However, our other departments have been briefed on these requests and are putting together scoping for potentially next year and having shovel-ready projects. But in our guidance that we've received from our federal advocacy partners with Nexus, as well as reaching out to Mr. Russell with Senator Kelly's office and Dr. Evans, really public safety is the focus this year, given the dynamics in the House, because once we put a project forward to our senators, we have to evaluate whether that will get through the House. So those are the staff recommendations at this time, and we're happy to take any questions. So I'll take down the PowerPoint.
All right, thank you. And Anima, I see you're joining us, and thank you for joining us here on a Tuesday morning, probably afternoon where you are.
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair. And Bob is on somewhere. So,
oh, hi, Bob.
I mean, he's listening in, so he might be in purgatory.
All right. Well, thanks for. Oh, there he is. You're up now, Bob. So, so here's the concerns, and so I'd love to hear from you on this. And I want to make sure we did so well last time with our congressionally delegated funds, and I think that was really a result of great advocacy on the part of the staff and my colleagues, but also we had good projects, that kind of met what our congressional delegation was looking for. And whatever we go forward with here today, I would like to make sure we've got a good chance of getting it. I don't want, in other words, throw a program out, spend the time to get a program out. It's really frivolous. It really has no chances. May not be a frivolous program, but It's just has no chances of passing. And I know when we were doing this last time, we were also very cognizant of the dollar amount. We wanted to be able to do something that was doable without breaking the bank, because, you know, our senators are also getting requests from all over the state. And I know that Representative Crane from all over his district. So we don't want to be breaking the bank. We want something that meets what our senators would like, and add an amount and add a project that they can feel good about, and that they can you know, really promote. So we've got 3 that we've looked at. My concern on that forest restoration is the dollar amount. I'm just going to be honest. And emergency management is kind of building on what we got before. And of course, the sheriff is probably going to take his own, and as he should. But that will lessen the monies that will be available also for Coconino County. So I'd like to get some thoughts from you and Bob on what's the best way to proceed.
Madam Chair, thank you so much for your time, members of the board. As always, we worked really hand in hand with your staff in working this and getting the qualifications and getting this to the sweet spots, I guess you would say, as to what kind of programs to propose. And so I would tell you that, you know, even the forest restoration project is in the sweet spot. I mean, we think that that is very viable. Obviously, forest restoration is a hot commodity and word right now, especially up in the Senate side. So we think that this is an incredibly viable project to propose, and that in a way, our senators are kind of excited about. So it's a good opportunity. As to the rest, I mean, yes, you're right. Last year was an incredible year for Coconino County, no doubt about it. And, you know, on just to get it out there is the fact that maybe we won't get anything because we got so much last time. You never know. But in the meantime, though, let's make sure that the projects that we do put forward for this year basically are in that sweet spot, fit the box, and is the members are excited about. So, which we believe firmly, working with your staff to make sure that this project is something that they're interested in. This list, Bob, I don't know if you want to add some stuff to the comments.
No, I think Anna hit all the points, and yeah, I like Anna. I want to temper some expectations. You know, each congressman gets 15 requests for earmarks. We got 3 last year. I will say, of all of our clients in the state, no one else got 3 earmarks. So Coconino did very well. And as you said, Madam Chair, the team put together good projects. Greg and Andy and Keith and I and others have been meeting regularly since we heard about this, you know, a little over 10 days ago, to talk about some of these projects. And, you know, as Anna said, we've tried to land not only good projects, but in the sweet spot. So again, I think these, as Anna said, these are very good, viable projects. I just want to be realistic. We got 3 there. Most people got 0. I know for a fact, and Keith, you can back me up on this, Congressman O'Halloran's office got over 200 requests last year for 15, and we got 3 of them. So yes.
And Bob, just real quick, could you discuss the landscape as it relates to Mr. Crane and how he's handling these requests?
Yeah, I think Greg alluded to it. I appreciate that, Greg. So as was in the PowerPoint, in the first year of earmarks, when they returned, there was 0.5%. The second year, last year, there was 0.9%. Congresswoman Granger, who's now the new Republican chair of the committee, wants to get it back down to 0.5%. I think the Senate will say, go pound sand, which is great, and we can get our earmarks. But what Greg is getting at is very important. Congressman Crane is 4 out of the 5 Republican members from our congressional delegation will not ask for earmarks, including Congressman Crane. He's going to be helpful on grant requests. He's going to be helpful on other things. We're trying to get him to a place where he feels comfortable with earmarks. He's not there yet, But I think he will be one of these people that says, okay, if they got it in the Senate, I'm not going to have any problems. I'm not going to fight it in the House. In fact, I'll help you behind closed doors. But he's not specifically going to ask for earmarks, which is why the strategy this year is to ask the Senate to do those. And we get it in the Senate bill. There's a good likelihood that'll be in the overall bill.
So one other question, thank you, that's very helpful, and I know other board members probably have some questions here too. What dollar amount? I mean, we got a lot last year. We don't want to overstep, we want to still push ourselves, right? Push our programs, but $10 million, is that an ask that's reasonable? Though that, I guess that was really the question. What's a reasonable ask for forest restoration?
Madam Chair, just to clarify, we're asking for 2.56.
$10 million project.
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
Is 2.56 something we can do? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, the sweet spot, and we're still trying to figure that out, Madam Chair. And board members, you know, last year they told us the sweet spot was like 1 to 3. I think it's expanded a little bit, maybe 1 to 4 this year.
Okay.
But yeah, that's a sweet spot. And Greg and Keith and Andy were very cognizant of this when we discussed this, and that's why they made recommendations kind of within that sweet spot.
Very good. Other questions, members of the board?
Madam Chair,
Yes, county manager.
if there are no other board, I do have a question though related to the numbers. So Gregory, can you put that slide back up again? Because I'm a little confused about, so we're asking for 2, but we're also proposing 8 million as our local share. You're muted.
We can't hear you. You're on mute there, Gregory.
Thank you. Let me get the
Please bring
presentation
it up.
back up. And so it is a match. We're asking for 2.56 with a around 25% match there. That would come from local flood control district monies.
Okay, well, I will have a question related to how we are programming in the local match relative to the current budget with FCD, but I'll take that offline.
Yeah, and I'm sorry if I wasn't more specific about that. So the request is 2.56 with a match of 8.24 for steep slope treatments, about 600 acres of steep slope treatments.
And is that match already already in the flood control district budget?
Yes, that's part of the 30 million that was set aside over the next 5 years. So that 10.8 is what would be out of the programmed out of that 30 million over the next several years.
Yeah, again, let's talk, because those are future years. And so again, we'll need to look at that. I'll take this offline, Madam Chair.
Okay. All right. Good. And it's good to know that's in the sweet spot. Now, are you asking us to take action on this today? I don't really.
We're just looking for direction, Madam Chair. We can submit these based on your direction. We wanted to provide you an update. We do have some more time. We have not had a chance to meet with Supervisor Ryan yet. We do have a meeting with him. We wanted to make sure that you are aware of the outreach that we've done across our various departments in coordination with county management, as well as board direction. We've met with 3 of your colleagues, Supervisor and Chair. And we wanted to just bring this forward to give you an idea of where we're looking at to submit and get direction on that at this point.
All right, very good. Supervisor Ryan, I see you bubbled up.
Yeah, actually, that goes to part of my question. I was trying to see the other numbers just because I haven't seen the PowerPoint. I haven't heard this and I wanted to see it. I mean, initially, the concept is there's a chance for additional money when we have the opportunity, and if we can use federal money, use money to make money, so to speak. The projects fit well into a public safety component. I mean, that's my cursory observation, and so very consistent of where we've gone and what we've been doing, but I really haven't processed this on it. Do I like the direction that we have been going historically on this? For the most part, on it, the one piece, if I have an opportunity, and well, maybe it's associated with timeline here. If I have an opportunity to take a look at it, I just wanted to pause for a minute just to see, did we think of other pieces within the county or our sphere here or not? But what's our timeline? I probably would go to Honor or Bob on that one.
It would be March 15th.
Next week.
Oh,
Yeah,
well, they sure look good,
Well, that's the problem this year. Last year we got a month. This year they gave us 2 weeks. So we're literally that's why we've been meeting almost every other day with county staff to kind of hash through these potential projects to kind of get us there, because we are backed up against this deadline. In fact, I think Congressman Grijalva, I sent out a whole warehouse of all the different appropriations timelines, but summer is due as early as next Wednesday.
Okay.
So, but the 15th is the first deadline for Senator Kelly. 21st is Senator Sinema.
And Supervisor Ryan, just to clarify the process a bit, we did reach out to Parks and Rec and looked at where we could find federal nexus. With the limitations in the House, we also wanted to see about possible advancement of the JLUS. I know Supervisor Begay was interested in workforce housing as well as the chair. And so we've tried to identify some possible programmatic buckets for funding that we could request increases in to help build out our legislative agenda. And so really what we were mindful of during our process, although accelerated, was how we could try to address needs throughout the county and above and beyond just forest restoration and public safety. And with the landscape this year, that's really narrowed our focus in terms of how we're operating. And just real quick on the numbers, it was $850,000 for emergency management, for the second command post, and then the switching system, and then the sheriff, the $300,000 for the search and rescue vehicle. So those are the two other numbers. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, and that's helpful, Greg, because we are looking comprehensively, but by the same token, opportunity at the moment, as Bob and Anna are focused on, which is really good. We already have a lot of direction moving in this way. I mean, the sheriff's vehicle, you know how much search and rescue we do out there, which is good. I did like the LEO component. Is that going through agencies or something like that or federal lands?
So that would be a programmatic increase that we could do under the burn grants under Commerce, Justice, and Judiciary. And then what that means is if that program was given an increase, we would need to work with Bob and Anna and Keith and I in terms of how that funding gets allocated, very similar to how the on-forest restoration funding was put into the omnibus, and then advocacy was mounted by Lucinda and the team in terms of bringing that funding directly down to our area. So just because it goes into the programmatic bucket doesn't mean it comes here, but it gives us potential opportunities in the future to advocate for those resources to come to our region.
Okay, thank you. With that, Madam Chair, with where we are with timeline, and we have a chance, to take a look at some of the detailed components later on. But all in all, the request and the opportunity, I think it does make sense on what we have there. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Supervisor
I have
Ryan.
one comment to make on timeline too, that it can be seen as a challenge, but like last year, our congressional office received 200 requests, and we were fortunate in the ones we got submitted. But on the plus side with the short timeline, it's likely that they'll deal with a smaller number of total requests. So the fact that we're moving quickly might give us some opportunity, because maybe only 40 projects get submitted because everybody only had 2 weeks notice, so to speak. So there might be an opportunity there.
And if I may, Madam Chair, I mean, this goes to any opportunity that we have shovel ready in a broader sense, but I'm seeing this as the opportunity of the moment. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Chair Horstman, if I may, and Supervisor Ryan, just so you're aware, in working with our departments, we've also urged the building out of a wish list, so that when these requests come back, we're able and flexible and nimble to put forward projects based on the landscape that we're operating in. So we're really, as this work has been undertaken, we've been trying to build capacity into the future so that we're able to pivot based on the changing landscape within the congressional arena.
Yeah, I think that's important, Gregory. And quite frankly, I'm surprised to see that we still have some congressionally delegated spending that's coming forward, even if it's 50% less, we still have it. And so I think it is important for us to be proactive in future years and possibly even find some important projects, and as they say, shovel ready projects. We've had enough shoveling, but we'll call it shovel ready anyway. And for future years. So, and given the fact that this is the public safety year, I mean, I would love to see us branch out into other areas for our community and different programs and projects. But we have to provide, or we have to go forward with what's being provided. And if that's public safety, I think that the recommended projects are good ones. And I certainly can get behind, especially forest restoration and emergency management. I know the sheriff's office is going to go forward with their vehicle, and they should. And but I think that the two that are being proposed look good ones for us to present, and we'll see. You know, hopefully lightning will strike twice, and we'll get it again. So fingers crossed. Any other comments, questions from the board? All right, seeing none, do you have the direction that you need, Gregory and Keith?
Yes, Madam Chair, just really thank you and County Manager for the opportunity to come before you today. We'll keep you appraised as the process evolves with regular communications, and make sure as we're working through this that Bob and Anna and I and Keith and Andy are in lockstep. So just really appreciate the time. Thank you, Bob and Anna, for being here today.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Lucinda, as well.
You know, Anna and Bob, you guys are great, and see if you can work your magic again. You know, we want to see this, okay?
No pressure there.
We're going to try our hardest, Madam Chair and Board.
All right, appreciate it. So, all righty, we are moving forward then. We have number 12, discussion. Do we want to take, we're almost 11:30. Do we need to take a break, or should we go until 12? We're going to take a natural break at 12.
I think if
How
we
are you doing, guys? Do we need a break now? Yeah, all right, we need a break now, 5 minutes, everybody, and we'll come back. Thanks. When people get back on, we'll go ahead and resume our meeting. I don't know, Vice Chair, are you here in the building or no? If you aren't,
No, I'm not.
you should get yourself here because boy, does lunch smell good.
Homemade.
Oh, man, I wish I would have known sooner.
And it is a supervisor, since we're waiting, is Supervisor Fowler going to be at the meeting tonight?
I don't know.
Madam Chair, I believe it was her plan to be, but at this point, I would wait to hear from her about that specifically.
If you can check with her, Sue, because if you know, I just want to make sure that somebody's with Supervisor Vasquez so that he has support. And if that's the case, I won't be there, but otherwise I will. So
okay,
just let me-
Madam Chair, just for so you know, we did post for quorum just in case.
Okay, good. That's great to know. All right, I see. Do we have? I think we've got his Matt back. Oh, there he is. I love that.
Lively group here.
Can you? Did you?
Okay.
Did you hear Mickey Mouse coming, or is it?
Is my mic messed up again?
He's present, but he's speaking in a lower voice today, Madam Chair.
Well, they switched my mic and I actually like the old version of it than this one. But anyway, that's for another day.
All right, we're going forward. So thank you all. We're number 12. A discussion, review, and possible action regarding the Board of Supervisors planning calendar. And I'm going to turn this over to the county manager.
Okay, and Lindsay, can you put the calendar up, please? We're just going to go for a couple weeks down the road. We're not
That's
gonna-
great. Thank you.
Let's see, the 10th, we have a short special meeting of the Flood Control District to approve the RFQ that Lucinda referenced this morning. And so that's a quick 15-minute meeting. And then from there, we're going to go on to next week, the 21st. Routine items, let's see, on the Finance Committee Partner Updates. So we have invited, and today is going to be the first installation of those report backs from the community partners, and they're going to be providing an update on their activities. So we have several this afternoon. On the 21st, we have the Economic Policy Institute at NAU is going to be presenting an update. And then from there, the Greater Flagstaff Forest Partnership is confirmed. And so those are the two, I believe, the two updates from community partners at 2:30 on the 21st. And then from there, the evening, we have two items of importance. One is a public hearing on the proposed ordinance regarding vehicle weight on Coach Field and Silver Saddle Road. And this is going to be presented by Public Works. This is a time-specific hearing at 6 p.m. on the 21st. And then following, we're going to be returning to provide an update on the short-term rental ordinance work progress in terms of the progress on that ordinance. And so staff will be presenting an update on the inputs and the path going forward with the short-term rental ordinance. Again, that is an update for the board on the short-term rental ordinance on that date and time. 28th, routine items. We are presenting a presentation on another budget building block on service delivery or equity. And the tack we're taking with that particular presentation is not so much looking at the specific programs that are provided by the county, because there are several hundred programs that we provide, and we could take a long time to do that, which would be a good time. But we want to focus in on the methods by which services are delivered. So case in point, in some cases, individuals come to county facilities to receive services. In other instances, we have remote delivery of services. In other instances, we have delivery of service that's provided through our website. And so we're going to be looking at the channels by which services are provided, not so much the individual programs, because again, that gets pretty voluminous in terms of the amount of information, but we would like to just talk to you about, again, how we deliver services and go from there. So that's the presentation on the 28th, the budget building block. And then from there, we're going to continue community partner updates. The Coalition for Children and Youth has been invited and are confirmed, and then also the Cooperative Extension Service. And those two agencies are are also confirmed. And then finally, we've requested an executive session to discuss requests for some county easements that have been requested. And so we want to cover that with you in exec session. Let's see, I'll go to the April 4th one real quick. Again, April 4th, we have routine items. It's also proclamations on Child Abuse Prevention Month, Fair Housing Month, and then Sexual Assault Awareness Month on April 4th. And then we are going to be providing a budget building block, which is at this time, it's an open to do a wrap up. We want to go over the materials that's going to be presented to the board through the budget process. And so we'll be doing an orientation on the materials. And then we have a final community partner update from United Way. And I think that I'll call it there, but those are kind of the becoming attractions here with regard to the agenda items.
Yeah, thank you, County Manager. Appreciate the update on this. So, all right, any comments, questions from members of the board on the planning calendar? Any concerns? Seeing none, we're moving along, and this is discussion and update from County Manager regarding possible community, regional, and/or administrative matters. County Manager.
Right, and again, we want to acknowledge and take this opportunity to acknowledge the efforts of our staff with our weather in the last couple of weeks, particularly in the last week over the weekend. It's been a very unique instance of weather, but again, with Public Works, Facilities Management, the Sheriff's Department, Emergency Management, and then many others. We also want to acknowledge the staff, the elected officials, and the appointed department directors who have worked with us in terms of our opening and closing. Some days we had designated staff opening, a couple of days we had to do it full bore. So again, it's been a very fluid situation here at the county with regard to openings and closings, and want to appreciate their work. And then finally, this occurred over the weekend with regard to the snow loads and individuals in the community, both in the city and county, experiencing roof issues and stresses on the structure of their homes and et cetera. And so I really want to appreciate Emergency Management, Andy Bertelson, and our community development individuals here, professionals here at the county, coordinating with the city to stand up. Corey Ringenberg stood up in a matter of a couple hours. The call center that it provided the individuals to call into it. And then from there, we routed calls to either the city for their work with building inspectors, and also the county. We provided some materials. And so really want to appreciate a very quick turnaround on a very important issue regarding snow loads and some of the dangers we were facing. And I think at this time, I'm going to say that's good on our end. Andy, was there anything else on your side in terms of just an update? I'm going to ask Sue to do a quick one too.
No, thank you, Steve. Thanks for calling out the emergency management deployment and going from the major snow events to the impacts of those snow events on roof loads. We learned from the city of Flagstaff that there were a few issues within the city of Flagstaff and outside of the city of Flagstaff in our county area. And I think I think most importantly, we're prepared to address those roof load concerns and where we did have roof failures. And most importantly, through this, we were able to communicate to the community, please pay attention, please be aware. We've seen more people out shoveling their roofs this past week than we have all winter. And I think that's a result of our communication. And that's a good thing. That's great that people are taking this very seriously. Now, as Lucinda had mentioned with the drying trend, we anticipate, particularly in our county road inventory and outside of our county road inventory, as the snow melts, some muddy roads, some roads that are going to have difficulties with that moisture content. And we in Public Works, Emergency Management, Sheriff's Office, all of us will be paying attention as we venture into this next phase of our winter month. So thank you all for your support and patience. I'm sure there's more to address and talk about, but that's at top of mind right now from an emergency management perspective. So thank you. Also want to give a shout out to Gregory and Keith and Anna and Bob and all of you supervisors, and working with them and really trying to hit that, as Bob would say, that sweet spot. And we continue to do really good work at the legislative level. Also for the Public Works project, one more thing. Thanks, Steve. That's a project that's needed and necessary. And admittedly, that's a project that I put on the back burner back during the recessionary period of 2008, 2009, 2010, noting that we did need to make those improvements. And I'm really happy to see Public Works has kept that on the radar and is now moving forward. And thank you for your approval on that. Thank you.
Sue, quick updates on your side?
You bet. Thank you very much. I echo everything that Steve and Andy said on everything, including on the Public Works item and on the work that Gregory and Keith did. I also want to call out, and I think Steve did, to the designated staff in all of the departments who reported, opened shops, and made sure anyone who did come in person had the service that they expected at a county facility. And thank you to everyone who worked virtually as well. It is not as easy as one thinks. I think we all know. To work virtually, that day extends a long time. You're at the computer constantly. It's a challenge, but this snowstorm was a challenge for all of us, and we met that challenge as best we could. And in so many places, we truly excelled. So as an organization, I think we did great. I appreciate the feedback we received from staff and EOLT on our messaging. Organizationally, it's meant a lot, and we take all of that input and really try to make sure that it's in our communications as we move forward. We are moving along with the facilities plan update. We are moving along with all of the projects that we have funded with ARPA. We'll hear a little bit more about that soon. But in general, we are doing well. And even though we were a bit stalled with the snow, we are fully servicing all of the needs of our citizens as we always do. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Back to you.
Very good. Thank you all. I appreciate your updates. And we are moving along then. And this is
Madam Chair, just a quick, and this is just if I could, I know we need to move quick. Steve or Randy, just where snow removal will go. Fortunately, we're going to get them out, but where it's going to go, if you could, I don't need it now, but let us know. Communities, they're down to one lanes and they have those questions and what our communication strategy would be. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll get that to you. Thank you.
all right. Any other comments, questions, members of the board? And I guess we got the update by Deputy County Manager Lucinda Andriani earlier in our board meeting. So moving on, we now have roundtable members of the board, and this is roundtable heavy. So feel free to talk about what's going on in your district or provide information that you need to share and would like to share with the community and also with your colleagues. And I'm going to start first with Supervisor 2. Vice Chair Vasquez.
What did I know that was coming? Thank you, Chair. All right. Well, a lot of things have been happening. I'm not sure when the last time we had a roundtable was. So I'm not sure if we reported about our trip to DC. That was a good trip. We spent a week out in DC lobbying to our congressional delegation and then meeting with several high ups in the Department of Agriculture and the National Park Service, both thanking them for funding that has been received and asking for additional funding for other parts of the projects that we need, including primarily transportation and the highway drainage improvements that we're looking to get funding for Highway 89 and 180. Also, let's see, get my notes here. So that we also attended the NACO conference, National Association of County Officials, and that was a really good conference. Had an opportunity to network with folks and also attend meetings and hear presentations from leaders in the country about transportation issues. For me in particular, in transportation issues, immigration issues, and forest restoration issues. And so it was definitely a worthwhile trip. A little long, but it was definitely very beneficial. Made a lot of networking, and again, some of the funding when we went, some of the funding that we had been allocated still hadn't been approved or pushed through, and last night we got the news that the funding had finally come through. So that was in part because of some of our meetings putting that pressure. So great job, team, everybody that went DC because it was a group effort to make that happen. Next, Metro Plan. I'm vice chair of Metro Plan, which is the regional transportation authority. And the two big things that came out of Metro Plan recently was one, that I was officially nominated and chosen as the representative for RTAC, which is the Rural Transportation Advocacy Council. And so I'm the official member for Metro Plan. And then the second important note is that Jeff Miles Malbec has since left the organization, and we have a new interim director. Her name's Kate Morley, coming from Mountain Lion, and so we're really excited to have her start as executive director and see what kind of leadership she can provide for Metro Plan. So that's really exciting. Prior to leaving to DC, I had the opportunity to meet with a couple different folks, real estate agents, about possible solutions for the affordable housing crisis. I also met with Jay Christman later, seeing about potential areas that could provide some housing solutions in our area, since it is such a crisis, and affordable housing is making workforce housing difficult. And so we're looking for some solutions, and we'll continue to do so. I wanted to give a shout out to emergency management and the staff for all their efforts during the storms. Did put a monkey wrench in a lot of activities and a lot of plans. Events that were supposed to be in person had to be moved virtually or canceled altogether. But our staff did a great job in managing those storms. And so I just want to say kudos and thank you for all your effort, continued effort through those storms. If some of you saw some of the videos that were being put out by Public Works about the blizzard conditions, it's amazing that they were out there to do as much work as they have. So when I got back from DC, I had the opportunity to participate in the I Love Pluto event and represent the county. And that was really cool. Got to meet an astronaut, Nicole Scott, who is the first astronaut in space to do art in space. And so that was really cool and really inspiring to hear how she used art to art in space, but just art in general to really push science and inspire children. And her work with children from various children's hospitals was really inspiring. And so I really appreciated having that opportunity to participate in that event. And then finally, I don't know if I've made the official announcement or had the opportunity to say the thank you, but my district director, Irina Contreras, is moving on to a new position within the county, working on diversity. I'm really excited for her in her new position, and just wanted to say thank you for all her hard work over these last 2 years as my district director. We still don't have a new district director to replace her yet, but we'll be doing so soon. And so I just wanted to take this opportunity to say thank you to Irina for all her hard work and for being by my side and accompanying me through the last 2 years while I've been on this journey as a supervisor. So thank you, Irina. And that would be my report for today. Thank you.
I thank you, Vice Chair. Appreciate that. District 3.
There we go. Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, I was thinking the same thing as Geronimo in terms of NACO, just to say, Madam Chair, everybody just did a great job. Judy was off, she could be off meeting at one area while I would be in another area, where Geronimo would be in another area. Staff did a fantastic job of getting us there, providing the information, or doing their own work with administration. So everybody did a great job. It's part of why we have been positioned well in terms of the federal money, as we're dealing particularly with the impact that we saw as a result of the fires and anticipation of the flooding. But it went beyond that. So just a really good trip where everybody was clicking and really worked well, I think. And the other piece of it is just getting to meet the new representatives and seeing how they're going to represent us and having that opportunity for that introduction is always helpful on that. Just a couple updates. Drake Mine has put in an application for exploration mines. So the first component of that is there was supposed to be a public workshop. They're working, the Forest Service is working together with Drake so that they can present information of what it is and how they want to go about that. There will be about a month's, a little less than a month's public comment time. That's where we will have the opportunity to use our letter and insert it as it relates to the exploration. So it could be hybridized to fit that. And then they'll close that with a public meeting, which is towards the end of March. So that's already happening at this point, but because of the snowstorm, we had a delay on that. So moving on that, just a note, going back to the other supervisors, Tammy Altaveras is one of my appointments to the Planning and Zoning Commission. She is their current chair. They still have quorum issues. So we really need you to work on filling both seats. These guys they don't get paid. They want to go and have vacations. And if we don't have them, if we would have to cancel planning and zoning meetings, that creates pretty much a nightmare for us as well. We have legal components that fall into that as well. So anyway, just a reminder associated with that. Todd Miller, Highlands Fire Chief, reached out to me, and you may have this happening to you because of the loss of the statewide initiative and because of the caps that our rural fire departments are under. They're trying to figure out a different way of coming up with a bond measure. And I explained to them, under the county, we don't have the capacity. We have separate jurisdictional pieces. He's looking more from an exploratory, what is it that they can do? Do we have information we can provide to help them figure out what their next step is? So that's a piece of that conversation. If you hadn't been contacted, you may be contacted by your local chiefs associated with that. And then Jay and I have been invited by Naval Observatory, based on what we did with the J-Luce and what spun out of that, to attend a astronomical society conference in Albuquerque and present. So we'll be together with a bunch of astronomers. See, there's a good reason I had that picture of space behind me last night. So anyway, and so that's just pretty much a quick night, update on what's going on. I do have the St. Patrick's Day parade that Sedona always has every year, so I'll be attending that. First one I'll be able to attend since pre-COVID, so that'll be a really nice day. And then that's it. That's enough. Sorry I went on, but always more to do. Other things going on.
All right, thank you very much. And district number 4.
Okay, our office has been really busy in a lot of areas, and as you know from the last report, we had Loop become the Purple Heart community, and currently the next step would be possibly the Purple Heart schools, where they can get help, within the school system, and we're looking at doing that for all the chapters within District 4 to see if they can become Purple Heart communities and schools. So we've been working on that, with the chapters and planning with that. So I think it's important because a lot of these people that went to war and they came back and never got their Purple Hearts, in Loop, it was finally presented to them after years and years that they've been out of service and things like that. So I think it's it's about time we did that for our people within the communities that we serve. And then we also looking forward to we're looking at the possibility of having Talani Lake certified, and that's our goal, is to get all our chapters under the District 4 to get their certification. So that would allow them to be more flexible within the communities instead of waiting for the Navajo Nation process, to get things through, and also to get fundings. And so things like that. So that's what we would like to see. And a lot of this is of advocacy, writing on their behalf, talking to people on their behalf, emailing things back and forth on their behalf. So these are all what I'm presenting is what we're doing. We are done with over half of our SWOT analysis for our communities that we serve within the chapter boundaries. And we only have 2 more, which is Coal Mine and Cameron. After that, what our office would like to do is identify our needs and then analyze as to where, we're capable of doing a lot of things for our communities, and just a lot of stuff, when which are the main, maybe top 3 or 4 that we can really advocate together for all our communities, and kind of lump them all together and start moving forward with it. So with this analysis, I know we can do a lot with that. And again, this is a lot of advocacy, a lot of intervention with the chapters, and we have all the planning meetings and the chapter meetings, which are covered on weekends. We have at least 6 chapters, and then also each one of them have a planning meeting and a chapter meeting also each month. So that really takes a lot of our time, and the chapter meetings run sometimes 8 hours, or so. So that's what we've been busy with. And then rural addressing is another area we're looking for the chapters, because we're always asked, when there's fundies or grants available, they're being asked, do you have rural addressing? That's part of the requirement, and so we need to do that. And so some of the chapters are now doing their naming of their streets and things like that. So that's what we're kind of helping to push through them for them too, is the rural addressing process. And then we are scheduling a cooling down of the Sacred Peaks. As you know, there are a lot of floods and a lot of fires that happen there. And the traditional Navajos and all the other tribes, they consider that to be one of the sacred peaks and sacred mountains, sacred peaks, yeah. And we have to really respect the peaks, not to be doing a lot of things to it, and always offering prayers to them, because that's what we name when we're doing our prayers in the mornings or in the evenings, and Doko Asleep, and we name all the sacred mountains, peaks, and one of them is Doko Asleep, which is San Francisco Peaks. Ben Sazo, those are some of the that we use in our prayers, and then we do offerings. So I know that I just kind of have a feeling that, and a lot of people's belief out there is that because we had took sewer water up to the peaks, to make ice and stuff like that, and those are some of the things that can really hurt, the peaks, and it can react to the people out there in the community. So it's just, I guess, how we feel that we go to church, that that's a sacred place for us, and and we can't be doing stuff like that to that. So, but anyway, I just want to say that we're planning on this. Last year we started, and with our office involved, and now we had other people involved that we're planning. We're going to make the planning more with more people in the plans, and possibly get us the offering and prayers for the peaks, and to ask for forgiveness and things like that. So that's what our belief is in with that. So we'll be starting to plan here shortly again, to make sure that that gets done. And it's not something that is as taken lightly. And then also on the other hand, it's going to take a lot of money. And I know that the county has already talked about, their share. And so I'm really glad, for the staff here. So anyway, that's what we're going to be doing. And then, as you know, we had some funding that was released to us regarding the Native office for District 4 and 5. And I think we had like 2.5 million that was earmarked for 1.375. Anyway, we need at least 2.5 million to get this whole thing addressed, where we're looking at District 4 and 5 offices and other offices, like the sheriffs and the health department, in various offices that, and with a possible a large conference room, and so I'm just thinking that I've been talking to the staff here and talking about the possibility of leveraging, how do we leverage more funding, because we only got about 1.375 of that funding that was earmarked for that. So my recommendation is that possibly we can start going outside, even the Navajo Nation, because this is going to serve all the people within Western Agency, that they will be coming to the county, that are all the chapters and all the people that live within the Coconino County on the western side, they will be utilizing this building, to get services. So I'm pretty sure that, the Navajo Nation would be open to it, but there are probably other areas that we can look into. And the money hasn't come down probably within the year that, I think it's about time we, go out and start waiting to see how we can leverage dollars with outside funds that may be available. So that's what I'm thinking. And I've always brought the issue up about grant writing within the county office. I know that a lot of the departments are doing their own grant writing, and grant writing takes a long time. And I think it's taken away from their duties and responsibilities as to, to do grants. And we probably still need to look at it and understand there was a grant writer in the office at one time. And I know there are people that like to do grants and they don't want to be paid up front, and they put that in the grant themselves. And if the grant comes through, then that's how they get paid. So I think we really need to go back as a county to do that. And so that they can help us, get more funding to address a lot of the issues that we have, that affect our districts. And again, on outside the chapters, a lot of advocacy. Also, the Hill visits that we did, a lot of people were open to us when we were there, and it was in conjunction with the NACO conference that we went to. And again, there's a lot of road, the district, the funding for a lot of the flooding and the mitigation projects that are there, we're advocating on our end too, as to how that can happen, not only with that too, but, even with the roads and within the whole District 4. So we've been in close contact, with different various communities, within District 4 as to their issues and concerns. And as you know, some of them have been coming to the board. So I just want to say that, last thing is that let's see, we have this here. Okay. I guess I just want to say thanks to all the staff, for really working hard, and then also Bob and Anna, for helping us, through this whole process. And we still would like to have you advocate more. And they're, just like for roads, in one of the areas from Coal Mine to Talani Lake, we like to see how we can get that either fixed, where there's a lot of things that are wrong, like the culverts have come out, and then also the guardrails, there's certain guardrails that we're looking at too, and we're doing an assessment right now as to see if anything can and it can be submitted to the Navajo Nation to see how they can address it. But we've been working with ADOT on the guardrails replacement or new guardrails, you know, to be put in because there's a lot of needs out there. So again, you know, thank you, colleagues. Thank you, staff and Steve for your leadership and your, you know, everyone that has made, you know, things possible within our in getting more funds, you know, for us to use to serve our communities and make it a better life for them in our communities. So I just want to say that's my update. And there's a lot of other things I could mention, but you know, this is just something I felt I would like to share. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. And when I said roundtable heaven, you guys really took me seriously on that. So I know everybody's been real busy and we haven't had an opportunity for an update, but we're also cutting into our lunchtime. So what I'm going to request, if Supervisor Fowler's in agreement, is that we hold off on District 5 and District 1 and Chair report until this afternoon after our afternoon agenda, if that's okay. Supervisor Fowler, hope you'll agree with that. And assuming that she is, since I haven't seen anything thrown at me yet, so hopefully she'll be fine with us doing it this afternoon. And with that, members of the board, we do have a lunch break, and we will be back at 1:15 for a really interesting afternoon agenda. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and adjourn until this afternoon. So thank you all, and we'll talk soon. Bye.
Sue, you're not muted.
Hey, Melissa, do you want to test your microphone?
Hi, can you hear me?
I can, thank you.
Great, thank you.
Hopefully everybody's getting back to their offices and computers, and we're ready to start here in just a couple minutes. So I saw Supervisor Begay was back. Supervisor Ryan, are you back? Excuse me. Excuse me, sorry.
I don't know about Supervisor Ryan, but I'm here, Chair Horseman.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Good to see you back. And Supervisor Ryan. And is our county manager back?
I believe we're almost there, Madam Chair.
Okay, and waiting for Supervisor Ryan to get back to us. So. Is he in your office stealing the last of your milk chocolate there, Sue?
I believe so, Madam Chair. We missed him. We just didn't know how much we missed him. Jay, was there anybody else from your shop other than Melissa that we needed to move over?
Just Jess.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Jess, you need to accept the promotion.
This is a great session to start off with today, Madam Chair, since we got a nice preview last night with our joint meeting.
You did. I was going to talk about that. So
Great.
Yeah, as long as you can keep me quiet, you know? Oh, my headphone's not working.
we hear you. So I don't know. Can you hear
hear me?
us? Can you hear us?
Matt,
We can hear you. We hear you. Okay, you were good.
I just got it. Does that work now?
yep.
Okay, fantastic. All right. Thought I had to do it all over again. It's working. Hey.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay,
No.
darn.
Oh, we're all ready.
I'm back. I'm back.
Like way too much energy there, dude. All right.
Very good. Well, looks like it's time. And also looks like we have Supervisor Ryan, Supervisor Begay, Vice Chair Vasquez, and Supervisor Fowler. Are you back with us as well? Can we get confirmation whether?
I do not believe that she's still able to join the conversation, but I believe she continues to audit, Madam Chair.
All right, as long as she is on, that's what we need to know. So. Just for the record, just to find that out, Sue.
Yes, ma'am.
Very good. Well, members of the board and members of our staff, welcome back from lunch. And thanks to all that prepared a wonderful lunch here for those of us that were at the county office. Our first item of business is item 15, and that is presentation and discussion on the comprehensive plan update, including the scoping workshop results, scoping statement, and draft public participation plan. And we did get a little preview of this last night at the joint city-county meeting that we had with the city council on the Flagstaff Regional Plan update from Sarah Dechter and also Melissa Shaw. So this is just going to be more in depth on the county's process. And I look forward to getting an update on this. And it looks like Melissa Shaw is going to present this item. Is that correct, County Manager?
That is correct, ma'am.
So Melissa, good to see you again.
Hello again.
All right.
Good afternoon, everybody. And yes, we figured this would be the week for long-range planning presentations. So thanks for your interest in this. And I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Did the presentation appear?
It is.
Great.
Right.
Okay, so thank you. As you just read, Chair Horstman, we'll be talking about three different elements to this presentation. An overview of our current comprehensive plan. We'll be talking about the scoping statement that we prepared during the scoping workshops, and then we'll be talking about the draft public participation plan. I wanted to mention that this PowerPoint that you're viewing now is actually updated from the one that I believe was put in your packet. So just to kind of give you a bit of a heads up about that. And then also I do want to introduce Loris Rao. I don't know that she has joined the meeting. We sent her the link, but Loris is our consultant that has joined our team to help us with this update. And she, for those of us that were here, I was not here actually for the 2015 comprehensive plan update, but Loris was a key staff person via contract for that update as well. So she's familiar with the county and we're really happy to have her back. So,
and if she happens to join us, let's make sure to promote her so that we can all meet her. If
okay.
Is
and-
here. I am here.
Oh, there she is.
All right. Loris, welcome. So thanks for joining us and thanks for being part of this process.
Great. We'll go ahead and get started then. And so just to give another quick overview, our current plan was adopted in 2015. And as you've been hearing, we've got a 10-year statutory mandate to update our comprehensive plan every 10 years. So we're coming up on that time frame. And we'll just do a little bit of basic, what is a comprehensive plan? It's our plan actually won a state planning award. So it's an award-winning conservation-based plan. It does provide our roadmap for the county's vision for the future. And it looks out at a 20-year vision, and it has all of the goals and policies, as you know, that guide land use decision to direct growth. And this comprehensive plan actually contains a fairly comprehensive reference for other community programs, and public and private sector initiatives use this to get information, everything from census data to population information. So it really is a pretty robust document that is used for more than just land use decisions. And this plan, our current plan, has a 24 action item implementation plan that has been used by all county departments and has helped to guide work plans and budgets to help get those action items accomplished. So here are a few more details. Our plan contains 11 chapters or elements, as we're fond of calling them, a total of 66 goals. And then with those goals, there are 386 policies, just to give you an idea of the breadth and the depth of what the plan covers. One of the action items, as well as several of the goals and policies, identify, or rather provides direction that the county work toward identifying metrics or indicators as a different measure of progress. And we'll talk about that a bit more in the next few slides. Since the comprehensive plan was adopted in 2015, the only amendments we have are 2 area plan updates, the Belmont area plan and then the Donny Park Timberline Fernwood recent update. As you know, there are amendments to the comprehensive plan. So there have been no text amendments since this plan has been adopted. And one key thing to remember is that it does not have a future land use map. Last night, when you heard the presentation from city staff and Cascadia Partners, there was a lot of detail about scenario planning and how that will be used to create the regions, Flagstaff regions, future land use map. The county does not have a similar map for the rest of the county. So that's just something to keep in mind as we go forward.
Yep, Melissa, real quick, there are a couple of other amendments. So the joint land use study.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, that's okay. When that was approved about 3.5 years ago now, that was also adopted as a amendment to the comprehensive plan. And then the outcome for the renewable energy ordinance was tied to the metrics for the comprehensive plan. I just wanted to not forget about those important things.
Thank you, Jay.
Yep.
They're very important. This is just another visual on some of the details, the different chapters of the plan, and the focus is land use and growth, but then you can see the other elements circle around it and they all interrelate. So we have chapters on natural environment, parks, open space, trails, recreation, public safety, water resources, sustainability, resiliency, energy. And as Jay just mentioned, the impetus for the renewable energy ordinance came out of that element. Community services, community character, circulation, which is our transportation chapter, and economic development. And then this next slide, you saw this graphic last night. So this is just a very short timeline of what we've done to prepare for updating this comprehensive plan. And we began with an implementation report, which you and the Planning Commission heard last winter in December, I believe, of 2022. And then in January of this year, we had a 2-part scoping workshop. And we'll talk a bit more about some of those details. But the intent of that was to really set some expectations for this next update of the plan. We're bringing those results. We brought the results of the scoping workshop and the public participation plan to the commission in February and then to you this month in March. And then we will really begin, once we get confirmation from you on the public participation plan, we'll really begin this process this winter and it will roll through. We're anticipating getting ready for plan adoption at the end of 2025. And so I wanted to just go back and talk a bit more as a refresher for the implementation report, because that did lead us into this round of the update. So we have been working with different departments. It's implemented by departments, by our zoning ordinance, by the board, by the commission, in many different ways. And we've reported on this since plan adoption 4 times. And just through those different reporting years have identified that over 86% of those 386 policies have in some way been touched on. They are not all completed. They have not all been 100% addressed, but they have at least been recognized by a program, a county program in one way or another. We have given you in the winter details on the implementation plan status. And then as we just talked about, there is a specific implementation item that suggests that the county would be well served by identifying metrics to measure our progress toward achieving the vision of the plan. So again, just to look at those action item statuses, 4 major items have been completed. There are 13 that are ongoing or really just ongoing programs or are currently underway, and then 7 have yet to be completed. And of one of those to be completed items was how to measure the comprehensive plan and how to measure progress. We've done that with looking at the programs and initiatives that address the goals and policies, and that's what you've heard in the implementation report so far. We've looked at the completed action items. And then when we start to think about metrics, and this will be a conversation we'll continue to have, metrics are really data, and then data that are used to measure a particular outcome. And those outcomes can be thought of as indicators. And they're usually tied directly to a goal in the plan. So, that goal then can be used to really look at how a community is achieving agreed on community values. And then these are just some examples that these are by no means have been vetted or confirmed, but these are just some examples of what could be metrics. An indicator of progress, for instance, thinking about how many acres of forest has been restored and treated, how many sustainable building project certifications, how many acres of ranch land and open space are conserved. These are some of the types of ideas that what the community and what the county decides would really measure progress toward achieving the certain community values. These are just some suggestions as to what could be used as metrics. So I can pause here before we get into some more of the details about the scoping workshop, just to ask if you had any questions or thoughts about metrics and indicators going forward for the next planning phase.
Members of the board, any questions for Melissa, or should she continue? Supervisor Ryan.
No, just noting metrics are great, really important. Glad it's in there. And as it progresses, there might be other areas that hadn't been considered.
Thank you. And so we wanted to give you then an update on what we did with the scoping workshops that were in January. Again, we wanted to pull together a group of users of the comprehensive plans. So it was a pretty wide invitation to county staff, our partner agencies, other users of the plan, developers who could really give us some good feedback about how the existing plan has functioned and what we may need to think about for the future. So we ended up with 2 different products. We ended up with a fairly lengthy summary report of all the comments. And then from that, we distilled a shorter scoping statement that really helped us to understand what we need to focus on for this next update. And so part 1 of the workshop, we did a strengths, weaknesses, and opportunities and challenges exercise with a group of about 35 participants. And we had a good number of people that came in person to our conference room here. So it was a nice hybrid experience. And the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and challenge exercise generated over 100 comments from our workshop participants. And all of those comments are summarized in that fairly lengthy report that you received with your packet. We did also provide it online and got some comments from our online forum. And then, as I mentioned, we use this information to draft a scoping statement for the update. So I just wanted to go over and give a brief summary of the overall comments and trends that we heard from the workshop. So we asked what worked about the plan. We asked what was not, what could be improved with our comprehensive plan. And we also asked what are some of the topics and the trends that we should be thinking about moving into the future. So you can see we heard that the current plan, the conservation values that are interwoven throughout the plan are well received. And that is something that the commissioners in particular who participated really appreciated about our comprehensive plan. As well, tied to that then is the land ethic and the guiding principles that they felt reflect a broad range of perspectives. The wide depth of the different elements demonstrates the wide level of service that the county provides. Some of the improvements that we heard is that it could be better integrated, both in content and then in cross-referencing as far as technical use of the document. We also heard that it was long. 250 pages was not written for a general reader. So that was something that came out pretty clearly. Some of the trends we heard, housing affordability is something that is continuing to be a challenge in the region and in the county. We heard that this document, it is a guiding document, and this is actually tied to a few other comments, that there's a need for it to be able to pivot, for the county to be able to use this document as a touch point where if different emergencies occur, that we actually are poised to change direction and set our focus on another perhaps unexpected emergency or consequence. Along with that, the focus needs to be countywide and not Flagstaff centric, but we have the Flagstaff regional plan that is doing just that. So our focus needs to be countywide and let the Flagstaff regional plan then take center stage in terms of that area. There's an interest in the sustainability being recognized across all aspects of the plan. And also that we plan within the authority given to the county by state. So we'll talk a bit more about what some of those, bookends are as far as what the county actually has authority to plan for. There was discussion about really in terms of expanding and developing and improving partnerships, mainly so we can both help to better utilize scarce resources, but also to have more robust programs that reach further into the community. Improving the format, making it more user-friendly. We talked about that. And again, a need for prioritized indicators and metrics. The group that met really did appreciate the implementation plan. They felt though it could be taken to the next level and prioritized, but also then that metrics and indicators would help the county with understanding the direction that we need to focus our resources on. We need to continue to be robust in achieving public involvement and engagement with this process. And then one of the big questions that came out of the discussion was whether or not the county should consider developing a future land use map with this next update. So that's one question that we would like your input on as we get further into this discussion today. This is just a little bit more detail about some of the results. We categorized all the results and ended up with these major topics: format and content. Again, keep the conservation focus, the positive values, and the land ethic. The diversity of views that are represented was felt to be something that we need to make sure that we maintain. Again, a shorter, a more concise and integrated document that is more technically linked between chapters. And tied to metrics. And then the workshop participants wanted to see more maps, more visuals that really provided a focus on different communities and that were large enough for better readability. And that could also be tied to an online function. And then in terms of functionality, Again, that prioritized implementation plan with a robust annual review process. And there was a suggestion that annual review process actually have an outside group to help county staff understand what to prioritize. So that was something that was a new idea and that we have not implemented when we put together those implementation plans. Again, goals that are tied to metrics, and then keeping a focus on science-based data. Some of the comments that came up in terms of planning for future focus, looking at impacts of climate change, and in particular, what that means for post-wildfire flooding and air quality impacts. We need to keep an eye on new technologies and how that impacts land uses. Looking at infrastructure needs across the county and what really should be focused on to improve livability across the county. And tied to that, to some degree, are remote economies, because as people have been able to work remotely, needing better internet service is something that we know could be a focus, but this is something that we need to look into a bit further. And as the next bullet item that was discussed was resiliency planning, and this has to do with that being able to be a more flexible document and having the county being able to focus resources where they're needed. Maintaining that diversity of people, place, and culture should be a focus of this next update, and needing to continue to grapple with affordable and workforce housing, and what are some of the tools and incentives that we could possibly look at including in our next update. Transit and multimodal users, there was some discussion about wanting to see better transit service. We've heard from our recent area plan update in Donny Park that there is actually interest in transit service out there. So that's something to really get a handle on as far as this update, as well as looking at renewable energy. And we know that we do have large renewable energy projects coming in to the county, but there's also perhaps community solar and other energy resources that could assist the off-grid areas. And then again, with that, there was a request that we look at the impacts from these large development projects. You know, we do have some checks and balances that were built into the renewable energy ordinance, but that's something that could be looked at and maybe analyzed to see how that's working. And then finally, resiliency. So under partnerships and influence, again, this is something that the workshop group felt that we need to consider the whole of the county and outside influences, such as, you know, how much can the county actually regulate water, given that the state does have limit our ability to regulate water to some degree. But we also need to, you know, not lose sight of the individual communities. So that was where partnerships and influence came together. And then, as I mentioned earlier, expanding partnerships to look at what our similar goals are, to perhaps share expertise and combine resources. And then finally, with the public participation plan, we're calling P3 for short. Some of the ideas that we heard, and this is something that we are all using, is to make diversity, equity, inclusion the focus of the P3, and to continue to develop creative strategies to make sure that we reach all of the communities in the county. And it's also an opportunity to not just update the comprehensive plan, but to engage with our county residents across the entire county. Because of the scale of the effort of outreach, it's an opportunity to make those connections and to really educate and provide that opportunity for county residents to learn more about what the county does. And then what we'll need to do, though, of course, is to really build into our public participation plan challenges with remote communication. So that's something that we'll talk about a bit more. And so all of this led into our scoping statement outline, which is a much condensed version, and looking at the real important comments that came out of that larger scoping workshop. And so the table on the right side shows the major sections of that scoping statement. And we're just going to talk a bit about the major deliverables, the format, the process improvements, the constraints, and then the new or refocused issues or topics. So again, this is just a summary of what we heard at the bigger workshop. And the major project deliverables that will come out of the comprehensive plan update is the public participation plan. And our project schedule, again, one of the major goals is to adopt it in the winter of 2025. We will have new and updated data, chapters, maps, and if we're directed to possibly a future land use map, as well as new graphics. And then we were looking at developing new community indicators, an indicator or indicators that would be tied directly to plan goals, along with a monitoring plan and public reporting process. And along with that, a prioritized implementation plan. And this is, we've talked some about format already. There was a real call for better integration between chapters that would help to reduce overlapping goals and policies. So a shorter, more concise document was clearly what we heard would benefit readers. Better visuals, more user-friendly interactive maps. And then we have some good examples to draw from. The Jackson-Teton County Comprehensive Plan was recently updated, and then also the Missoula County Comprehensive Plan. And they have some examples that we can use if that seems to be, they could be helpful examples going forward. There were some challenges that were that we will need to focus on, and how do we simplify the plan so we can still focus on key issues while we address this expansive geography. The county is large, many different communities. We need to consider the needs of those diverse and individual communities and all residents. So this will be one of the challenges that we will focus on as we move forward. And then how do we create that flexible plan that can pivot toward unexpected and critical issues as those arise? We can try to anticipate as much as possible, but there may not be issues that we anticipate at all. And then finally, how do we identify indicators? And in terms of process improvement, again, this is one of the outcomes we would hope to see is that this is more of a living document with that yearly prioritized implementation plan that can be reviewed by an annual committee to help set priorities and recommend a focus for the next year. And then possibly an idea came up to establish a process with some accountability if we missed a targeted indicator. And then to keep engaged with our partners to accomplish those common goals and stretch our limited resources. And then finally, we've recognized some of the constraints, budget and technical support are some of the constraints to doing a plan, for instance, like what Jackson-Teton County accomplished. Just the size of the county and the challenge of engaging with the full range of residents, and then also the willingness of people to participate in a process like this will be a challenge and a constraint. And then limited technology skills and internet access for rural areas may make engagement challenging. A lot of these new or refocused issues and topics we've talked about throughout this presentation so far. Some of the additional issues that were brought up as something to focus on would be protection of views from scenic roads and gateways. This direction for development was one of the conversations where understanding where development could occur outside of area plans, and that brought up the question of whether or not a future land use map is something to consider. Looking for infrastructure opportunities. Where are those opportunities to improve livability, such as where can transit be directed, where can multimodal systems be built, and where are improvements in the electric grid and the telecommunications grid needed. So a lot of these we've already talked about. The last sentence, though, is to consider outside influences such as short-term rentals and the state authority over water resources. So that's something to think about as we move forward. And then we just have a couple examples in to help with the discussion of what is a future land use map. This map is what we have in our Belmont area plan. So The Belmont area plan is one of 2 area plans in the county that actually has a future land use map. And that's because it had one back when the first Belmont area plan was created in the 1980s. And I believe the Parks area plan also has a future land use map. But there is not one other than that within the county. This next example is the Flagstaff Regional Plan, future land use map. And then finally, this last image just shows from Missoula County, what their future land use map looks, and what they did. The gray area in the middle is Missoula City, which was grayed out to show how that's excluded from that land use map. So the next portion of this presentation gets into the details of our public participation plan, and I could answer any questions at this point if you wanted me to pause in terms of the scoping workshop results and some of the questions about the future land use map.
Any questions, comments, members of the board? You know, just a comment, and I get the whole thing about the comprehensive plan is awfully long. But I think well done, given the fact that our size, our geographic size, and the diverse needs here in Coconino County. I mean, we're the 2nd largest geographic in the country, and that diversity certainly it has its strengths, but it certainly has its challenges, especially when you're trying to get in a comprehensive plan together. And, you know, I like the concept of the future land use maps. You know, again, we have such a large county. I'm not sure if that's doable, but Melissa, I'd probably look to you on that. I mean, I certainly like the idea, and I know at the area plans, people, you know, like the Belmont, I think that's interesting to see. And I've seen the one in Flagstaff, and you know, the land use maps. I mean, is that something even doable given the scale of Coconino County?
Creating a future land use map is a challenge, and it's definitely a fairly big lift in terms of the amount of detail that would be required. They're often built off of existing zoning, and so they can mirror existing zoning designations, but in a simplified and more collapsed manner. I mean, I see Jay has come on screen here, so I think he'd like to maybe address this at this time.
Yeah, thank you, Melissa. Madam Chair and Supervisors, good afternoon. There's quite a bit of history with the future land use map. The board back then made a conscious decision to not include one when we did our 2015 comprehensive plan. We're still discussing it from a staff perspective on the viability of the cost and the effort that it could take to create one versus its usefulness. You know, for the last 8 years, we've been making zone change decisions without a future land use map. Like Melissa pointed out, several of the area plans have land use maps, which is helpful for those specific areas. The overwhelming amount of commercial and industrial land is within those areas and or the regional plan boundaries. So that leaves the vast majority of the land that would be accounted for in a land use map as either G or large acreage AR zones that are away from any sort of utility or infrastructure, including transportation. So we're tossing around the discussion internally of, well, Loris actually had a great suggestion for an alternative, which would be one large comprehensive land use ownership map with all of these boundaries portrayed within that map. That would really illustrate, okay, everything outside of these areas is very, very rural. So how much use of a land use, future land use map would we actually, the viability of it might not be there. So I just wanted to share that perspective.
Yeah, thank you. I understand the concerns.
It's pretty immense county and very rural.
It really, truly is. So any other comments, questions? Supervisor Ryan.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And I should note, I don't know if Geronimo is going to comment, but he and I sat in on the group that did a cursory discussion with Melissa, Jay, and staff on this. The map, and Jay had to remind me of this, because at the time it is exciting when you have a functional land use map, but it's costly and how viable. And Jay reminded me of the piece where we did make a conscious decision that we weren't going to do a map, and part of it is how Flagstaff had one in the past with the original, say the 2001 or so regional plan. And it was used so literally that the general concepts which were intended in it just became challenges in various planning processes and community hearings for it. So that was helpful. By the same token, it is nice to have a map as a guide. So I like the concept of the compromise, so to speak. If it were to potentially be a part of the discussion with the next group for the comp plan that handles this, is also considering that flexibility and pivoting. We're getting hit, society is changing so quick on us with technology, et cetera, that that idea of pausing for at 1 year with another group with staff to look at cogent issues might be a way of using a map like this and adding to it or withdrawing from it. So not only to focus that way, but there are other opportunities with the comp plan. So, it would be, I'm glad staff's having a conversation. It'd be really good to hear, what they conclude associated with it. But this is just a discussion, just to launch a process. So my quick thoughts on it.
Yeah, and I think part of it's going to be to the cost,
Yes.
the actual, the actual merits of it versus the cost as well. So
Yeah.
I
would agree.
A huge county.
That's where the compromise makes a lot more sense than the I would agree.
Other questions, comments, members of the board? Otherwise, we'll, ask Melissa to continue. Melissa, please continue.
Okay, thank you. So now we wanted to bring to you the overall summary of the draft public participation plan. And one of the reasons why we're bringing this to you is it's actually required by statute that the board approve our public participation plan as we move forward with our comprehensive plan update. So it's not a public hearing item, but you do need to give it an overall okay as we move forward with this update. So this is what we're focusing on today. Then we'll give you an overview. And you do have in your packet the complete draft public participation plan. So we'll talk about the different main sections that are in the plan today. And then if we need to get into more of the details, there are many details in the plan that you can take a look at, and we can certainly roll back around those and talk about those in more detail. So the first section really identifies the key public stakeholders, boards, and commissions that will be responsible for not only reviewing and approving the plan, but also that we will engage with during the entire process. So obviously, the county has got a vast number of community members. That will be our number one focus, is to engage as widely as possible with our community. All of the county advisory boards, the commissions, and other decision makers will be brought into this process as we go through it, as well as stakeholders. And the stakeholders will be also receive targeted outreach as we move through this plan update. We've got a list of in the plan, we've got a project management in phases. And so we've identified, as far as project management, there'll be a core planning team made up of county staff. And really these will be, it's not just community development staff, but we're touching out and reaching out to other departments who really are experts in the different areas that the plan will cover. From the elements such as circulation, where we'll need public works to have their expertise to give us updated data and information, parks and recreation, economic development, sustainability. So we're reaching out to the different departments to make sure that they're engaged and involved early in the process and can help us get our data, make our data updates as robust and as accurate as possible. So as we go forward, we know what the county has today in 2023 as we move forward into the next visioning process. We also will then, when we have contacted the core planning team. We're hoping to meet next week to actually start talking about what we need to do to organize and get our reporting together. And we'll talk about that in a bit. But we're also anticipating organizing what we're calling a partner agency advisory group. And then this would be another circle beyond county staff where we're engaging with partner agencies like the Forest Service, the city, the Park Service, the state agencies to talk about, how this plan integrates with their programs. And so there'll be a working group going forward. They'll help us to review and create goals and policies to make sure that they're in line with their programs as well. And then finally, and you all had a lengthy discussion about this last night as far as the regional plan committee, as we will pull together a comprehensive plan advisory group. And these will be county citizens and decision makers who will then review the plan, the goals and policies, and make a final recommendation then to move it forward to public hearings. So this is similar to the regional plan committee that you talked about last night. We are not at a place in this project where we would need to organize this group, but we want to point out that it's part of the whole project management scheme. And so there are different phases that we will engage in. And phase one, which we consider that we're in phase one now, in the winter through the fall of 2023, is really where we get organized and we start to collect all of the data that we need to put together in what we're calling community assessment reports. So what we're wanting to do is we will get the best updated information we have for all of our communities within the county, as well as the county as a whole, and supplement that then with some targeted interviews and focus groups. So we have an initial idea of what's going on out in the county in our individual communities. So this is where we'll be asking, and not just today, but in the next several weeks, for some recommendations from the board and then other departments of who would be best to reach out to at this point for a very initial interview and focus group stage. We will be doing many more public outreach and engagement exercises, but this will give us an initial idea of what it is that the county needs and would like to see going forward with this plan. And so phase two then is the much longer phase, where we anticipate beginning that in this winter of 2023 through spring of 2025, where we're actually doing the roadshow, if you will, where we're going out into the community with workshops and with open houses to talk to people, understand what the needs are, look at what the vision is for the future, and then bring back to our community what the draft goals and policies are. So there are a lot of different details that will occur in phase two, because that is where the majority of the public engagement would occur. And then this all leads up into phase three, which is the adoption. And the 60-day public review, which you heard about last night, is also required for the comprehensive plan. And then the public adoption phase of that. And so one thing, again, to kind of reiterate, a major difference between cities, towns, and then counties is that Arizona statute requires cities and towns to put their general plans on a ballot for adoption. Counties do not have the same requirement. So that's another major difference. So again, just to highlight, these community assessment reports will not just be data, but we do want to supplement them with these targeted interviews and focus groups very, very early in our process. So we're building a list already, and we will ask for any recommendations from our board members as to within your communities who you would recommend that we get in touch with. And just a little bit more detail about some of the engagement techniques, tools, strategies, and our communication plan. We are working on, we actually do have a unique logo that we are nearly ready to roll out. It's similar to what you see with that beautiful image of the county, but in a much more professionally done style. So we'll have a unique visual identity that will be different from the regional plan because we know it can get confusing with these two major efforts going on at the same time. We have digital engagement. We have a sign-up list available now. So if people want to get on the mailing list, we've got a link right into a mailing list that I can send in the chat in a bit. We will be doing all of the traditional print materials throughout this process. And this is where we can print posters and have flyers out and just spread these throughout the county so that people see that we're doing this update. We'll do many public outreach and events, and these are pretty well detailed within the public participation plan itself. And then, as I mentioned, we are required for the public review, the 60-day review, and then all of the formal updates that lead to plan adoption. So this is a pretty high-level overview of the public participation plan. Also tacked into it is the 2023 scoping statement, a project timeline, and then just a brief overview of the statutory requirements for the updating the comprehensive plan. So the Planning and Zoning Commission did hear a similar presentation during their February meeting. And the Planning Commission, they were supportive of a future land use map, understanding that it could be beneficial and helpful for people looking to come into the county. They commented that the regional plan land use map is also very useful. And as we know, a lot of development that occurs in the county occurs within the region. They suggested that we re-engage with members of the Conservation Study Forum to be partners in the what we're calling the PAG, the Partner Agency Advisory Group. And then they did re-emphasize how important that implementation plan is. So that is something that came out of the discussion with the Planning Commission. And then there was a specific idea about how adding a plant ecologist position could be actually an implementation action item. So that was something that was raised specifically during that meeting. And then this is actually our last slide. We did want to hear from the board your thoughts on the future land use map, but then also some suggestions for stakeholders and community members that we can engage for interviews and focus groups. And then we do, this is also scheduled, the public participation plan is scheduled for your March 28th. I believe it's on the consent agenda for approval. So we would have time to talk about it today. And if you've got any questions or comments on the public participation plan itself, if we need to make any adjustments before that March 28th date. So that's what I had for you today, and we can certainly answer additional questions.
It's going to be a big undertaking, Melissa.
It's a big county.
And it's a huge county. So members of the board, comments, questions? Yes, Matt.
Okay, thanks, Madam Chair. So what is so you're asking for this, but we're needing to approve the plan, but I'm hearing that we're doing the plan sort of is going to unfold in the future? I guess I'm missing that, Melissa. Is there more detail that you're telling me here?
We had originally scheduled 2 dates for you to review the public participation plan, not knowing if we would need a second date for you to actually approve it. Because like I said, you do need to approve the plan by statutory requirements. If you didn't feel there was a need to look at it again, we could perhaps talk about this today. And if you had felt comfortable with the plan as we've drafted it, then we can move forward. Understand that the public participation plan will continue to evolve as we go. It's very detailed now, but it's also going to, we know that we will be continuing to refine it as we get specific meetings set up and at individual groups to talk to. So it doesn't include every single detail in it, but it does give us an overall outline of what the outreach will look like.
So just a couple comments on that one. As far as outreach, each of us have different venues of getting information out, and not just using us providing that access if you don't already have it. But we'll know the nuances of, like in Pinewood, unincorporated community. They're not going to have an area plan advisory committee as a go-to, but they have their own newspaper and many other venues, which I'm sure you guys know about. But there are other communities that are lesser so. Like I have about 13 contact points that are unincorporated but not organized like Pinewood would be. So those type of venues we could help out with, and outreach to them would be important. It is the comprehensive plan, and if anything, it affects them more than a lot of what we have within the cities. Even so, with the cities, they may be the information component of our unincorporated areas. An example would be Flagstaff in terms of the areas around Flagstaff. The good thing about that, though, is we also have area plans that are pretty much surrounding Flagstaff. I do suggest you don't have it written down there, but it could fit into the advisory board component, is go back to the people that participated in the advisory or in the area plans, and more so maybe not necessarily using them specifically for comments for the plan so much as a conduit for information out to people. So those are pieces that I've been thinking about. And then, as you know, I'm not seeing pagination on the page, but the one Envision 2045 public participation plan. The stakeholders, I'm assuming, are community members. The real thing is, how do we reach the people? If we just go to groups and planning groups, sometimes we become our own choir that we pat on the back and we did great because we all talked about it and these people always engage. So those are just, I love going to them. I like that we have expertise there, but it could be a simple conversation that doesn't go beyond 300 people either. So those are my thoughts associated with the public participation plan.
Thank you. Did you feel that needed some additional emphasis in the plan itself as we've written it?
Yeah, I just feel as though I see group, I see boards. We do have community members. I guess that's the piece that I'm looking for. I maybe just making sure that emphasis is there somehow, and yeah, that's the key element. What are we trying to do? We're trying to reach the people. That is, it's the conversation you guys started with last night, is how do you get it to people that don't usually get that information? So we're talking rural components now and the implications associated with it. And it's the same discussion, but a different dynamic.
Thank you for that. And one of the ideas that we had with going out early and doing some initial focus group and interviews was to start talking to people in the community so we can learn from them who else we need to reach out to. And that's one way that I think has been shown to be effective. And as we start to build, as you say, the conduit, that's a good analogy, because unless we start to talk to individuals and starting with stakeholders is always a great way then to reach more community members.
Mining for the people. No, you get it. Okay, good. Yep.
And actually, those visioning workshops were really, I was surprised how well attended they were. I think those were a good way to reach community members and get individual participation. But again, there is this innate limitation, if you will. There are people that do not have, not only do they not have access to the internet, they don't have transportation, they've got childcare needs, they're working 2 or 3 jobs. I think that when you have a county as geographically diverse and just in terms of the diversity of its people, it's hard, and quite frankly, you probably won't get 100%, but at least, we can try. And I appreciate the public participation plan you have. Quite frankly, it's going to be hard sometimes to get individuals, but I think your public outreach and public participation plan looks good. As we move forward in this, we may need to make some, and you might find, or we might find, that there are areas of the community, areas of the county, various communities within the county that aren't being heard, and we're going to have to, we'll have to try to come up to plans as we're going forward if we find that. So
I think that's part of what happens as the engagement evolves. We can plan a certain number of workshops, but there also has to be built into the process the ability to take another look at where we've been, and if there's something that we've missed, to be able then to refocus.
Yeah, exactly. So
I like the idea of pivoting, but that seems to be a catchy word right now, a catchy term that's used in for a lot of different purposes. So
other comments, questions from members of the board? Well, I look forward to working together and working on this process. I am always amazed when I go back, and I do on a fairly regular basis, the prior comprehensive plan and look at it, and the amount of work and effort and what was accomplished. It's just, to me, it's mind-blowing sometimes. It's really incredible. And now that I look at us going through this process for the next comprehensive plan, it's sometimes it can sometimes be overwhelming. So I know we're going to have to kind of divide it down into concrete little blocks so we can get it done, because the overall picture is truly overwhelming.
Actually, Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes. Sure.
Actually, Melissa or Jay, you might just mention, Madam Chair, I like what you were saying about our current comprehensive plan and how it does have valuable information. And that was part of the discussion that these guys were listening to with the group. But they also pulled out our summary format of our comprehensive plan as well. And I don't know if the board members are aware that we do have a summary format for the plan.
I have that too. So.
Yeah, I didn't know if Jay or Melissa wanted to comment on that conversation.
And
go ahead.
So
you helped put that together.
The companion guide, the companion guide is we pulled out specifically all of the goals and policies. So they were in a smaller document that was easier to read. And that could perhaps be expanded with an executive summary for this next update, so that it isn't as big as the full plan, but gives a good overview of what those different chapters actually mean.
And Madam Chair and Supervisors, from a staff perspective, that's our Cliff Notes. That's what we go to when we put our staff reports together. It's very convenient.
All right. Well, thanks. Thank you.
Other comments, questions? So, well, thank you, both Jay and Melissa and Loris. We look forward to working with you as well as we move forward on this process. I have a feeling we're going to be talking about this quite a bit here in the next few years. So thank you very much for getting the plan moving forward. I think it's looking very good. I know you specifically wanted some questions answered from us. The future land use map, I love the idea, but again, we have a huge geographical area. And I think we have to decide whether it's really worth the time, effort, and money that would go into that. Is it really something that can be utilized? I like your idea of kind of doing a modification of a land use map. And in terms of stakeholders and community members for interviews and focus groups, I think that in order for us to ensure that we are getting the most diverse input that we possibly can, I think that the board really needs to be taking some time to take a look at their communities, taking a look at the people in their communities and some of the community leaders, and provide you some information. I think that's really one of our big jobs on getting this comprehensive plan moving forward. When are you going to need that from us?
We realize that this will continue to be a work in progress, but if you could get us your list in the next few weeks, that would be, maybe by the end of the month, that would be very helpful to us. So we can move forward, and we can send an email through Jay to remind you and make sure you have contact information about what we're doing and how to collect that from you.
That sounds great. And my guess is we're going to have to probably start reminding people now and then move that forward probably every week till we get the information. And Andy, I think you've got your hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for Melissa for a fantastic presentation, and for Jay for your additions as well. And a shameless plug, as Supervisor Ryan had noted earlier in the meeting today, the plan and practice, and that's at the Planning and Zoning Commission level. And as we're thinking about people in our communities, let's think about planning and zoning commissioners as well, as we have a need for planning and zoning commission members going forward. So thank you.
That need is present right now. We are waiting on that. So for those districts that do not have two individuals on the Planning and Zoning Commission, we really, really need you to reach out, find some people that'd be willing to serve, and let's get the Planning and Zoning Commission filled. Any other questions, comments, members of the board?
Thank you for that.
All right. Anything else, Melissa or Jay?
Appreciate that feedback.
Yeah, just a quick question. Yes, did you still want to see this come forward on March 28th? The public participation plan. Did you need more time to review that?
Members of the board, I feel comfortable as presented myself. And so I'd like to ask my colleagues their thoughts on that. Vice Chair, I know you just popped up, so do you have any comments?
Yeah, I think I feel comfortable with the public participation plan as presented, and so I'm okay with it. And I just wanted to say thank you to the team for all your hard work, because man, this plan is very comprehensive. And I thought we got a big chunk of it yesterday, and that was only part of it, seeing the rest of it tonight. So I just want to say thank you, and looking forward to seeing how it plays out. The other piece, going back to what Supervisor Ryan said earlier, I did attend one of the community meetings, or actually two of them, And I just say it's interesting because the people who do get there do give some good feedback. And again, going back to my question last night is, we're really looking, how do we get other people engaged? So it's not just the same voices that are getting heard and presenting that vision, but we get a more comprehensive engagement of community folks. And as Chair Horstman mentioned, that's part of our responsibility as Board of Supervisors to reach out to our constituents, and we will be doing so, trying to get more engagement into this plan as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Other comments, questions from board members? All right, Supervisor
Chair?
Begay. Yes, Supervisor Begay.
Yes, I'm confident with the plan, and I think, yes, it is, our responsibility to ensure that, we get as much people participate because this affects them. And so that's the only thing that I want to say. And yeah, so we just need to get out there and do our work, I guess. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. Matt, are you comfortable with the public participation plan that's been outlined? Do you think it needs to be brought back to the board?
Okay, I do last night. Well, you all said yes, so I'm going to go the opposite direction here. No, actually, I won't do that to you guys. I like what you have in here. This is looking good, and thank you for putting up with me in the meantime on this stuff. I really like it. So I'll go with it, Madam Chair.
Very good. Sounds great. Did you get your answers then, Melissa?
I believe we did. I was just messaging the clerk, making sure that we can approve it now if it actually needs to be on a consent agenda. I'm not sure.
Right, Melissa, this is not posted for action.
Oh, no.
So it looks like it's on you put it on for the March 28th meeting for consent for action.
Okay.
We'll do
So,
that. Thanks,
we do have
Lindsay.
more time. Thank you.
Sounds like a plan. So
Thank you very much.
Appreciate all your hard work on this. A very, very impressive and thoughtful rollout on this, and we really appreciate that.
Thank you for your input, and thanks to Laura. She's been already jumping in and helping us tremendously. So we are very grateful that we have the resources to be able to have her with us. So thanks a lot. And yes, we're here for questions, and we'll email you as a reminder to start building that contact list for us. Thank you very much in advance.
All right, good. Thank you, Melissa.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Okay, so we're going to move on. And our next item is a continuation of the discussion that was way too short last time, but incredibly informative. Continued discussion of the economic outlook presentation from Alan McGuire that we received. And I know all of us did receive some today, some additional PowerPoints on this. And I see Alan McGuire with us. Welcome back. We really appreciated you joining us last time. And I'm so glad you're back here for more. And I know there'll probably be some follow-up questions. So thank you for joining us, Alan. And I know that County Manager Peru, I think you want to introduce this item. So I'll turn this to you.
You bet. Thanks, Madam Chair, members of the board. It's good to have Alan back again. Alan did provide some excerpt slides from his prior presentation. And so I know that Supervisor Ryan was not able to be here. And so we wanted to provide the opportunity because again, we're a little bit short on time last week, but to provide the opportunity for Alan to hit the excerpt slides to do some of the highlights from his first presentation. And then we've built into the schedule today the opportunity for the board members and staff to ask additional questions regarding the information that's being presented today. So Madam Chair, with your permission, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Alan to
Absolutely. And I'm so glad you're back, Alan, because it was such great information, but we went over it quickly. And so I'm really glad we're going to spend some more time on this. So thanks for coming back.
Chair Horstman, it's a pleasure to be back here, and members of the board, I'm really pleased to be here. To try to help with this transition, I pulled out just a few slides from the presentation from last week to kind of bring you back up to speed, get you familiar with the topic again. So I guess my friend Siri is going to advance my slides for me. So next slide. So you'll remember this was a chart of U.S. employment from 2020 to 2023. If you look on the left side, you'll see the red line, that's employment, the collapse in April of 2020 when COVID hit and employers shut down, dramatic, almost instantaneous drop off in jobs, huge number of lost jobs. You then can see a quick incline when we got a bunch of jobs back, but not all of them. We got about halfway back there in about 4 months. And then it took another year, 2 years basically to get back to where we were in February of 2020. So it took a long time, big bounce, and then a really slow trend after that. Next slide. This is some information on inflation. This is the January report. And then next to it, I put the December report from a year ago. So you can see the cumulative inflation over a 2-year period. You'll note a couple things in there, significant. You got gasoline up, a cumulative amount of over 50%, natural gas for heating, et cetera, up over 50%, fuel oil, home heating oil up over 70%, food at home and key food ingredients up 20%. So inflation is here. It's still here. Not as bad as it was a year ago, but still here. Next slide. I mentioned last time that my favorite index to watch is consumer confidence. Consumer confidence measures how consumers in America feel. Consumers are 2/3 plus of the U.S. economy. We buy and sell things to each other. That's how we drive our economy. We're not like Germany that survives on exports. We are sort of a very self-sufficient economy in that sense. And you can see how it collapsed there in 2020 on the right side, but then came back up, and now it's slid down a bit in the last few months. Next slide. This shows the two components of consumer confidence. The dark blue line is the present situation. How do you feel about things today? The orange line is what do you feel? How do you feel about things 6 months from now? We call that the expectations component. If you look over to the right-hand side, you'll see that expectations are well below current sentiment. So people are feeling pretty good about how things are today, but they're very unsettled about how things are going to be in a while. And that's unusual. If you just look to the far left side, you can see the 2008 recession there. And note there that expectations are significantly above current situation. So people are thinking, boy, things were bad in 2009, but they're going to get better. They're going to get better. We see the opposite impact right now. That's a bit concerning. Next slide. Now, this is job openings. And you can see the long-term trend of how many jobs there typically are open, 5 to 6 million jobs. We're up in the 11 to 12 million range right now, slowed down a little bit in the last couple of months, but still very, very high. Thing to note is through most of 2021, those were re-employment. Those were not new jobs. Those were people who had been closed out of their employment and finally got back into their employment. So very different pattern than we've seen historically, but slowing quite a bit. Next slide. Well, how do consumers feel right now? They're increasingly wary of a recession, and they know a recession means job losses. Saying 10,000 people laid off here, 10,000 people laid off there, and so they're worried about it. And every day they hear a news report that says there's a recession coming, and that creates uncertainty and anxiety. And inflation is really hurting households. Excuse me. Chairman Powell spoke today to Congress and said that he expects to continue to raise and sustain higher interest rates. That's designed to slow the economy. I think it will work. I would say, however, that I've come to call this the receding recession because a couple of years ago, it was supposed to happen in 2022. Then it was the first half of 2023. Then it was the second half of 2023. Now maybe it's 2024. So the recession keeps moving out. There was an article this morning in the Wall Street Journal where one economist described it as the recession is always 6 months from now. It's not today, always 6 months out. So it's been receding, but overall, there's still international drag on the economy, and that is of some concern. Siri, next slide. Now, this is employment for Arizona. Like the slide we saw for the US, similar pattern, but note a couple things. We had the same significant drop in April of 2020, but it only took us a year to get back to refilling all of our jobs. So since April of 2021, we've actually been adding new jobs above the January 2020 level. That's significantly different than the US, and that's why Arizona's economy looks so positive in many ways. Next slide. A couple things to note about Arizona in particular. Our rate of job growth has slowed quite a bit. Still very strong, but slowed. Traditionally, Arizona was in the top 5 states for rate of growth in jobs. Right now, we're 20th, so we're still in the top half, but not as strong as we were for the last couple of decades. The other thing that's important, that item in the middle there, we have more 25 to 35-year-olds than we have 55 to 65-year-olds. That's a really important statistics because we're all kind of worried about what happens when all the boomers like me retire. Who's going to take those jobs? This says we have a whole bunch of people at the front end of their prime working and earning years that are in Arizona. That's a very good sign. I do expect population to slow because it almost always does during a recession and before a recession. If you're living someplace else and you're thinking about moving, but you think there's a recession coming, you stay put until that recession is over. And we'll expect to see that. The big change in Arizona in the last couple of years is housing affordability has always been an advantage for Arizona. It has now become a disadvantage. Now that's something that you in Flagstaff and in Coconino County are totally familiar with. You've been suffering with that problem of affordable housing for decades. And so it's now a statewide issue and something we need to be concerned about. But overall, the Arizona economy is resilient, a strong economy on balance. Next slide, here we go. So what about your region? Well, your region is driven in large part by the statewide economy, and travel and leisure spending is a strong component of your economy. That's a good thing and a bad thing. When Maricopa, the strongest part of the state, you do well, and that's the case right now. And you're also experienced in migration because you're a desirable place to relocate, especially if you can work remotely, provided you can find a house. That's the big challenge. Right now, only 15.6% of the people living in Flagstaff who earn the average income in the community can afford to buy a house. That's down dramatically. It was 33% a couple of years ago. It was over 50% in 2019, again, just a couple of years ago. So that's a challenge for you that I know you're all aware of, so I'm not telling you anything you don't know. I again expect growth to slow after the big surge in 20 and 22. Remember, those were regaining jobs that existed. So that rate will slow, but still be constructive. Next slide. So the bad news is that all the money that the Fed's dumped into the system, both by subventions to local governments as well as to households, that's slowly running off. That's why we see some things slowing down. I'm really nervous that inflation is here to stay. It started in part because of supply disruptions. It then went into the cost of inputs into production, and now it's moved into wages. And we still have a ways to go to get that under control and get things back in balance. As I mentioned before, the recession keeps receding, 22, 23, 24. The biggest thing right now to help inflation is to stop spending federal money. There's a lot that's been spent, and there's a lot still in the pipeline. Next slide. On the other hand, the good news is the economy was extremely strong coming into the pandemic. 2019 was one of the best years for the economy in a couple of decades. We still have strong job creation. As I mentioned, we have lots and lots of job openings. So people who want a job can get one. It sounds like Chairman Powell, and he said it again today before Congress, is determined to hold the line and kill inflation. I actually think that the risk has shifted to neutral right now from the downside, but we're returning to normal. We were in a period of abnormal conditions because of all the extra money around. And then I'll just close with a couple summary comments that I think are worth you keeping in mind. So as I mentioned, all the pandemic support for both governments and households is wearing off. It's running out. we are really coming off a sugar high from all of that federal money. And frankly, governments across the US are feeling that same thing. There were lots and lots of special programs and subventions that were coming to local governments that allowed you to do things that will probably not be possible after that. All the easy jobs are gone. All the jobs are refilled. So now we have to actually create new jobs. That's much harder. And I expect higher interest rates will slow the economy eventually and slow down your revenues. When that happens, the biggest risk is typically to discretionary spending. Those are things you'd like to have, but don't have to have. And for example, pleasure travel is one of those discretionary items. And a significant portion of your economy is driven by pleasure travel. So that's I think for your purposes and your budget, as I'm sure Siri will talk about at length, I think the watchword for you right now is caution. There's a lot of uncertainty out there. We don't know exactly where things are going. I've given that exact same advice to the budget folks at the state of Arizona. Take it slow, think about it. I think the next few months or year may in some ways feel like a recession, even if it's not technically a recession, because you'll be falling from a high level back to normal. So I guess my last piece of advice for you and your budget process would be, it's a pretty good time to tighten your belts a little bit, wait and see, let things settle out. I don't think anybody thought it would take this long to get inflation under control, and we're still not even there. So with that, I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Alan, and thanks for the recap. So questions, comments from the board? I think one of the comments that you made that, and you did it again, is that to a certain degree, what we are seeing in terms of interest rates, et cetera, is just a needed correction. That what we were existing for quite some time, quite frankly, really wasn't reality. And overall, having this correction will make a more resilient economy as we move forward, which I think is an important takeaway. But from what I hear you saying, we won't have that discretionary funds to the degree we had before. And that since we here in Coconino County are made up of a huge recreation economy, we're going to see the impact of that. Right. So the happy days are still here, but they may not be quite as lucrative as they were. Is that a good kind of summary?
That's exactly right. And you can kind of hope maybe that people will trade. We saw this before in the 2010 timeframe. People traded the trip to Hawaii for a trip to Coconino County. So you might see some of that sort of offsetting the overall downtrend. But you have an awful lot of in-state visitors that come up from the warmer climes in the summertime and come up in the winter to ski. So you have a year-round recreational economy. So you're exactly right.
Thank you. Supervisor Ryan.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Alan, it's great to see you. Thanks for
always.
One piece that I guess I wrestled through is, and I'm hearing you, we have a diverse economy in the U.S., and yet we're also quite dependent upon imports, much more so, it seems like, than we did decades ago on that. And it seemed to become more pronounced during the pandemic. Mm-hmm. Also, some of this investment, and I hear you, stop spending at the federal level, but some of it, was associated with the national security, chip manufacturing, but also to some degree to deal with the supply chain piece. I'm just curious, am I off in looking at that, or I think we struggled with that supply chain. We're kind of vulnerable with that. So.
We did. There was Supervisor Ryan. There was a massive change in production in the U.S. beginning about the late 70s through the 90s, and we saw a widespread decline in manufacturing, and almost all new products, new product manufacturing was moving overseas. The bulk of that was going to China, but it was also going to South Vietnam, the Philippines, et cetera. So we've seen a lot of that move off. I think the pandemic really highlighted that impact. it had been there all along. We just didn't notice it. And I think every time you heard a news report that said this product is in short supply because we can't get it here because the Port of Los Angeles is busy, people said, really? We don't make that here anymore? And I think we suddenly realized how much we had offshored of our manufacturing. I think that's coming back. There's a number of reasons for that. I think our awareness of it is one thing, but the security of supply chains is really important, and you see people doing that. We've seen a bunch of manufacturing come back to the U.S. that previously would have been overseas. I think we'll see more of that. I think some of the federal legislation was super useful, and will help with that process. We maybe just got a little carried away. Maybe just a little bit too much money, you know, like one scoop of ice cream is good, 6 maybe not.
Yeah, or if I'm getting paid better than if I were going to work in my job. You know?
Right.
Yeah. So those and they were worrying dynamics, and I was hoping that we might be able to have a reset. But of course, it depends upon how the economics play out. Filling those voids on that. Okay, and you were talking about the interest rates. So we got inflation, and we see it cooling down. So you're, a little bit more on the interest rates. Just curious.
Yeah. So there are really three things maybe that have caused this inflation, right? Some of it was supply chain disruptions, right? Suddenly you couldn't get something. When something's in short supply, the price goes up. That included that part of what drove food prices up, certainly fuel prices up, et cetera. That was one factor. The second factor was inflation was driven by sort of excessive federal spending. And the third part is too much money in the system. When the pandemic hit, the Federal Reserve dumped a huge amount of cash into the banks, which works its way out into the economy. And what happens when there's all that money out there, and interest rates are basically zero, it's easier to buy production than to make production. So rather than building a factory, you find somebody out there and you buy them. And because money's so cheap, you pay more than you should. You probably don't recall, but about, I don't know, I want to say about 4 months ago, Adobe, like Acrobat PDFs, Adobe paid $40 billion for this little startup. Okay. It was a wonderful little startup. It was maybe worth $1 billion, but Adobe said, we might not be able to make it work. We'll have to sort of copy it. We'll have to develop it ourselves. We can just go buy these guys. Interest rates are zero. So let's do it. I'm sure the guy who started that company got that phone call and went, yippee. But that's an example of that money being out there. And there's still a lot of it out there. There's still a lot of it out there. And that also causes people to pay too much for other companies and to pay too much for other products. What did I see just the other day? I think it was a football or baseball jersey that sold for 3 times the price of anyone ever in the past. And it wasn't like it was Michael Jordan. It was a good player, but this was an extraordinary example of too much money chasing too few goods.
Mm-hmm. All right.
So I was going to say Sunday morning had a huge program on the chip manufacturing coming back to the United States and quite frankly to Arizona to a great extent. And I think we're going to see more of what you were saying, because there's also a recognition that not only did it interfere with our economy that we had offshored so much manufacturing, but also it was really a security issue for the country as well.
Yes, very much so.
Yeah. And I'm waiting to see with that coming in, so much being invested in the Maricopa area. The ripple effects and how that might help us from a satellite capacity. Yeah.
Absolutely.
So the only other thing, I just can't let you get away with this as an economist. You said the chairman was saying that we're looking really good, but then you added hopefully on there. So and in the true spirit. So I was taking note of those things too there. It's good to have you back, Alan. I really appreciate it.
Nice to see you all.
Madam Chair,
Yes, as county manager.
I'll follow board members, any other questions, but I did want to make a couple comments. So Alan, for our county, the general fund is made up of 25% of our general fund comes from county sales tax. 37% comes from state shared sales tax. So that is why we're so in tune to what's happening with the economy. And your point about what happens with the state or Maricopa County is important to us as a county up here. And so certainly having the conversation with you today, when we look at the economic forecasting for the state and the county, which of course includes the region, the national, international markets, it's important to us. And so it's good to have you here. One of the things though, and you know this better than many, is that we've always taken the long-term view with financial planning. So we look at the 10-year horizon. And I will tell you that at times, and we wonder, is that, solving for a budget for 2033 is sometimes a little like, why are we doing that based on the long-term view? And is our long-term view too long? However, I will say that since we've adopted this, and this is when Mike Townsend was with us, and we created this long-term view, and it's of course been sustained with Siri Mullaney's vision as well. It certainly has not failed us yet. And so when we look at the economic downturns and we look at what's happening in the market, we look at what happened in the Great Recession of 2008 and 9, it has served us well, meaning that we've been able to weather, the ups and downs, primarily the downs, without any huge impacts to services, which would translate into reduction in staff. And so, we're trying to kind of navigate all of this together to say, okay, during post-COVID, sales tax, for most local governments, including the state, was very good returns. Sales taxes were good. And now when we're looking at this, it seems a little like, wow, I thought we were doing so well. So then how, as an organization, I guess my question with all of this, all of my wording here, as an organization, it's kind of hard to reconcile, our budgets going forward when we have so many mixed messages, I guess is the big point. We got so many mixed messages with regard to a recession, a slowdown, yet we're seeing some fairly good returns on sales taxes. We're a sales tax driven organization. So, in terms of, I guess, your observation, as a local government, do we navigate knowing that things are good, but they could, get a little, dicey going forward? Or do we say, at this point in time, we're doing pretty good? I think as an organization, we have been fiscally conservative for decades. That has been kind of a hallmark, and this saved us well. But at the same time, the growing needs of our community, which is translated through our offices and services, the need is there for additional services and capacity. So we're just trying to balance it all. And now that we're starting out with the budget, the next few weeks and weeks, basically, we'll create a budget document that is a translation of policies and values in terms of how as an organization are we going to serve the public. So again, that may have been more therapeutic on my part to say those words, but nonetheless, having you part of that discussion is also important to us. So
well, if I could, I would just make a couple of comments to pick up on what you said. Coconino County has always had a phenomenal staff, and your fiscal staff, your financial staff has always been very, very strong. And I don't know, for 15, 20 years, you have taken a conservative approach in the way that you project your revenues and then the way you spend. So you place discretionary spending items sort of for the last dollar. So you don't put the last dollar into permanent ongoing programs. And that gives you some flexibility if things slow down. That particular pattern, and Siri was a part of this, held you very well through the Great Recession. You probably suffered in many respects less than any other county in the state for that. And your layoffs were almost de minimis. And so that's good advice. I don't expect anything like what happened back then, but the history that you've had and the old habit of sort of drawing the line and saying, this is what we think is certain, and this part up here, hopefully we'll get that, and adjusting your budgets to use your ongoing expenses, like your compensation plan, for example, below that line, and your discretionary items, new computers that you could put off for a year if you had to, putting those above the line has served you well. It's hard because that means you're leaving money on the table. It means, gee, we could spend an extra $10 if we get it, but and a way to solve that is by the way you budget, and you've done a great job doing that. I expect that you will continue to. The hard part, economists are pretty good at calling the future when the line is nice and level. What we're really bad at is the corners. When do things turn down or when do they turn up? And it is for certain that we are closer to the turn down than we are to a turn up. So that's the time when you want to pull back a little bit, because you don't, it's like trying to bet the stock market and hit the very highest point. No, when you feel it's getting too frothy out there, you just pull back for a while and wait. Because the wonderful thing about government revenues is you can always spend them next year when they're in the bank and you know they're there. And the last thing I would say with regard to your sales tax, and this is the exact same commentary I provided to the budgeteers at the state. This inflation we're having now is very particular because we have two components, gasoline and food, which are very high, and your sales tax and the state sales tax does not capture gasoline and food. So as households have to shift from furniture or clothing or refrigerators to gasoline and food, that's gonna overly impact your sales tax. Now that'll all balance out over 5 years, but right now you face the risk of the economy turning down, but you also face the risk that significant spending patterns are shifting away from your taxable sales.
Thank you.
You know, just to comment on what the county manager was saying. And by the way, that insight, Alan, is really great for us, especially as we're going into budget. Something else that you said is that there was so much federal monies and so much federal spending. And we, the county, were part of that largesse.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, we were very successful in many areas, especially with ARPA funds, forest restoration funds, flood mitigation funds, very, very successful. And are using our ARPA funds to really cover services and provide benefits that we have not ever been able to provide before, quite frankly. And if the spigot gets turned off, we're going to be dealing with that as well, because you know, if we are going to have to tighten our belts because of the possibility of what the future may bring. Plus, we are not going to receive the government largesse that we received in the past. You know, I think that this is going to be more of a real weighing and balancing time for our budget season this year.
Exactly right. Exactly right.
Okay. Madam Chair, I think that was unless there's more board.
Oh, here we go, Vice Chair Vasquez.
Yeah, thank you. I just want thank you for the presentation. Very illuminating. It's a little comforting to see that we're not falling over the cliff. Like if you listen to the news, sometimes it feels that way. So, you know, it's nice to see that the long-term projections look like, you know, it's not going to be easy riding, but it's not going to be a disaster either. And so that's comforting. I just wanted to piggyback a little bit about what Chair Horstman said about us receiving the federal funding, because you know, one of the statements in the PowerPoint was, you know, stop spending federal funds. But if we didn't spend those federal funds, we wouldn't be able to do the flood mitigation stuff that we need to. And so, you know, I just wanted to point that out because it's kind of hard not to spend federal funds when we have that critical need right now. And that's what's really saving us and giving us the ability to do those projects that we need to mitigate our current situation. So thank you.
Yeah, Vice Chair, I was referring to them spending the money, not the good things you do it when you get it. If they had given it all to you guys, it would have been a lot better.
We're going to be able to keep segments of Coconino County's economy going for quite some time, Alan.
That's right. That's right.
Yes, thank you.
All right, members of the board, any other comments, questions, or if not, Alan, again, thank you for coming back and really appreciate your insights and input on the state of the economy, both in the state and locally. So really appreciate it. Good time.
Thank you very much.
Getting ready to go into budget. So great timing.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Thanks, Alan.
Right. So we are moving along. So we are on time. We're ahead, aren't we?
Yeah, we are. Well, there's a second part of this particular item, Madam Chair.
Okay.
And we're going to be talking at this point in time, providing an update or basically some slides on county mandates. And then we're also then going to do an ARPA program update. So we've got 3 parts to this hour.
I apologize for that. I see that on there. So yes, we're now going to talk about update on American Rescue Plan spending. So thank you. Take it away, County Manager.
So then Siri is going to present this part of the presentation. She'll start with the mandates. And so we always talk about mandates here at the county regarding with some of the programs and services that we do receive, and then the structure of county government. We are a subdivision of the state, so that comes with mandates from the state as well. So we'll be providing a few slides on mandates, and then we're going to shift over to an American Rescue Plan program budget update based on the investments that the board approved last year regarding our investments with American Rescue Plan. So I'm going to ask Siri to take it over at this point in time.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Chair and members of the board. First, I want to point out that I think that Alan called Coconino County a poor man's Hawaii, which I love. So I think that was my takeaway from that. Okay, mandates. All right. So our first slide here from your packet is what we're trying to do today is talk about different types of mandates. That word comes up a lot, especially as we're setting the stage for the fiscal year 24 budget. The word mandate is thrown out a lot when we talk about our programs, when we talk about our services. So we're trying to put together some common definitions of what mandates might look like for Coconino County. And so what we're starting with is what we mean when we talk about mandates, because of course, this is a word that has multiple definitions. But what we're really talking about today when we talk about mandates is a requirement that's imposed upon the county, maybe by state or federal law, or even a funder regulation. So they take different forms, and we're going to walk through different examples of the different forms or types of mandates that the county has imposed upon us. And in some cases, then those mandates do come with a penalty for non-compliance or some sort of action that really compels our behavior. But it also is a spectrum, and it can even a penalty or some sort of consequence can be non-existent in some cases for some of those mandates. It's rare, but it's definitely there. So the types of mandates that we're going to talk about today include our mandated payments, services and activities, standards and outcomes, service levels, and reporting. And oftentimes our mandates will cross categories, and we'll see that as we walk through. We might see an example of something that falls in a service and activity category, but also has service levels attached to it, or maybe has certain standards attached to it. So it's not completely distinct. It's not completely cut and dry as we look at the various types of mandates the county has. Just a note, we're going to walk through examples of mandates. This is not intended to cover all of our mandates at all. It's really just the tip of the iceberg, just to give examples of, again, what do we mean? What are some of the different flavors or example types of mandates, but not to address every type that the county has right now. So the first type that we have pulled is a mandated payment. This is really our most traditional type of mandate when we talk about our mandates, because it's a payment that we really have no choice other than to comply with. So we have 2 on the screen here, our Arizona Healthcare Cost Containment System and our Arizona Long-Term Care System. There's some information on those mandates on the screen, and the amount that the county has to contribute towards those mandates annually from our budget. Every year, the JLBC identifies what is our proportional mandatory contribution for the upcoming fiscal year. Oftentimes it's an increase over the prior year, so we have to account for that in the budget. And oftentimes the growth on that is a much higher percentage than maybe what we see in some of our other expenses. It oftentimes exceeds just sort of a general CPI amount because this is healthcare and they have a different cost trend. But we have no choice, and it's a mandatory contribution. And in how we have no choice is that really our revenues are withheld to cover our contribution. So when we think of that state shared revenue report we get on state shared sales taxes, they're telling us the gross amount that they've given us in state shared sales taxes. But the other side of that is the amount they distribute to us is lower because they're withholding these mandated payments. The next example we have are service and activity examples. So, for example, our Board of Supervisors, this is a mandate we have, all of our constitutional officers, the assessor, the county attorney. So we're mandated to have these positions for every county that's identified in statute, as well as the compensation for each of these officers. So again, it's not something that we can have discretion on. Do we want to have an assessor or do we not want to have an assessor? Of course, we want to have an assessor, but we also are required to have an assessor. So that's one type of mandated activity that the county has. Another one is a mental health, so what we call Title 36. This is another common mandate we discuss when we're talking about our mandates. So the mental health examination must occur when there's a reasonable belief that the individual is a risk to themselves and others. So we don't really have, again, when we think of the control over this mandate, we can't limit the number of evaluations because we don't know how many individuals per year are going to sort of fall into this category and require this service. So it's very difficult for the county to really have any oversight or any kind of cost containment other than, of course, contracting with the best value evaluators and then focusing more on prevention so that eventually we don't have people who fall into the need for this type of examination, but when the need for the examination arises, the county is required to cover it. We also have a few examples for standards and outcomes. So our next one, we have a couple on animal management that we're going to walk through. And the reason is, again, because they can spread across many categories when we think of the mandates. So in this case, any stray dog shall be impounded and be given proper care and maintenance. So there's a standard there, the definition of what proper care and maintenance is and how that is determined. And so it can be a little more difficult to put some definition around that. And of course, what is proper care and maintenance for animals for an animal lover perhaps might be different than the average person. So the way that gets managed is through the contracts with the service providers, and they tie the standards to professional standards in animal management, for example. But we have many that fall under similar types of language where it just says proper care or some sort of a little bit less defined standard that then has a determination, of course, for the county to come up with, but we still are required to comply with it. Another one is an underfunded mandate, and this is one we've been talking about at Coconino County. The language on the screen I want to point out is directly from the CSA language regarding the state funding of the criminal justice system. So specifically, they are citing some different sections of the Arizona Constitution that really says the judicial power lies with the state for the Superior Court and administering the court system. The state has delegated that responsibility to county government level with minimal authority to control cost drivers within the court system. So we've been given the delegated authority to carry out this state mandate, but we were given the policy authority on how to do so. And oftentimes we're not given the funding authority as well, or the funding pass through from the state of Arizona to carry out the duties that are assigned to us when the mandate is arising at the state level. So this is example type is one we would put in that underfunded mandate bucket. Moving on to service levels. So again, going back to animal management, once we've impounded the stray dog or cat, we need to also maintain them for a minimum of 72 hours or 120 hours if they're impounded with a microchip. So this is something where we have a defined service level provided to us. Again, we don't have a choice. This is in statute. And of course, we can always go above and beyond what that minimum requirement is. So when we look at our contract with High Country Humane, for example, we do provide typically more than the minimum mandate. We, maintain our animals for longer than just the required 72 hours or 120 hours on average. Because of course, the county is always allowed to go and above the minimum service level examples, but we can't fall below that requirement. So we couldn't, in our contract, fund less than that minimum that's outlined in the statute. Another one, totally switching gears on a service level, of course, we have, again, thinking of our criminal justice system, we have the public defender's office. So we shall defend, advise, and counsel any person who's entitled to counsel as a matter of law and who's not financially able to employ counsel. So again, on this one, it's a service level because anyone who falls into that category or that definition is someone who's going to become our client, and it isn't any kind of discretionary ability for the county to turn people away if they meet that criteria. And it's not something that we can say, well, now we've budgeted for 50 people, we've served 50 people, so our service ends. That's not how this mandate works, and it's a service level as well, that we have standards that we have to provide that proper counsel, not just represent them, but to the standards, the professional standards that are in place. And then reporting. So this one is going to be my favorite one, IRS rules. So as you see every year, we provide our employees with the Form W-2 wage and tax statements. This is a requirement from the IRS. And there's the reasons for it are sort of included in that IRS language that's on your screen. But this is one that comes with a penalty that's very defined by the IRS. So we do this because one, it's the right thing to do to help our employees file their taxes, but we do it because if we don't do it in a timely fashion, we could be subject to a penalty for between $60 and $630 per employee, just depending on when a report is actually filed or if it's completely disregarded. So that could be over $1 million a year if we were to fail to comply as an organization. So this one is very important to us. And that really leads us into what happens if we don't comply. So in some of the cases we talked about, we have the withholding of our state shared revenue. We have no choice. Or sometimes that is the penalty, even in statute, that if we are not in compliance, the state will withhold revenues until we become in compliance or by some amount that they've determined that we're out of compliance by. So they will fine us or they'll just withhold the revenue from us. Other times it might be a financial obligation to the government entity that funded us. If we are out of compliance with a funder regulation, they may require us to return those funds and say it was an ineligible use of funds. In some of the ones we looked at earlier, there could be the risk of legal proceedings if we were not providing, say, an acceptable standard of care for the animal management. There could be a constituent or some group that, would like to see that happen, and then we could risk a legal finding or some sort of penalty through the court system for not complying. Of course, losing external funding in the future if we're found to be oftentimes out of compliance with various regulations, or just sort of that combination of being found to be out of compliance can impact our ability to achieve funding externally because we are looked at as a more high-risk organization or an organization that isn't following through on their obligations. But then as noted in other cases, depending on the severity of the mandate, the constituency, the concern over it, in some cases, nothing may be the answer there. So it really can range depending on what type of mandate we're talking about. And then as we move on, one of the things that we will be looking at is developing that more comprehensive information on all of the mandates, or as many as we can, and what their sources are, but that will be outside of the budget process. So we're looking at that for more of a fall project. It will not be something that we have included for this year's budget presentation, but it will be something we're working on. So with that, we just wanted to pause for board questions or comments or reaction on our mandates.
Any questions, comments on mandates and examples of what these mandates are for the county? If not, I thank you very much. Actually, Supervisor Ryan has popped
Yeah,
up.
just quickly. I mean, I think you all got it, but this is a big part of what we do at the legislative level. Also, it's it's trying to defend us so we don't have these mandates come upon us, which could easily happen each legislative cycle. So that's just another add-on to this. Good presentation, though. Appreciate it.
It doesn't seem fair, does it, that we have underfunded mandates from the responsibilities of the state that get put onto the county, and somehow we can't penalize the state for their failure to meet the requirements of their mandates. But that's another question, and I know that Supervisor Fowler's always talking about that. So thank
Or like open meeting law. Yeah.
And what compounds us, the counties still do not have the ability to chart their own revenue paths. So again, we are still at the mercy of the legislature with regard to any new revenue sources. So when we look at all of the information that's been presented here, one of the things that has not changed over the years is the county's abilities to create the revenue opportunities at the local level. Again, that all rests with the legislature. The last time the legislature gave us sales tax authority, but that took probably 20 years to get, and there's been no discussion since then. So again, counties are in a pickle when we talked about increasing public services and mandates at the same time. And this, I will give credit to some discussions that are happening at the legislature this year with regard to some funding, one-time funding that the legislature is looking at. Administrative Office of the Court is looking at it, at possibly sending our way. But again, that is one-time funding for an ongoing service. One of the things that we're running into, and you will be hearing this year in the budget, is that many of the programs that we do have in our CJ system are funded by court fees. And the court fee revenue has been key in funding several programs over the years. And that revenue source has been diminishing or depleting over years. And so there is going to be a discussion regarding the counties. Can we at the county level backfill that? This has been sent clearly to the legislature through Gregory and Keith, that and through administrative, not through adult probation and other CJ partners, that this is a pretty untenable situation, because that assumes that the county is going to be the backstop for some of these expenses. And again, these are key programs to the CJ system, but again, it kind of falls back to the mandates that are shifting more to the counties to assume responsibility for, and probably less on the state side. So, thank you.
All right, and I think you have some more. Is that correct, Siri, to talk about in terms of ARPA?
Shift over to ARPA, and we'll do a program update on that program as well. So, Siri.
Yes, thank you. I will go ahead and share my screen, and Kristen Curtis is going to be tag teaming this with me and doing a lot of the updates here. So I'll take the first couple though, and then she will jump in. So now is time for our periodic update on our American Rescue Plan Act funding, specifically the state and local recovery fund. So we are talking about the largest chunk. I know that we have received other smaller ARPA subawards through the state or for some of our other programs, but today we're focusing on that $27.8 million that the county received back in 2021. So in your presentation, just a reminder, this is the allocation, the priority allocations for ARPA that the county had identified upon receiving the funds. And we're going to walk through the various projects and give an update on spending on the different projects. And then towards the end, talk a little bit more about the community funding project that was the most recent presentation we gave the board, and just give a status update on that. I'm not going to spend any time on this, but this is just for reference as we walk through those projects. There's the definition of the various projects we'll be talking about. These are the definitions that are part of the project summary that we report to the Department of Treasury. So those are going to be your next 3 slides, slides 3 through 5. And then before Kristen jumps in, this one is just our overview slide. And I promise we will be pulling this together at the end, but what we have is our $27.87 million original allocation. That's the first box. The second is our interest that we've earned to date on those funds. So we have had them in an interest-bearing account, which is allowable by Treasury. We've earned about $200,000 on our $28 million. And then the next box you can see is our allocation to projects of 30 million. We'll definitely talk more about this as we walk through. But one of the concerns that had come up, just as a reminder earlier on, was our ability to spend the dollars according to the project timeline that's been provided to us by Treasury. The funds have to be obligated by December 2025 or fiscal year 25. And we, as a county, decided that we were going to look at what all of the eligible projects are that we can use these funds towards and try and increase our project budget for ARPA so that we can get the funds spent down and into the community as quickly as possible, build in a cushion so that if some projects are coming in underspent, that we have other eligible projects so that we don't have to return any funds. And give us a little bit more flexibility on those dollars then. And the way that we've done this is by identifying expenses we already would have had to pay, but that have a COVID or a pandemic nexus. And so by taking them out of the general fund and putting them in ARPA, we're able to expend the ARPA dollars more quickly, have a cushion for reporting, and increase our project budget, knowing that if everything were to come in exactly as budgeted, we would then backfill those dollars. So we have a placeholder of the general fund that we've freed up to put into ARPA, but then at the end of the life of the project, if we have remaining dollars and don't need to cover all of it with the general fund, we're able to then free those dollars up in the budget. So it's just our mechanism really of reporting, of making sure that we're going to expend all the dollars on the timeline without having to do a lot of reallocation. Again, I'll show this a little bit more at the end to pull it all together and how that really works. But you'll see as we go through some of the slides on the various projects that there are some that are trending that we think are coming in under the budget. And so it's good that we have a higher budget than we have of dollars so that, again, we're not leaving any eligible projects or any eligible money to have to return to Treasury versus being able to utilize it for an eligible purpose.
Madam Chair, just a quick question.
Sure.
Siri, does that include the interest on that timeline?
It does. It doesn't include it on the allocation up here, but we do at the end also have an estimated full interest amount that will offset some of that 30 million that we'll pull in.
What I mean is that considered general fund money, the interest, or is that under the federal regulation on expenditure?
Thank you. Yeah, that's a great question. So the interest right now is accumulating in the ARPA account, but technically we do not have to use it for an ARPA eligible purpose. So we could just earn the interest on the funds and return them to the general fund. That's definitely an option. Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Begay.
Yeah, I'm looking at the pie chart here and I'm looking at the revenue loss. What area, a third of our funds went there? What are some of the revenue loss, or what is that? 33%. What does it entail, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Begay. And I'm going to advance to the next slide while I talk about this. If you'll recall, early on when we received the dollars, Treasury gave us a calculation and said, some of your eligible funding as a local government can go to cover revenue loss you experienced from the pandemic. That shutdown period really impacted our sales taxes, for example. So they provided us a calculation and said, here's how you calculate your revenue loss. At that time, we calculated it to be $9.2 million. So that's what we put in the budget. Was at the time we had $9.2 million of revenue loss because of that shutdown period, because of those COVID impacts. Well, the Treasury guidelines and regulations are constantly evolving. Even to this day, sometimes they evolve, but they came back later and said, actually, no questions asked, without any calculations, every organization can claim $10 million. Even if you only receive 10 million, you can claim the full 10 million, basically, and use it for any government purpose. So going back to sort of that ease of reporting, what we did was we put some government purpose expenditures from the general fund against the 10 million allowable of revenue loss. And what that did was allowed us to free up some capacity in the general fund then. And so way back when we were looking at these allocations and setting this original budget, I know it was a long time ago, so it's hard to remember, but one of the pieces that we had was a recommendation for additional projects using the revenue loss money. So we had the board actually allocated funds towards a facilities HVAC energy management system for around $4 million. That was one of the projects. We had digital transformation in the IT department. We had other IT infrastructure. That was another $4 million total. We had some search and rescue equipment and some other public safety type expenses. So this $10 million had already been identified in our budget previously, and then it was allocated towards some of those projects that may either not have been necessarily ARPA eligible, because that's okay under this guidance. This is flexible dollars for any government purpose. So either they weren't eligible, or perhaps like in the case of the energy management system, we weren't sure we could commit the funds by the December 2024 date that we needed to make them ARPA eligible. And so it just gave us more flexibility, but those dollars have already been accounted for in our prior forecasts and in our prior budget processes. And so really, as we look at this slide, so we had the original budget and we had the revised budget, and moving forward, we'll be talking about the revised budget. But that is one good example of where originally, I had identified the 9.2, but to expedite sort of our reporting and spending down of the funds, we have reported $10 million of revenue loss, which frees up $800,000 towards these other projects. So it's all just sort of a puzzle that we work to put together through reporting and through eligibility. Another one is our restoration to competency expenses, because we had to go with a higher provider. So we can't say that all of our restoration to competency expenses are pandemic related, but what we can say is that the cost per bed day at the state facility that we didn't have to use before was higher than the cost per bed day at Yavapai that wasn't taking our patients during that time because of capacity limits due to COVID. And so that additional cost is eligible for COVID, or for ARPA. We put it here and we reported it because it was eligible, and because otherwise it would be a general fund expense. And so again, we still have a placeholder in the general fund, because it may be that all of these other projects come in exactly as budgeted, and we'll still have that as a cost to cover at the end. We'll still have some sort of difference between the amount we received in our interest earnings versus our expenditures by sort of building this $30 million budget compared to the 27.8. But we've kept those placeholders in, and again, at the end, that will help us identify if we were able to free up any additional general fund capacity to put towards initiatives in the future. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Kristen to talk about the different projects and the status update.
Thank you, Siri, and thank you, Madam Chair Horseman and members of the board. The slides that I will be presenting are intended to give you an overview and a status update of the ARPA projects, as well as a forecast of the spending of the funds. The first slide is showing an overview of job positions that have been created due to ARPA funding. As you look at the table, you can see the project name is identified with the number of FTEs that was created and under which department it falls under. The total number of jobs that have been created under the county's ARPA funding is 42 positions. Currently, we have 73% of the positions filled. And then the remainder of the time, I will be presenting snapshots of each department's ARPA projects. And so, Siri, if you want to move on to the next slide, starting with the administration overview, I just wanted to briefly point out how each slide is organized and what the charts represent. Each project overview shows an indicator gauge on the top left, visualizing how much has been spent to date. Also, there is a percent of completion just below the indicator gauge. Moving down to the bottom right is the forecasted spending by year. The smallest piece of the donut for the administration overview indicates how much was spent in fiscal year 21. Then to the right of that piece is how much has been spent in fiscal year 22. Then it goes to what we have forecasted for fiscal year 23, 24, and fiscal year 25.
Finally, if there is any anticipated unspent budget, this is shown as the project variance. For our administration project, we are forecasting to be underspent. The cost savings is due to the vacant HR ARPA position not being filled. And also on each slide, there is a note section to help just bring attention to any cost savings or if we had any allocations. And so in anticipation of the cost savings, we were able to contract with Widow O'Brien's to help with the sub-recipient monitoring and ensure compliance is being met in our community funding partnerships. This is a great asset for the administration project as we will be able to make sure our sub-recipient federal requirements are being met. And we continue to assess each project's progress and work with departments to ensure we are on track and reevaluate as necessary. So moving on to the next slide is the ARPA project overview for Health and Human Services. We are a quarter of the way spent. However, we are forecasting to spend the majority in fiscal year 23 and finishing up in fiscal year 24. We are not expecting any unspent funds for these projects. Some areas in which reallocation of funds was necessary have been identified. These include reallocating funds for Title 36 costs due to COVID-19, reallocated funds from the COVID-19 expenses project to the COVID-19 public health response project, and finally, $23,000 was reallocated to the Health and Human Services ARPA Effective Service Delivery Project, which is a project to upgrade the animal management public-facing software to create greater transparency to our community and improve support services during declared emergencies. And then moving on to the next slide is the schools department. And as you can see, spending has picked up.
Madam Chair, if I may, just to pause, and Kristen, Siri, or Steve, I'm not sure who will answer this one. So I'm looking, going back to the HHS piece, the mental health support. We know that's going to play out into supporting different programs, but we're going to expend in the first 2 years. So, and we're going to see a cause and effect of we mobilize. Therefore, sometimes we need to demobilize. Sometimes we need to be there for support. How does that play into that? Or yeah, I'm just wondering the thinking on this.
Well, let me start real quick. So so accepting the funding, as we indicated from the very beginning, and you just came from the board, of course, from the standpoint of sustainability going forward.
Yeah.
So sustaining programs, I'm going to give you an example of some programs in HHS where Kim and the team are demobilizing. That has to do with the epidemiology program, with the workload changing as a result of where we're at with COVID. We are redirecting some of the staff. We are also reducing staff in that area. And that's an example of where we're looking at certain programs that basically have served an important role, but they're transitioning going forward. At the same time, when we look at other programs in mental health, other programs where we don't have that kind of a downward trend because that program was filling a need in the first place. Over the course of the next year, we'll be working with the departments to indicate how they intend to provide sustainability going forward with regard to the general fund capacity, but also looking in each department and office that received ARPA funding to identify, okay, what capacity is available to sustain certain programs going forward. And we may be replacing some programs with these programs. We may be indicating that, it's not possible to sustain those programs going forward. So sustainability discussion, started the day we began this program, but it all has to be wrapped up by December of 24 because that's when the funding for these programs end. So sustainability is a big piece of that. And, as we indicated today during the conversations relative to the general fund, there's a capacity limit to the general fund. And so we will be working with departments, as I indicated, to identify capacity in order to carry some programs forward. Again, some programs may not be carried forward as well. Hope that addresses your question.
So, and just a thought as we go through the budgeting and this unique pieces here, it might be helpful for us if you capture that trend, not specifically. I love this chart and how you're presenting it, but it will be helpful for us to keep track of the cause and effect as we scale up, scale down. So just a thought associated with that for budgeting as we proceed. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Yes, and quite frankly, as part of that, and going off what you said, Supervisor Ryan, you indicated that there were 42 positions created by ARPA through ARPA funds, of which 31 are filled. It would be interesting, and I know we went through this, but it's been a long time ago, and there's a lot of information between now and then. I think it would be helpful to know what those positions are, what departments they're in, and ones that haven't, and for how long that funding goes till, because that's going to be important. If there is a department that has individuals, FTEs through ARPA funding, and they're coming in for more requests, when is that ARPA funding up? When does and if there is not the sustainability of going forward for that position, is that, can we or can we not pick that up in the general fund? So I think it would be great to have that list as we move forward, and which department that the positions are in. Just a thought.
And I didn't want to throw up your group there, Christian, but a key point there. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan, and also thank you, Madam Chairperson. I have written those notes, and I will take those into account. So thank you. And so, like I was mentioning, the schools department is the next slide that we will be reviewing. And so, as you can see, the spending has picked up in fiscal year 23 compared to fiscal year 22, and the projects are forecasted to spend more in fiscal year 24 and then wrapping up in fiscal year 25. And then if there are no questions, we can move on to the next slide. And this is the criminal justice project overview. And as you can see, the criminal justice projects have increased spending in each fiscal year and is forecasted to be on track in completing in fiscal year 25 without any unspent funds. The reallocation includes an increase to the law library construction, which is now 100% complete. There have also been proposed adjustments in the event there may be a shortfall. We want to be able to have contingency plans in place to ensure we are able to fully utilize our ARPA funding. And then I will pause for a minute if anyone has any questions over this slide. And then we can continue on to the next slide.
I have a question, just in general. In a couple of the previous, thank you. In a couple of previous slides, it seems like we're kind of behind schedule in completing some of the projects. But I noticed on this one, we're actually on schedule or on task for achieving that. And I was just curious what the discrepancy was between, like, for example, the education projects and health and human services projects as compared to the criminal justice projects.
Thank you. And Kristen,
Well, there are different types. I mean, I'm assuming there are different types of programs, Supervisor Vasquez. I don't know that every program is going to be evolving at the same pace. We can check in with the departments to see, but I guess I don't have a specific answer related to how different projects are evolving more quickly than the others. Sorry.
Yes, and thank you for the question. I think the one thing that sticks out on this one for me is that, as Kristen noted, we added in some additional general fund. So this is one of the areas where we built in additional expenditures earlier on from eligible. So that restoration to competency, we've already claimed this, which is why it looks like it's a third spent or more than a third spent and more on track, because we had a large adjustment from fiscal year 2022 that we added into this.
Okay. No, thank you for reply. And then my next question is on the programs that look like we're a little bit behind on completion or whatnot. Are we on track to spend the funding as proposed?
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Vasquez. So the only one we've reviewed so far that had a variance where we may be coming in under is the administration project. But again, we'll sort of pull that together in our last slide to show an updated forecast compared to that $3 million or $30 million budget, so that you get a sense of where we really expect to be at the very end based on current trends.
Great, thank you.
And moving on to the next slide, this provides an overview of the county's vaccine incentive program. The program provided a vaccine incentive payment to employees. The majority of the payments were given out in fiscal year 22, and the program will be ending in June 30th, 2023. And at that time, we expect to be 100% complete and are not expected to have any unspent funds. Moving on to the community funding overview. The Board of Supervisors approved $5.1 million to be spent for community funding for the priority categories of behavioral health, business supports, housing, support for vulnerable populations, workforce development, and COVID-19 support for local governments. We recently awarded 19 organizations in the behavioral health, business supports, housing, support for vulnerable populations, and workforce development categories. We identified 3 of these organizations as beneficiaries, and the remaining organizations we entered into subrecipient contracts.
Kristen, I'm going to stop you for just a minute because I've gotten some text messages. We're here, although now we don't, but when you're talking, we are hearing a lot of background noise. We can still understand you. I'm not sure what's going on, but just, FYI, if you can fix it, great. And we can hear you. It's just a lot of background noise.
Sure. I'm wondering if it's my laptop. It's running pretty hard right now. Let me see if I open it. Does that help at all?
Yeah.
Okay. I opened the top of my laptop, so.
Much better.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, and so as I was mentioning, we identified 3 of the organizations as beneficiaries, and the remaining organizations are subrecipients. And as of now, we have received 16 agreements that have been signed by all parties. And the remaining 3, we are continuing to work with on contract negotiations and expect to have these concluded soon. The first quarter financial reimbursement and performance matrix report from these organizations is due in April. And we were already able to distribute funds to 2 of our beneficiaries. And the bulk of the spending is expected to occur in fiscal year 24. And then this slide here shows all the community funding contracts. And I'm excited to work with all these organizations, and I want all of us to be successful in implementation. And I am continuing to provide technical support to these organizations as needed. And the COVID-19 support for local government category is our next area to award, and we will be working with these organizations to award those funds. So more information will be coming shortly on those. And then the last project overview is the county's revenue loss. And so as Siri mentioned, under ARPA, counties were allowed to elect the standard allowance of $10 million to spend on government services. And we elected the $10 million standard allowance. And we have fully expended the funds under this project and have reported this to Treasury. And I will go ahead and turn it over to Siri to present the last slide.
Thank you, Kristen. Thank you, Chair and members of the board. So our last slide is really intended to hopefully pull everything together. So the first thing you see is this bar chart where we took all of the allocation, the 27.8 million, and we allocated it cumulatively by month based on the original allocation date of March 2021, so our end of fiscal year 2021. And then again, 12 months of 22 added in, 12 months of 23, et cetera, through 6 months of fiscal year 25. So through our obligation dates. So if we were just to take all of the funds and do a monthly budget, monthly cumulative budget, it would look like that, that bar chart that's to the left. Then what we've done is we've done our forecasted expenditures, and through FY22 our actuals, just so you can see that for comparison to where we're tracking compared to sort of an average budget. So you can see how we plan that spend out of the dollars across the life of the project. Again, intentionally, we front loaded some of the expenditure reporting earlier on with the intent to find as many eligible expenditures that are completely compliant with all of the rules that we could put to Treasury and report as eligible expenses, and really spend down those dollars earlier on to minimize that risk that as we go through fiscal year 24 and fiscal year 25, that we're going to have any unspent or unobligated funds at the end of the project. The last thing we want to do is to be getting towards fiscal year 25 and have dollars that are kind of a surprise, right, that are unallocated. So we're really trying to manage to that to the best of our ability by finding all of the eligible things, reporting them, and sort of then putting the whole puzzle together with all the different funding sources and what that looks like. So in total, again, as a reminder from Treasury, this is the amount we received, and then we have a forecasted investment earnings, 200,000 to date. As we spend down the dollars, we expect the amount of investment earnings, of course, to decline by over time, but a cumulative 338,000. That would give us total resources of $28.2 million. We have gone through every project and we've looked at sort of spending trends and what we anticipate, based on current filled position, based on upcoming projects. Some are capital, some are personnel related, and gone through and created a forecast for all of the projects. This is a point in time forecast. I'll point out, for example, the 5.1 million for community projects. We forecasted that all of those dollars will get expended. There is very much the potential that some organizations may not be able to utilize their funds in a compliant manner, and we could have a budget variance where they're underspent. But for now, we're looking at forecasting based on what we're seeing and what we're anticipating in all the projects. That would put us slightly over our total resources at 29 million. To account for this, we've created a placeholder of general fund for backfill because the forecasted spending comes from the 28 million we received that we allocated to projects, plus again, eligible expenditures we've freed out of the general fund. So once we took those expenditures out of the general fund, we also put a placeholder of a transfer to move it towards backfilling if we needed, if we really truly end up slightly over budget. So that gives us a 3% variance cushion compared to our current forecast. So again, with the goal of just fully utilizing all the ARPA funds, we want to be over 100% committed because just the nature of spending, some things come in either under budget or some things just can't meet the timeline that's identified for them. So this 103%, I just want to emphasize, is a positive management tool that we've used. We have not added anything new that we couldn't afford to fund. We've really taken existing eligible expenses and moved them over for reporting purposes. So that is the end of the presentation. If there are board questions or comments, then we would be happy to take those.
Members of the board, comments or questions? Yes, Supervisor Ryan.
Daisy. There we go. Actually, first and foremost, this is great. This is what we were hoping for. How do we line it up? What's happening? What's happening with positions? I like your format. It helps us. It helps us with our cognitive capability there. The one piece that's in there, and I think I saw it in one of the lines, the other government piece. Where are we with that? What's going on with it?
I'm gonna ask Sue to pop up and give an update on that.
Thank you, County Manager Peru, Madam Chair, members of the board, Supervisor Ryan. Thanks for the question. We've had a couple of pieces of information that have come forward about some additional opportunities, not applications, but on our own, on the county side of it. And we were waiting for complete information on that. In this coming week, I'll be speaking with each of you about that new opportunity and our final recommendations for this category. And it's my hope that we can bring that final recommendation and there are 3 applicants for this category, bring that to you for the next board meeting after this coming week. it would be that next board meeting after that for those final recommendations, and we can complete this category as well. And all three of those are project-based, so I believe there will be no delay in the expenditure of those funds.
Okay, on that. And then, yeah, I'm looking at the other organizations. So on the community funding contracts, will we get at some point a report back on just how and what they did on this?
So their first report is due in April, and there's going to be quarterly reports, I think, or periodic reports. We'll package those and get them to the board for your FYI.
Okay, that's right. Yeah, we talked about that, but that helps me remember. Fantastic. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? And, I will just say this is exactly what we were looking for and hoping for. So I really appreciate the accounting and the accountability of these ARPA funds. So thank you very much. Appreciate this report. Comments, questions, members of the board? Vice Chair.
Sure. Thank you, Chair Horseman. I just want to say thank you for the presentation. It's nice to see the breakdown and see what the projects are. At first, when I was looking at the spending and it said projected spending of 103%, got me thinking, why is it going over? But then I realized with inflation and costs of salaries that's probably the reason why. But I did want to ask why it was projected to go over. My other question was going to be about how we're going to cover it, but you had already answered that with the backfill in the general fund. But I just wanted to kind of put it out there and ask why it was projected to be at 103%. Thank you.
I had the same question, Supervisor.
Me too.
Any other comments, questions? All right, well, thank you, Kristen and Siri. Really appreciate this report, and we know we'll be hearing back from you as we move forward with our ARPA programs and projects. And those of us on the board, as we move forward with budgeting, we do need to take a look at the sustainability of these projects moving forward. Always conscious of our budget, and we heard a little bit from our and I'm blanking on from Alan McGuire, our need that we remain fiscally conservative as we move forward. So it's going to be really important to take a look at how we're doing and with these programs and projects, with the number of employees that have been using ARPA funds for their positions, and as we move forward with our projects and programs. So this is good. This is the kind of accountability we need. So thank you both very much. Really appreciate it.
Madam Chair.
Yes, you want to take a break?
Take a break before item number 17, and we'll start the community partner updates at that time.
That sounds great. Everybody, a 5-minute break, please. We're pretty much on time, so that's good.
Thank you.
A little bit though.
Supervisor Ryan, you're not
Basically where we've gotten on short turnarounds.
Oh, okay.
The Teresa's going to go and talk to him about that.
Members of the board, as you get back, let me know if you wouldn't mind. See Judy McGay's back. I see Supervisor Ryan and Vice Chair Vasquez. I think we're back. So, thank you. We still have some really important information to be presented. And I am looking forward for this afternoon on three or four different programs, for ARPA funding that the board, in fact, has made for our community programs. And the first one we have is a presentation and discussion from Creative Flagstaff regarding funding for the cultural programs at the Coconino Center for the Arts. And I know the finance director, Siri Mullaney, is with us and is going to introduce this item. And it's wonderful to see the Jonathan Stone just popped up there for a moment. Good afternoon, Jonathan. Thank you for joining us. And it looks like April O'Mara is also with us. And is Jamie also going to pop up with us? There's
She's there, Madam Chair.
And Julie Komnick. So thank you, the four of you, for being with us this afternoon. And as always, we really enjoy our partnership with Center for the Arts and also Creative Flagstaff. So we're excited to hear about your how you're using the ARPA funds and a little bit about how Creative Flagstaff is doing. So thanks for joining us this afternoon. And I'm going to turn this over to Siri, and then I'm sure we're going to be hearing from you. So thank you.
So thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. And Madam Chair, you're absolutely right. Creative Flagstaff is one of our ARPA recipients. But today we have, just to let you know, we actually have a few partners coming in unrelated to ARPA, although some of them were also recipients. So great memory on that. But the upcoming presentations that you'll see today and then in the next two meetings as well are going to be updates from some of our more routine funding partners who receive funds every year in our budget. So periodically, and I know we haven't done this since the new board has been seated, but periodically we invite those funding partners back to give an update on the outcomes of the dollars that are allocated every year to provide support to their organization. So the next three meetings that we will be having, we've invited different partners again to come in and give an update on their programs, on what the impact of the county funds and some of those outcomes, so that we can hear from them and hear about the good work that the other county dollars are doing with those partners. So with that, just to let you know, each agency has been given 20 minutes to provide their updates, and then of course reserve 10 minutes for board question and comment throughout. And so I will turn it over to Jonathan and his crew to get started. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to share my screen, and Jamie will kick us off. So just 1 second. And then also I put in the chat that Caleb Cordasco is part of our presentation if he's lingering somewhere in the ether. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, I'll get started. Good afternoon, Chair Horseman, Vice Chair Vasquez, and board members.
My name is Jamie Asapis. I'm the chair of the Board for Creative Flagstaff Board of Directors. I'm joined by fellow board member Caleb Cordasco, who's also the chair of the Coconino Center for the Arts Advisory Board, Creative Flagstaff Executive Director Jonathan Stone, Development Director April Lamira, and Coconino Center for the Arts Exhibitions and Programs Director Julie Komnick. We're excited to have the opportunity to present to you today about the county's investment in our organization since fiscal year 2020. Our agenda is focused on your request for this presentation, your investment in recent history and our organization's mission and purpose. And before we get there, we will briefly place the Coconino Center for the Arts into the context of the overall umbrella of Creative Flagstaff and the importance of arts and culture in our community. The arts intersect with so many aspects of our community. Social impact is enhanced by the arts. This diagram is the Americans for the Arts and Social Impact Explorer, available on the Americans for the Arts website. Each tile on the wheel can be clicked to learn more. There are many ways that the arts can enhance the work of the county. And for Creative Flagstaff and our work, we see a direct impact in promoting youth development and education, promoting health and wellness, fostering neighborhood vitality, adding competitive edge to business, and fostering partnerships across all sectors.
Thank you, Jamie. Creative Flagstaff is a partnership of which Coconino County was a founding partner nearly 25 years ago. We were initially built as a united way for the arts, and we serve as the City of Flagstaff's Arts, Cultural, and Science Agency, which includes administering BBB art and science funded grant-making programs. And as you know, we operate the county-owned Coconino Center for the Arts. In 2021, Creative Flagstaff unveiled a new strategic plan that established a new mission to foster creative opportunity and vision at the intersection of arts and science. Foster creative opportunity hinges on two powerful words. Creativity is broader than the arts and acknowledges that creativity is not always formal and is manifested in many ways other than just through traditional art disciplines. And opportunity is an understanding that barriers to participating in arts and creativity must be reduced. Our goals primarily seek to speak to the functions of our organization, but two are less direct and perhaps a little bit more visionary, and that is a shared community experience and an emerging identity as one of the Southwest's most creative cities, and of course, by extension, Coconino County and the region. We are in the process of completing the second year of our 5 to 7 year strategic plan. We are in the transition from phase 1 to phase 2, with the major ArtX Festival effort gaining steam with a pilot event this May. Phase 3 should be of particular interest to the Board of Supervisors. That is when we intend to revisit the question about cultural facilities in Greater Flagstaff, building on the initial findings of the facility feasibility plan that was conducted in 2018. And was Caleb able to join us? I think I see him.
Yeah, I'm here. Thanks, Jonathan. So the reason we're here today is because of your investment in Coconino Center for the Arts. Operating the center is one of Creative Flagstaff's 5 key initiatives, and we've taken the time to reflect through the pandemic on many things about this center. So in the fall, we unveiled a new website and a new logo, which emphasizes Coconino and arts. The CCA's prior logo emphasized center and arts. And this shift is a nod to our new mission as an arts facility. And the logo's angular gesture is a nod to the facility's unique gallery and performance spaces. So on this slide, you can see our new mission and vision for the Center for the Arts. Our mission is Coconino Center for the Arts provides space, offers resources, and inspires collaboration, presenting creative endeavors across the arts, sciences, and humanities. And our updated vision is the Coconino Center for the Arts is central to Northern Arizona's vibrant creative culture, using arts as a catalyst to foster an engaged, equitable, and imaginative community. And you can see pictured here is 25 Million Stitches, an exhibition by Kim Sohn that we had that has a refugee focus, and I hope that some of you were able to attend.
So we were asked to provide information about past awards. While we believe this request was primarily about the Board of Supervisors directed community grants, we've chosen to include a summary of all grants, contracts, and in-kind support provided from fiscal year 2020 to fiscal year 2023. First, over the past several years, we've received a grant of $16,000. It is our understanding that this is generally directed towards operation of Coconino Center for the Arts. While this is not directly tied to utilities, to place these grants in context, $16,000 is approximately our annual utility and security costs. For many years, the county has provided an in-kind lease for CCA, and per the lease document, this is valued at $180,000 per year. In fiscal year 2020, miscellaneous in-kind work was completed, which included electrical work, but most importantly, structural roof repair in the office. And given our current snow accumulation, we are very glad that that repair was made, so thank you. Last fiscal year, drawing from a previously designated fund, we were able to support the replacement of track lighting in our gallery. A necessary repair given the lighting system was prone to shorting out and was obsolete. Additionally, with the renewal of our lease, the facility was connected to the county's internet infrastructure, upgrading CCA from 4 megabits per second DSL to broadband. And most recently, we've just begun implementing upon a $100,000 investment of ARPA revenue replacement funds, which support the Digital Resource Center, the Performing Arts and Arts Entrepreneurship, and advertising of the related programs.
Thank you, April. Creative Flagstaff's overall budget for the current fiscal year is approximately $1.5 million, of which CCA represents, the Coconino Center for the Arts represents just over $500,000. And the county's investment is reflected as donated facilities and county grants. While the tables do not show specifically or call out the ARPA revenue replacement grant, that revenue is partially reflected under public grants, and of course will also be reflected in future fiscal years. Our largest expense is, of course, payroll, a necessary expense that is increasingly becoming a priority as we seek to bring back programming at a higher level and in a more dynamic labor market, as I'm sure you all are aware.
The 4-year timeline of your review includes the entirety of the pandemic, which greatly impacted programming, of course. Despite the immense challenges, CCA managed to curate 31 exhibitions between its 2 galleries at Coconino Center for the Arts and more than 100 live performances. We estimate that over 10,000 patrons across exhibitions and programs and concerts were able to enjoy our presentations. One of the things we're really excited about launching is a new focus on digital media. We've launched the new Digital Resource Center, and over the last year have launched pilot programs, classes, and workshops to members of our community. And we're really excited to move forward with these, enabling our patrons and constituents countywide to become more digital forward. Shown here is Thunderstorm Artist, who is a finalist on the 2020 season of NBC's The Voice, and he'll be performing at CCA next week on March 14th. Shown here is the Night Visions exhibition, which was held last summer. It's a biennial exhibition in partnership with the Flagstaff Dark Skies Coalition. And this year, we also partnered with Lowell Observatory and Meteor Crater. It's collaborations such as this, which combine the arts and scientists that bring wide sectors of the community to CCA for our presentations and programming. This exhibition included 90 artists nationally and from Canada, and included a robust schedule of performances, workshops, and programming celebrating the night skies. Last year, we discussed some of the facility enhancements that were made. Since then, we completed an important facelift and repurposing of underutilized spaces to comprise what is now known as the Digital Resource Center, which enables us to launch the digital programming I was discussing earlier. That project included lobby upgrades, including a new front desk and merchandise display area, and cosmetic and lighting improvements to what we now know as the Project Gallery. Additionally, we previously mentioned all new lighting was installed in the main gallery, which will allow for the installation of specialty fixtures as needed for exhibitions. In the picture shown, you can see 40-year-old track lighting that was removed, thankfully. One of the most exciting projects was upgrading the theater to a digital control, LED-based and motorized lighting system, dramatically improving the professionalism by which performers and performances are presented. In the past, we've discussed the carpet removal, renovated offices, and new theater AV systems. All told, with a lot of sweat equity included, we estimate that about $200,000 has been invested over the past several years into the facility and its technological infrastructure. Shown here is another angle of the 25 million stitches installation that Caleb mentioned briefly earlier. I just want to bring to light that the facility enhancements that we've been able to embark on have really enabled us to bring more important nationally recognized exhibitions to our space. So this is a traveling exhibition that you can really see the installation is transformed in the space. And in this picture, we're happy to show the new lighting. You can see it's consistent. The floors have been upgraded, and we plan to continue on with this sort of improvements to continue to enhance our facilities. And finally, upcoming, we have an exciting calendar of exhibitions and programming ahead, and we hope that you will consider this an open invitation to come join us in any of these presentations. Next coming up is a retrospective exhibition of renowned local ceramicist Paula Jean Rice, followed by Equus on the theme of the figuration of the horse over the summer exhibition. And pictured here, the work of celebrated photographer Tom Kiefer. The exhibition's called El Sueño Americano, or The American Dream, which is an installation of photographs of the items left behind during migrations through the desert, reflecting on the artist's firsthand experiences with migration and exile. He lives in Ajo, Arizona, so has firsthand experiences that he's going to share with us. So we look forward to launching, major exhibitions like this in our space and really bringing the community together to share in these experiences.
So looking ahead to 2024, we're really excited about kind of the direction that programming that we're able to offer. One of the main things we're focusing on is a focus on DEIJ, and that's including us building a task force as one of the committees of our advisory board. Really creating a robust exhibition calendar. Julie was mentioning some of the things we've already been able to bring in and expanding on that. A return to that pre-pandemic live performance schedule and doing up to 30 to 50 live performances a year. Additionally, more humanities, youth, and other programming that's going to accompany every exhibition, really creating kind of a holistic program calendar, an introduction to emerging artist series, so that we're making sure that kind of the upcoming generation is being highlighted, further building out that DRC. You can see a picture here of the Media Lab and some people utilizing that. And then, of course, CCA participating in and supporting ArtX as it develops.
You are muted, Jonathan, if you're trying to close it out.
I don't like how Zoom hides the buttons when you're in the present mode, so I didn't see that I was muted. So as I was saying, thank you for listening to our presentation. We were aiming for about 15 minutes. We hope to have enough time for questions. But before I open it up for questions, I'd like to share a couple of thoughts about what Creative Flagstaff's biggest needs are. Because we are here talking about Coconino Center for the Arts primarily, but our relationship with the county, goes 25 years and beyond, depending on what iteration of our organization you're thinking about. But of course, those are financial. I know this presentation is not an ask, but somebody asked me to share, what our needs are, and the financial and in-kind resources are of course on the top of our list, and that's not necessarily you all writing a check, but that's kind of helping work with us to build those resources in whatever way possible. And we're on track to have a budget of approximately 1.7 million next year. And so to the extent that our founding partners can grow with us, we are able to leverage those resources even more efficiently. And then secondly, ArtX, we referenced it very briefly. If you haven't had a chance to learn about ArtX yet, we haven't presented it today because the county is not a funding partner in that project. But I encourage you to go to artxideas.org to learn more. This is really, really an exciting opportunity for our community and for the region. And mission-driven organizations, property, and business owners are all called to find creative ways to be venues and to participate. And of course, the county has facilities and venues throughout Flagstaff, and especially in the downtown area that are really intriguing opportunities for this project going forward. And then, of course, continued investment into Coconino Center for the Arts. We do have, it's has continued needs in terms of its maintenance, and I know that its future or its use was in question a number of years ago. But even as we consider questions around new cultural facilities in the future, the Center for the Arts does have a long-term use for this community, and it's very Flagstaff, it's very Northern Arizona, it's quirky, and we love having the opportunity to program it on your behalf. And then lastly, advocacy. Together, we can be an important voice for arts and culture at the state and national levels, and at the state level, arts and cultural advocacy is becoming more organized and effective, and so Creative Flagstaff does participate in those advocacy efforts whenever we can. But as the Board of Supervisors, your voices are important. And then lastly, we're founded as a partnership and with the county at the table. And as we seek to reignite the concept of partnership in our work, peer advocacy, of course, is very important to ensure our capacity building efforts are shared amongst all the partners. And so Creative Flagstaff has an interesting role. We serve as a city agency operating a county-owned facility. And you, as the Board of Supervisors, help us build that connection and dialogue between Flagstaff in the broader region. And so thank you again for the opportunity to present. Thank you, of course, for your ongoing and a long time support for the Center for the Arts and for our organization. And we're available for any questions, comments, or discussion.
Thank you, Jonathan and crew. It's great to see you all and really appreciate all that you do for Coconino County, and I should say the Coconino County community, especially our arts and culture here. And yes, some of us have gone back with CCC for many years, even beyond 25 years. And you really have done a great job. And Jonathan, I think the Arts X project is really bringing us into a whole new program and a whole new area for arts and culture here in Northern Arizona. So I really appreciate your advocacy and vision on that. I'm going to ask my board members if they have any questions or comments they'd like to make on the presentation.
Thank you, Chair Horseman. I'll start, I guess. I just wanted to say thank you for the presentation. It's really cool to see all the interesting projects going through, and I look forward to coming to see some of them. I was disappointed I didn't make it to the quilt or the display. I don't know if that's still up, but it was really cool seeing the pictures from that display, and just really appreciate the work that's going into it, and then excited about the collaboration with the county, and looking forward how we can expand that collaboration moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you. Other comments, questions from the board? Supervisor Ryan.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And actually, really good presentation. I really appreciate it. And it's been a while because we had this thing called COVID come in. And so, I haven't had a chance to see what artx.org, what you have on there. But are you talking about display of public art? It's probably added depth beyond that, but is that a component of that, or?
I'm sure I can speak to it briefly. So, and I put the domain for that website in the chat. It's a really great website, but it celebrates arts and culture in our community through what we believe to be one of Flagstaff's most interesting hooks, and that is the intersection of art with science, with humanities, and with really things that matter to us as a community. And so the festival is what we make of it. and so really it runs the gamut, but we do expect and hope that there is a strong public and creative placemaking effort in our public spaces, whether that is an opportunity to unveil projects that maybe have longer term or permanent footprints, or temporary footprints, or performance work, but also is this idea of art and ideas. And so we would expect to see purely art-based presentations and activations, as well as ideas-based activations. So you can maybe think of, somewhere between an art festival and a TEDx event, colliding together is what we're imagining will happen. And so, yeah, and what we meant by mission-driven organizations, the county is a mission-driven organization. And if you at all have a message that you want the community to hear, or a concept or discourse that you want to have with the community, ArtX is a great platform for the county to participate through art-centered experiences to have that dialogue with the community. So please keep that in mind.
Okay. No, that's very helpful. Now that you're reminding me, this is the last conversation we had probably about 2 years ago or 3 years ago, I think, that you were launching into the art ideas concept, or you were speaking about it conceptually, but I've kind of lost track. I think we all have this COVID, we lost 3 years, what happened to me? Where am I now? Type thing. In terms of, I really appreciate, what you're doing and our partnership that we've had. I like the explanation. It's a quirky flag thing. It's kind of endearing that you threw in there. But the other piece of it is that always keep in mind, and maybe it's explored through some of these opportunities that you have. While we're doing this, and we are the county seat, it makes sense that what we have is here. But by the same token, we're also trying to serve greater county. So the opportunity, those thoughts are always in the back of our mind when we touch bases with you, particularly in a support role associated with what we're doing with that. But I've been through the ups, I've been through the downs, not here as long as Patrice in terms of activity associated with what you guys have been doing, but
He's trying to say I'm old is what he's saying.
I'm not going to step in that one. This is I'll hold it there. Anyway, very good piece, and opportunity for us to continue to think about how we might assist you in different kinds of ways as well. Thank you.
And other comments, questions from members of the board? I think we should point out Sue Brown, from Deputy County Manager, also sits on the board for Creative Flagstaff, and is an important voice for Coconino County on that board, and certainly brings back information. But we really appreciate you coming back on a more formal basis to meet with us on the board, and we continue to look for ways on how we can help, not only as a partner, but also as an advocate for arts and culture. And, we are certainly hopeful that on a state level, things are opening up a little bit in there. And it'd be nice if on a national level, we can do that as well. So, our role, not only as a partner, is also as your advocate. And we look forward to the continuing communication and how we can continue to further arts and culture here in Northern Arizona. So thank you. And Sue Brown, I know you've got your hand up.
I do, Madam Chair. Thank you for the moment. Just a couple of quick notes. One is that I did send to the board, to each board member, the link to ArtX. So there's a quick link in your email so you can take a look at the site. It is very interesting. I think it's worth anybody's time to take a look at it. I wanted to thank Jonathan and the other board members and staff who are here today. Everyone who is involved in Creative Flagstaff works very hard, and we certainly appreciate the dedication to arts and culture that they exhibit each and every day, especially at the Coconino Center for the Arts. I also want to thank the Facilities Management Department, who work in partnership with Creative Flagstaff to get as much out of that building as possible. And it takes some coaxing on any good day. And finally, Jonathan, I think you're showing great restraint that you are not mentioning your biggest event of the year, or perhaps it's not even the biggest event anymore because there's so many, but the Viola Awards are happening on April 1st. And proud to say a county employee, Jeffrey Gross of the Parks and Rec Department, is a nominee for that awards for his work in metal arts, both at the county and in other venues as well. So a thank you from me for all of the friendship and allowing me to be on the board, but so much good stuff comes out of Creative Flagstaff and the Coconino Center for the Arts. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Any comments or questions? Otherwise, again, thank you all for being here, and we look forward to our continued communication and ongoing support with CCC and Creative Flagstaff. And thanks again for your time this afternoon.
Thank you very much.
All right, members of the board, we are moving on with our agenda. And I do know that we do have a member of the board, and actually I was going to join that member of the board for a public meeting on the Wapaki mitigation plan this evening at 6:30. So I'm going to try to keep us moving forward if we can. Our next item is presentation and discussion from Loop School regarding the FACS program funding. And I'm going to turn this over to Siri Mullaney to introduce this item. And I understand that Sydney Drake and Frank Garcia are here with us, and welcome. And thank you for joining us here this afternoon. So Siri, I'm going to turn this to you.
Well, thank you, Chair and members of the board. I really don't have anything to add on these since my last comments, so we'll just continue with our next presentations. Again, these are recipients of ongoing county funding, so they'll give us some updates on the good work that the county funding does for their programs.
All right. Hi, everyone. How is it going today?
Joining us, Sydney.
Thanks. So I'm very excited to be here. Unfortunately, Frank could not be here. He had to go out of town and had something else going on at this time. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen here. All right. Well, that did not happen like it was supposed to.
We're seeing something, says FACS.
It looks good, Sydney.
Okay. Well, we'll just go with it then. The FACS program is an Arizona Quality Standards adoptee. So I don't know if you guys are familiar with those, but those are quality standards that we've been a part of since the very beginning, which is now about 13 years. Since I first took over this position, they came out that same year. Healthy living is a big piece of what we do at FACS. Character education is a huge part of what we do everywhere, including out of our Loop program. And so you guys know, I'm not sure if you're familiar with what the grant is used for. It is used primarily, solely actually, for the Loop program in order to allow us to offer free programming out there. So most of the numbers, when we get to that aspect of it, you'll be hearing will all tie back into just our Loop program. So yeah, the program that we have focuses a lot on character education. It's a key element to what we do across the entire district. And then making sure we're offering healthy, kid-friendly snacks. This is something key. We try to have fresh fruits and vegetables at least twice a week, in addition to making sure that we're maintaining these healthy options at all times. And as you know, those fresh fruits and vegetables and things of that nature are always going to come at those premium costs. So that's something that we are excited to be able to offer. Clubs and activities. So the kind of things that we're doing out at our Loop program, you'll see character counts is the top one there. We have a program called Academic Athletes, which is trying to tie in physical activity and academic enrichment to get the kids up and moving and doing things as they learn. Mindfulness and meditation, Navajo culture, weaving and sewing, leathering. We have sports, multiple of them: cross country, basketball, flag football, disc golf, and tennis. We have a nutrition class, and we have a robotics program out there. So then our numbers, our enrollment at that facility right now is 97 students. That's about 70, just under 75% of the student body out at Loop. Average daily attendance is at 51. So that's 38.6 of the student body. And our pure people costs are at $13.98 a child. As I mentioned, we are part of the original group that signed on for the Arizona Center for After School Excellence quality standards. This year, we are working toward accreditation. This is a brand new aspect of what they're doing. It's an external accreditor will come in and look at the programs and the things that we offer. So we're really excited that we get to have this external accreditation. And I have zero doubts that our Loop program will be accredited. They are top notch out there and they do some really great work. Annual operating budget. So you can see out at Loop, it's $85,613. Obviously, the big chunk of that is our salary and benefits with some contracted vendors. And then supplies, snack. Snack is probably the second largest component of that that's in that group. So yeah, that's our financials. And that's kind of what we have here for you. We're a little easier, and I don't know who put me on after the last group who had an incredible presentation, but I really need to find them. I do want to show you one other thing. The kids sent me some items that I can figure out how to exit stop share. There we go. So this is one of the looms that the kids made out there and that they're working off of as they do some weaving. And I have a few of the leather working pieces that they've been doing out there. I also had a great privilege of going out last year whenever they did their final piece to their sheep academy, which I got to see a sheep go from a living sheep all the way through to eating some of it. So that was a unique experience for me and the kids out there. And it was our FACS kids who helped all the way through that process. So yeah, they've been doing some really amazing things, a lot of fun things out there with the kids.
Thanks, Sydney. Really appreciate the overview of the program going out there at Loop Schools. And I do have a question. I have the budget you provided us, the total amount. Do you get funding from any other source?
The rest of the funding comes from FACS parent fees at other locations. So we don't charge anything for our Loop families. So for the program out there, that is the other funding source.
So no funding from the school district or funding from like Flagstaff Community Foundation or other nonprofits?
We get in-kind funding from the school district, but no direct funding. So they handle payroll and things like that. On the whole, as far as FACS goes on the whole, we get a large sum of money from the city of Flagstaff, but that only goes to our in-town programs.
Very good. Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Yes, Supervisor Ryan.
Oh, there we go. Got it off mute. Actually, I love the PAX program. So this morning, we declared this month Women's History Month. And the thing about the PAX program is that there are so many, in most cases, it's women. It's not always, but in most cases, it's women that would not be able to work if we did not have this program out there. It just makes so much of a difference on what to do before and after school. And so it's one that I would hope, that we can aspire to someday. We get so many challenges and so many needs that we work with throughout our community and what we do as a county. But if there's ever a way that we can grow this program, it's one that's enabling, especially for our women in our workforce, but more so for parents so that they can help them. And just to see what you do with the program, it's enriching. Really appreciate all the work that you are doing with it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Other comments?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Begay.
Yes, I have a question. Sydney, let's see, Sydney. I was looking at the clubs and activities that you have, and I was wondering, I'm not sure to what extent you have as far as maybe percentage of Native Americans that are off of loop. But anyway, one of the things that I'm trying to work on from my office is to promote the Navajo language. And so I was wondering if that can be something that can be, if that's doable. And I will be approaching the Navajo Nation office on this too, because I think it's very important that Native Americans, make sure that, they don't lose their language. So anytime I have a chance to talk about it, I do so. And I think it's, like I said, it's something that, that I'm starting to work on for my office, where as far as advocating for that to happen within our schools. And I know that, in a lot of little schools like pre-K, they have that, that's probably something where we can reach the students. But anyway, I was just going to ask, if that, just for your information, I guess that's something that you might want to consider, or for the Native students. Thank you.
Thank you for the comment. I do want to say that the Navajo cultural group that we have there, they do have language aspects to what they do. So we definitely are already doing that, and definitely can look into ways to expand it, but it is part of what we are working on out there already.
Thanks, Sydney. Vice Chair Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. Hey, Sydney, how you doing? Good to see you, man. It's been a while. I'm really glad to see the program advancing, and it's exciting to hear about all the things FACS is doing out in Loop. For those who didn't know, we worked together many years ago, and so it's been really cool to watch Sydney grow into his position and lead the program into where it's at.
Not that many.
Well, 13 years ago. It was at least more than a decade. But it was just really cool to see the programming as it's going, and excited to see FACS grow, and to know that Coconino County is supporting FACS in the rural areas. And so I just wanted to commend you on your presentation, and just say that it was really interesting to see that the out of school time quality standards are now being reviewed by an outside source, because when we started with those programs, it was all internal. We had to do our own revisions. So the fact that now it's an external person coming in and doing these standards review for the program is huge, because that means that it's not biased, it's not coming from an internal opinion, but it's coming from state qualified reviewers. And so the fact that FACS has been accredited with these standards, that's exciting.
Yeah, I don't want to give anybody the wrong idea. We are not accredited yet. I'm just extremely confident. This is the first year accreditations come about from the Arizona Center. So we're there are a few programs that got accredited last semester, but we are definitely on the leading edge of it. So I don't want to give anybody the wrong idea that we're already there, but we're excited, and I feel extremely confident we're going to get there.
Well, good luck. I misunderstood, but I'm excited for you, and please keep us updated when you do get accredited, because we definitely want to recognize FACS for that accomplishment when it comes.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
It's really good to see you too.
Thank you. Good to see you.
All right. Well, any other final comments? If not, Sydney, we really appreciate you joining us this afternoon, giving us an update on the FACS program. And it's a wonderful opportunity for that community and for the kids out there. And thank you so much for the work you do.
Thank you.
All right. So we're moving on. And the next presentation is presentation and discussion from NAPTA regarding van pool taxi program funding. And I know that Siri, I don't know if you want to present this. Otherwise, I think we have Heather with us. Is that right? Oh, there's no.
No, Estella is on the participant side. She needs to be brought over with Heather.
It's not a problem. All right, we have Estelle Hollander and Heather. It's wonderful to see you and really appreciate you joining us here this afternoon. And we look forward to hearing from you about NAPTA and the van, pool, and taxi program.
Excellent. Thank you, Chair, members of the board. Estella Hollander, and I'm the mobility planner with Mountain Line, and I will present on both programs. Let me go ahead and share my screen. Okay. Excellent. So Coconino County provides Mountain Line around $32,000 each year, and this helps support the local match of the Mountain Line taxi program and the Mountain Line van pool program. And I've pictured here kind of the breakdown of both programs. And so I'm first going to go into the Mountain Line taxi program. And so this program provides subsidized taxi, Uber, and Lyft rides for our paratransit clients. So this program, if someone qualifies for our paratransit program, they automatically are enrolled into this taxi program. And the clients pay 20% and Mountain Line provides 80%. So for example, if someone wanted $100 worth of rides, the client pays $20 and then Mountain Line provides the $80. So they have $100 worth of rides that they can use on any taxi in town, as well as Uber and Lyft. And so this program provides a lot of flexibility. Trips can be taken, 24/7 on demand. It's really up to when the hours of service of these providers. And this program is funded through Section 5310 grant fund. So this is an ADOT program which promotes transportation services for older adults and people with disabilities. And Coconino County helps pay that local match of the rides that are taken outside of the city of Flagstaff, but within Mountain Line's boundary, which coincides with the Flagstaff Metropolitan Planning Organization boundary. And really, this is kind of the only option that some of the people have in that area in terms of if you are unable to drive, there is limited transportation options kind of outside of city of Flagstaff. So this does provide a valuable service for people living outside the city, but again, within Mountain Line's boundary. And so this is some of the ridership for the last several fiscal years. So that tall blue bar is kind of pre-COVID-19, and then it drops down in April of 2020. And so pre-COVID rides were around 100 rides per month. And then kind of post-COVID or during COVID dropped down to around anywhere from like 20 rides to 50 rides, and kind of we're starting to level back towards 50 rides, but we haven't fully recovered kind of pre-COVID numbers. And some of the outcomes of this program, so the biggest thing is that we are able to leverage the funds. So the funds that Coconino County provides, it's a 50-50 match on the grant that we receive. And so we are able to leverage those funds, again, like 50%. And riders can save on their transportation costs. They're really, they're paying 20% for each ride. And then Mountain Line is able to use these funds to provide the additional 80%. So really helping save on their transportation costs, because taxi rides can be expensive. About round trip from like Mountain Air to Kachina is around $50. So clients are only paying 20% of that. And then this service is about 53% cheaper on a cost per trip basis compared to city paratransit. Granted, this is compared to the rides that are happening in the city of Flagstaff, since we don't have paratransit outside of city of Flagstaff, but it gives an idea that this is a much more cost-effective program compared to our paratransit service. Then I'm moving on to our van pool program. So this program is countywide, and it's ideal for groups of 5 or more making commutes of 12 miles or more. So really meant for kind of these longer commutes within the county. It's very similar to carpooling, where riders are the drivers. So Mountain Line does not operate the service. We are not using our operators to operate the service. So people who are grouped together, someone volunteers to be a driver. And the routes and the rules are established by the groups. That means any sort of pickup locations, drop off times, start times, end times, it's all very flexible and really whatever the group to best serve their needs decides. It's not like carpool in the sense that Mountain Line has a contract with Commute with Enterprise. And so they provide the vehicle for the van pool group. And this just helps on reducing the wear and tear on personal vehicles. These are all new vehicles, really up to date. And it's equitable cost sharing. So sometimes in carpooling, people are just sharing gas money, but really people are sharing that lease costs of this vehicle. And then Mountain Line provides a $400 monthly subsidy to help reduce that lease cost. And this $400 is from a grant from ADOT through the 5311 program, which is for rural transit programs. And then Coconino County provides that local match. And so year to year, we've seen some great growth in this program, which is great to share. Kind of the last 6 fiscal years, we've always hovered around 5 to 6 van pools. But recently this fiscal year, we've doubled the program to 10 vans. So we've seen a lot of great growth in this program. Partly due to we've been able to make some great partnerships with, for example, Winslow Indian Healthcare Center, as well as Kaibab Forest Service. They've been helping increase our participation, as well as I think gas costs as well, increasing gas prices. We started to see some more demand in this program and interests and requests. So our current van pools, currently, all of our van pools are kind of organized by an employer. However, that hasn't been always the case, and that's not a requirement by any means. Sometimes we've had people from different employers, but maybe they all live in Tuba City and commute to Flagstaff, for example. But this year, we do have all the van pools kind of come from the same employer. So I'll just quickly run through this clockwise. So first is Kaibab National Forest. We have 4 vans with them that commute from Flagstaff to Williams. Then we have Winslow Indian Healthcare Center, where we have 3 vans with them. 2 are Flagstaff to Winslow, and 1 is Loop to Winslow. Then we have Coconino Forest Service. We have 2 vans from them, Flagstaff to Sedona and Flagstaff to Happy Jack. And then we have 1 van with Northern Arizona Healthcare, and they go Flagstaff to their Cottonwood facility in Cottonwood. And so some of the outcomes of this program, each month, we're able to reduce 1.6 million miles. So that would be equivalent to if these people were driving on their own every day. So a lot of miles on the road that we're saving, and as well as money. So riders are saving about $560 each month, just on kind of those hidden costs of owning a car, all that wear and tear, as well as gas money, things like that. As well as from an environmental perspective, able to save 5 tons of CO2 annually, and able to leverage the funds that Coconino County provides. So from the funding that Coconino County provides for the contract, meaning that subsidy, that $400 subsidy that we provide each month, we're able to leverage 90%. So 90% is federal, and then we do get some administration funds as well, which is 80%. So it's good ratios in terms of how we can leverage these funds. And then this program is also 3% cheaper cost per trip compared to city fixed route. Again, comparing, because we have the buses in city of Flagstaff, but so that cost per trip, it's a very efficient program for how much we can provide these long commutes, which if we were to provide, for example, a bus from Williams to Flagstaff, it would be quite expensive compared to the amount of funding for the van pool program. So it's a very cost-effective program. And so our fiscal year 2024 outlook. And so currently our van pool program, especially since we've seen this great growth this fiscal year, van pool funding is at capacity and is kind of challenged to grow. So we do receive funding from ADOT, this 5311 Rural Transit Program. And so we are maxing out that funding. And so lately we have received even more requests. For example, the Grand Canyon is interested in van pools. Even Winslow Indian Healthcare might be interested in some additional van pools, but it is challenged to grow due to our funding capacity. And then, so moving forward for Mountain Line's fiscal year 24 budget, we are moving $10,000 from the taxi program to the van pool program to help support this growth. So that would be a 12% increase in the van pool budget, which has capacity for for 15 vans, so 5 more vans than what we currently have. And staff feel confident with kind of the current demand in the taxi program, that there hasn't been, huge amount of growth kind of during COVID, and kind of now, I guess you could call it, we're in a post-COVID-ish world. There hasn't been as much growth. So we do feel confident that we can move that $10,000 to support this growth in the van pool program. And that is the end of my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Stella, thank you so much for that overview on the programs. It's good to get an update and keep us informed on the good work you're doing. So thank you so much. Members of the board, any comments or questions?
I do, but Geronimo's our representative on it, Madam Chair.
Vice Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan, for putting me up front and center. Thank you, Heather, for the presentation. Appreciate hearing about the van pool and the options for our community. As was mentioned earlier in the day, as we go through the community and the rural flag, in particular rural Flagstaff in the surrounding areas are looking for ways to get coverage. And I know we've had that conversation in the past, how right now it's still not financially feasible, but I hope that Mountain Lion is working to find ways to get service out to the more rural areas of the greater Flagstaff area, as it is needed and the desire is there. So I look forward to working with you moving forward to see how we can make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Supervisor Ryan.
You want to have Judy go before me? Looks like Judy wants to bubble up. I can be loquacious,
No kidding. Oh, no, not you.
The pot to the kettle.
Supervisor Brigade, would you like to make a comment?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Brigade.
Yeah, I just want to thank Heather and although Estella, for making this presentation. I know that there's always room and opportunity for improvements or, making more people accessible to you to utilize the services. So I think it's really badly needed, within our communities. And then also it helps the people possibly to get to work, to clinics and wherever they need to go. So I think that, I just want to say thank you for all the hard work you and your staff there at Mountain Lion put in, to find out ways to really, really be there for the community and try to help them with transportations. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Brigade. Now, Supervisor Ryan, would you like to make some comments?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Well, and as you know, I've been involved in transportation through most of my time with the county, and have had the benefit of working with many good people to help growth systems like this. When we come to Mountain Lion and NAPTA, but one piece of it, being rural communities, you can't just have a bus system. It's very expensive, as noted, but incrementalism has been a big piece of the success. And if you take a look at, updates to our various area plans or comprehensive plan, often speak to the need to broaden our opportunities. The unfortunate thing is the county, unless we do a county-wide tax, doesn't have the capability of doing a regional piece. So we have been able to move this through NAPTA's coordination a little bit further. Van pool is innovative, and there are other solutions that NAPTA has for how do we help people in the reverse commute. We're trying to throw that spaghetti onto the refrigerator, and it's sticking this year. Good job on it. So, I would hope for the intent of what we have with the community, that we take a look at this as a possibility of continuing to help with the expansion. It's obvious that, there's a dependency to some degree on federal and state funds, but it also takes a partnership from the partners. They pay into it as well, if not the individuals. And for rural Arizona, usually they don't have the capacity to create their own transit system. But if you look at services, our communities are islands because, and especially with gas prices going up, if you're in Williams, you're in Page, you're, wherever in rural county, to come and get our services, if you have a limited income, transportation is one of your greatest barriers. So it really goes to talking about our community and needs assessment and what we have in our information that was presented through HHS as well. So it's one I hope we would take a look at. And as we well know, I have strong constituents, always pushing me if we can develop the taxi program. They're not in a federally designated area. It's not like we can just go out and bear the costs if people have disabilities, but it's been a way that we can at least provide an increment. I know they want us to do more associated with it, but for what you are doing, I really appreciate the work. The one last piece that I'll put in here is my condolences to you for losing Kate, but my joy for Mountain Line for picking up Kate. So wonderful partner out there. So really appreciate her work, both sides, but what you guys are doing. Good job, Estella. Good job, Heather, and for the rest of the board. Even Geronimo and Judy, as alternate there,
And actually, I'm on Metro Plan as well, Matt, and it's Metro.
Oh gosh, and yeah, well, we're talking to NAPTA. Let's not take too much credit here, You stole from them. Just kidding.
Oh no, okay. We appreciate that, and know you're just sharing someone who is going to do more for transportation for this region. So we're all working together on this. So thank you very much. So. All right, any other comments or questions? If not, Heather and Estella, thank you so much. Really appreciate your report, and thank you for all the good work you do. Really appreciate it. So with that, members of the board, we're moving forward. We have a presentation and discussion from the Guidance Center regarding the Crisis Stabilization Unit program funding. And Devon Forrest. Is Devon with us?
It's Devon, so let's see. I don't see her on yet.
Is it Devon or Devon?
Devon.
Devon, thank you. There she is. So, all right, how are you, Devon? And you are on mute, so.
I'm doing very well and on mute. How are you?
Perfect. So thank you, and thank you for joining us this afternoon. So look forward to hearing from you.
Absolutely.
Feel free to go forward and present.
Oh, would you like me to share my screen for the slides?
Absolutely. We're looking forward to that.
Excellent. Okay. Just a second here. I just joined. I'm a little early, so I'm glad that I was able to join.
Thank you. We're running just a little bit early, so that's good.
I'm going to keep up that trend because I don't have probably 20 minutes of information to present, but here we are. So the Guidance Center receives funding for our alcohol or crisis stabilization unit. I put the slash there because it used to be called the ASU, the Alcohol Stabilization Unit. Now we use the funding to really treat any mental health crises at all. We have over the last 4 years received $9,000 per quarter or $36,000 per year. And we are a total funding between fiscal years 2020 and 2023, looking like $144,000. So what we do with our CSU, we serve those who are experiencing any mental health crises. They come in and show up 24 hours per day, 7 days a week from all sorts of referral sources. Our crisis team, so master's level clinicians and some BHTs, some behavioral health technicians, will assess an individual who presents to us. They will determine what the immediate need is And from that location, they determine a couple of things. Can we stabilize this person perhaps with observation in 23 hours and 59 minutes? If that is the case, we put them on our CSU, which is what this funding has been earmarked for. If that is not the case, then we put them on our hospital unit. What I will tell you is 100% of these crisis stabilization unit stays are ED diversions, right? So it keeps people from going straight to the emergency department. What I can't assure you is if 100% of them would have found their way there. So we will see anybody, we will assess them, and then we will determine what the most appropriate disposition is. Sometimes we can safety plan them. We can find a community member or a family member that can stay with them, and we can then send them home. So those folks are not counted in any of the numbers that I'll be showing you. Substance use is the primary reason people show up for us. It's not usually suicidality on our CSU unit. It isn't usually a danger to others. It is a voluntary unit. And so substance use is usually what folks are coming for. In town, it is kind of known as the quote unquote detox unit, but that is it. That is not its sole purpose. We do provide medicated assisted detox there as well, and nursing services and dog services, but it is not the sole purpose of this unit. We have showers there, we have food, we have snacks, we have a change out for everyone, we have laundry services if needed. So we do get everyone kind of comfortable and we set them into rest. Every single person does meet with that crisis clinician, but they also receive an assessment from a nurse. The nurse then determines what medications they might be taking, what their risk is medically, and perhaps what even they are interested in terms of continued mental health services from our organization or others. If we need to start getting packets together for referrals to other services, we do that at this state as well. They work there to discuss a plan for treatment, and then we staff them all with a medical provider. So that's either a psych NP, nurse practitioner, or a psychiatrist. Our patients can stay up for up to 24 hours, and we monitor them throughout the crisis episode. If they need longer, we often will work on getting them into our outpatient lobby and start working on a referral packet so that we can schedule some planned services for them. And our CSU nurse and behavioral health tech work to engage them in those outpatient services. That's basically what I'm talking about for ongoing treatment. We have about a 38% success rate right now. I would say the folks who have seen us to date this year, 38% of them are involved in non-crisis outpatient services as well. And then many of the patients on CSU stabilize with us before being admitted to another treatment program. That could be our residential treatment program for substance use or our residential treatment program for behavioral health disorder or SMI. Many of them are also referred to other treatment programs across the Northland as well. And our social work services ensure that the patients have safe transportation to wherever they're headed next. So by the numbers for fiscal year 2020 through 2023, the funding amount hasn't changed, but the number of community members served has changed wildly. You can see there in 2021 fiscal year, so I'm following the county's fiscal year here, only 1,231 members joined RCSU. We did have reduced capacity, but as you know, that was a heavy COVID year. And so we were really trying to space folks out. Another thing to note during that year is the guidance center was under construction. So there was it wasn't quite as comfortable as our regular CSU unit. And I think it kept a lot of folks who might find somewhere else to stay, finding somewhere else to stay. You can see that the county contribution of $36,000 per year per member has been reflected in that next column there. And then the number of unique members served is a really interesting piece to me. What this is often discussed as in our community are the frequent flyers, and we do not like to use that term, but I want to be able to relate. These are the folks who have come to CSU more than once during this annual year or fiscal year, pardon. So 704 of the same members out of the 1,902 up there in 2020 were recurring members with us. And our average daily census is right there. We only have 7 chairs. And so as you can see, we generally have 5 chairs full. And our primary diagnoses for the crisis stabilization unit are here. As you can see, alcohol is number 1. A lot of folks will show up wanting somewhere to rest and somewhere to start detoxing from their whatever happened the day before or the evening before. And so we do find a lot of referrals for alcohol services right from this unit. But as you can see, there are other substances, but also other conditions. And we're seeing an uptick in schizophrenia, schizoaffective disorder showing up on our CSU unit, and also depression, major depression. And just a side note, the data pulled for this graph is all 4 years. And then over here are the age of the patient. You can see that we see folks between 26 and 64 the most. That's those two bottom wedges there. 41 to 64 is 48% of our membership that we see on the CSU unit, which is kind of interesting. It's skewing a little bit older adult. But 26 to 40 also shows up. Those smaller, we don't see anyone under 18 on the crisis stabilization unit. So those smaller number there are the younger and the far older populations. We do receive quite a few referrals from schools, and we don't have anywhere to see those folks right now from a stabilization standpoint. So something to note. And as far as gender goes, 65% male, 35% female. And then for referral source, lots of these folks are showing up on their own. That 51% there largely reflects the folks we've seen before. They know that the CSU is there, it's available, it's warm, they can get a meal, we will change them out, and we'll offer them services. 19% comes from Flagstaff Medical Center. So instead of just being ED diversions, these are the folks that they say, hey, this is going to be a long wait, you can go check out the guidance center. And then we'll keep those folks for up to 24 hours here. Law enforcement drops off 10% of our folks. We do see 9% from Taros. And again, this is all 4 years of an average. Family friend referrals are 7%. And you can see NAU and CCC, it says 0%, but that number is pretty significant when you look at the fact that we're looking at about 10,000 members over the 4 years. And our outlook for 2024. We do not plan to grow this program. As you can see, our average capacity for the program is just over 5 chairs, and we have 7. We generally have space for the next person that's going to show up. We do not have plans to scale back the program, as the demand does remain consistent, but also the cost of running the program is pretty static at this rate. So lowering it to 4 chairs doesn't change the fact that we need a nurse and a BHS and a doc staffed 24 hours. And that's where our real costs are, is with salary. Social work offerings and outpatient enrollment have increased over the past 2 quarters. We are placing a larger emphasis on getting folks enrolled into outpatient services with us in particular. Our speech and our scripting for getting folks interested in services has also just increased. And so our focus on making sure folks aren't just coming in and taking a rest and then moving on has definitely ramped up quite a bit. And then one thing to note is an alternate fund source for our CSU programs. In addition to the county funds we receive are the state crisis funds through the mental health block grant, and that's through the REBA. So we use crisis dollars just as Taros does to provide the services that they do. And that's really all I have, but I'll take questions.
Thank you for this information and for the thorough review. And I'm going to turn this over to my colleagues. Any questions that you have? Devon and am I pronouncing your name correct?
It's Devon, but I respond to just about anything.
Devon.
Yeah.
I have a friend named Devon, and she spells it exactly the same way. So
yeah.
All right, Devon, sorry about that.
No problem.
And Supervisor Ryan.
Yeah, if I can, thanks, Madam Chair. You know, I know we've kind of ebbed and flowed from how this was created to where we are currently. So we had partnerships that faded, Navajo Nation, Hopi. Actually, I don't know if Hopi participated. Then we had City of Flagstaff was involved. Are they still engaged in this partnership, or are we just kind of independently supporting in different ways?
Everybody's independently supporting. We do not currently receive funds directly from the City of Flagstaff for this program, this particular program at all.
Okay. So it's gotten down to that. It has been, I've a very good presentation on this. Really appreciate it. It is an area that we certainly see a need, and the focus is appropriate. Yeah, I was curious more about the partnerships and where we are on that. So I'll check in with staff also, but thank you. Really appreciate it.
Madam Chair.
Yes, any other, I'm just seeing if there's anybody else has any questions. There he goes. Vice Chair Vasquez.
Yes, first off, thank you for the presentation. Very interesting to see how the Guidance Center is supporting our mental health crises in our area. Really important information, and so thank you for that update. I was curious, in this funding from the support from the county, is this any relation to the ARPA funds that will go to the Guidance Center, or is this other funds and the ARPA funds still haven't been applied to this program?
Correct. So 100% of the funds that the Guidance Center was awarded and requested for ARPA was out in the community. So none of it was for on-site services. And so this is an on-site program. And if I could, I'm quite biased, and I'll show that right now. This is my favorite program that we provide. The need is so great, and it does meet the community's needs in such a unique way. It's really like a great front door for the Guidance Center and introducing ourselves to community members who are seeking services. So this is one of my favorite, because while we do have to wait for them to come here, they come here because they're ready to usually.
Great, thank you for that clarification. And again, just really appreciate all the hard work that the Guidance Center puts in, and look forward to expanding the programming out in our community. Because as we know, especially as COVID exposed, we have a lot of mental health issues that need to be addressed, especially with our young people. And so looking forward to seeing how that ARPA funds help you expand those programs out into the community.
Yes, us too. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you very much. Any other questions or comments? As always, we appreciate what you and the Guidance Center do here for Coconino County, and just essential in providing behavioral health and mental health services to our community. So thank you so much, and thanks for your presentation here this afternoon. So.
Absolutely, thank you all.
Thanks, Evan.
All right, members of the board, it's about 10 after, and I think we have done everything. Is that correct?
That is correct, Madam Chair. We've got the agenda.
No, I didn't say the magic word, and yet it's acting like I did. So, and I'm going to go ahead and waive my roundtable. We can do that later, and same with Supervisor Fowler. We can when all of you are supposed to be doing roundtable light, Supervisor Fowler and I will be able to do roundtable heavy. How's that? So, oh boy. And I know that Geronimo, why don't you announce what the community meeting that we'll be going to this afternoon?
Sure, I mentioned it earlier, but I'll mention it again. We have the corridor meeting for the Wapaki Trails flood mitigation community meeting. It'll be at East Valley Baptist tonight at 6:30. So if you're from Wapaki Trails and would like to see what kind of projects are going to be started soon, please come through. Thank you.
Absolutely. We have a lot of county staff that'll be there to explain what they're doing, the projects that will be hopefully undertaken as soon as the snow melts. So it'll be a good time to get caught up on where the county is and what we're doing moving forward. So anything else? Any other comments from members of the board?
Just a good day. Really appreciate it. I'm back. Ha ha. Good to be with all of you.
We're gonna put one. I'm gonna get one of those really long canes.
The Gong Show. Yeah.
All right. Very good. Well, thank you all as always. The staff did a great job, and really appreciate all their hard work and getting the materials together and this board meeting together. And it was very, very informative. So with that, yes. The board, we are going to adjourn and hope to see you out at Wapaki Trails area if you have would like to get follow up on information on the flood mitigation work. So bye all.
Good night, everyone. Thank you.
Take care.